That's cannibal. What? Whoa. And then my other son said he saw a video on.
Well,
You'll never get a phone. Matter of fact, I'll never let you consume media again. You only read the printed word on paper.
Well, here's where NBA Dubad printed all of the different Kevin Durant. NBA,
who do they work for?
NBA Dubad.
Who do they work for?
I have no idea.
They don't work for anybody.
But listen, I can't tell you how many came up on my time. Maybe because I get taken in by a lot of different
people want it to. Yeah, that's true. But people want it to be true.
They so want it to be true. But first of all, there were zero credible sources on this. But when one of the tweets, for those of you who don't know, if you haven't seen, apparently Kevin Durant has burner accounts in which he said a bunch of different stuff about a bunch of different teammates and coaches and GMs and stuff. One of them was, man, I miss Ben Simmons. At least he passed the ball. And I said, okay, there's zero chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Zero chance. Kevin Durant.
I miss Ben Simmons. It's not just that one. And here, so if you type in Kevin Durant, so we'll read some of what he supposally said.
Yeah. Except I wouldn't.
You don't think so?
I don't want to read
how ridiculous they are.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think that.
Well,
I don't want to put that on him. Even.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. Yeah. So here is So I typed in Kevin Durant. I just typed in Kevin Durant, and here's what shows up. Ready? The alleged messages from Kevin Durant against Steph Curry put him in a delicate situation. That's from a publication called Marca, M-A-R-C-A. Then HITC says Kevin Durant allegedly using burner account to criticize teammates. Of course, that is from the website called HITC, which is an Indian website.
Jake Morrison, at Jake Morrison NBA. Kevin Durant will be investigated by the NBA after his burner account was exposed.
Sure. Who's Jake Morrison write for? What does this say in his profile?
No idea.
Nobody.
Let me see.
That's a satire account.
Oh, it's a satire account.
In the profile.
Yeah, don't.
That's
don't
a what?
Fall.
It's a satire account. The guy even admits it, I think, in his profile. That
he says
anything I
non-affiliated with Raptors. Scott Barnes, Stan.
Yeah, it's not
real.
Anybody,
it's a fake.
But
it's nothing.
Does
I'm reading in the
news.
news. This is from the news section of Google, John. But here are the publications that have it. The Express Tribune. NBA star Kevin Durant defended by streamer amid alleged burner account. Turkey Today. Leaked Kevin Durant messages target Rockets teammate Alperen Şengün.
Right. That's why. Because
but nothing real has.
He said stuff about
nothing real has anything.
Well, there's no actual media company with anything that we would trust that would be able to investigate that unless one of the people in the group chat could say, that's me, he did it, or Kevin Durant admits to it. Because what are you going to do? If you ask people with these accounts that don't have names associated with it, you don't even know who to ask. Like people who you would say, if Wendy looks into it, who's he going to ask? It's just Twitter accounts with names that aren't even attached. So there's no way to really investigate it. You just have to be an internet sleuth and either believe it or don't.
This is actually printed in Turkey Today. It says leaked messages from an account allegedly linked to Durant include strong criticism of Alperen Şengün's abilities. In the screenshot, Durant allegedly wrote that the Rockets franchise player can't shoot and can't defend. Now, this could be true. And claimed this was, quote, a much bigger issue than his own turnovers. The reported comments surprised many observers because they contradict Durant's earlier public statements praising Şengün.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, guys.
I mean,
what are we doing
this is,
here?
but I don't know what Kevin Durant did to somebody that, and there's some things that he said.
The accounts came from names at Get Higher 77 and also Get Off My Dickerson.
Yeah, that's the alleged. That account, that account has been associated with Kevin Durant as a burner. Now, of course, the text could be faked or anything like that, but that account people believe is actually him. Now, the question is the validity of what's been written, but we're never going to know unless the man himself says he did it.
Yeah, there was a video. There was a video of Kevin Durant while everybody was warming up. Might have been even in between the games, but he's on the court and he's on his phone and he's texting or he's typing furiously, and the guy said, this looks like Kevin Durant might have said that C.J. Stroud is the fourth best quarterback in the division. And I was like, do you think that Kevin Durant even said something like that? Something terrible like that?
That was me.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, that's my burner.
That's you. No, it wasn't your burner. It came out of your mouth.
Yeah, it came out of my human mouth.
Right.
No, I didn't say he was. I just said, are we in a place, do we have to talk about whether or not he's the fourth best?
Right.
And that was before the playoffs.
But he was going back at people, much like you did that day. So anyway, what did we think of All-Star Weekend?
I didn't pay attention to Saturday, and I used to pay attention to Saturday and not on Sunday. This time, I didn't pay attention to Saturday. As a matter of fact, everything was happening really early. Where was the game played again?
In L.A. Clippers.
Yeah.
So where apparently not a lot of people cared.
Well, did you see? What do you mean? They didn't come out to the game?
There was, a lot of empty seats.
Oh, was there? Okay, well, that's kind of surprising in L.A.
Yeah.
Where you want to be seen. All I know is the format was substantially better. I think they've got a good format. There was actually, I mean, it's not like it was lockdown, drag out, playoffs caliber basketball, but we did not see where you get to throw the ball off the basket and catch it and dunk.
Yeah.
None of that's, literally none of it. They played one quarter. So the format is you play one quarter of basketball. There's 3 different teams, and it's double elimination. And you have the old heads together, a.k.a. the OGs. Then you have the stars, the younger guys. And then you had the international players. And so you wanted to create a sense of belonging to where there was some pride inside your own group. And it did make for some Anthony Edwards in the first game. You had Kawhi Leonard had 31 points in a 12-minute stretch. He was absolutely insane. Basically, he's the only one who shot the whole quarter because he couldn't miss. There were some, it was better. It actually was better. It's not, it's not a. But the All-Star game, people kind of either misremember or falsely represent, or they weren't alive and they're just saying stuff. The All-Star game was never hyper competitive. Even when I loved it in the 80s, for sure, when I was coming up, even then it was free flowing and fast, and there was not a lot of intense on the ball defense. Yesterday was a better representation of what the All-Star game was before. There was a little bit more passing back in the day, and I mean way back in the day, but we had individual players making really good individual plays. Wembanyama, Devin Booker for a while, Anthony Edwards, who was the MVP, not Kevin Durant, but Kawhi Leonard, the Claw. So it wasn't bad. I didn't watch Saturday stuff. I was too busy. But I did think it was interesting that they started everything so early this year. Like Con Knipple, I wanted to see Con Knipple in the three-point shootout. It was already done by 5 p.m. It was already done.
Yeah.
On Saturday, that never used to be the case.
No, it used to be Saturday night.
Yeah. It was over way early.
I don't know.
Were the festivities on NBC?
Oh,
get out of the way of our Olympics, sir.
Oh, you think that's what it was?
Well, they just lead right into the Olympics. If it was on NBC, I don't remember because I didn't watch.
Well, it was Peacock.
Then it
probably was NBC.
They got their Olympics to get you into prime time.
That's probably what it was, I guess. Well, that's really early on the West Coast, but maybe it's easier to drive around. I don't know. You tell me, John. Is it easier to drive around on a Sunday at 2 o'clock?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Much easier to drive around it. Yes. Actually, it was funny. We did – I have in-laws in this week. Wendy's brother and wife and 2 boys. The boys, they're both big people. Anyway, we went on a tour we'd never done before. Where you go and see all this stuff in L.A. It was really cool, an open air thing, and we actually got to drive around as opposed to what would have been. It's impossible to do during the week. You do it on a Sunday, and it's just you can actually do something like that. So yes, there's a big difference on Sunday and every other day. Although there still are pockets where there's a lot of traffic here in the city. So we've got that. So the NBA All-Star Game, some Olympics to talk about.
There was a brief scuffle. It was a fight, but actually a Frenchie was throwing a Canadian hockey player, Tom Wilson, actually was ragdolling him. like by the jersey thrown around. It was kind of embarrassing. And all I would heard was, Tom Wilson guy was going to beat the crap out of this Frenchie. And I'd watch the video. I'm like, oh, my God, he's getting thrown around. Like, the guy grabbed his jersey and is kind of tossing him around. And they both got like, it's an automatic ejection. You fight in the Olympics. It's not this 5-minute penalty for a major. It's like you're gone. You're both gone. We don't do this in the Olympics. But it was one of those rare scraps in the Olympics where I don't think any punches were actually thrown except Frenchie got a lick in on him when he was on the ground. But Canada and France.
Yeah, and the U.S. kind of got screwed on a draw because of goal differential or whatever. They think they get Sweden in the semifinals, and that's a much tougher route than normally would have had. But if you're going to win it all, who you got to beat the best to be the best, right? So go out there and get them.
No,
let's not.
The Patriots didn't have to do that, and then they played the best and got beat. You don't have to.
Yeah. No, they didn't win anything, did they?
But this show has been a show.
Did they win? No, you got to beat the best to be the best.
Consistently, who goes, I don't care if the best is on the other side.
Well, yeah, the Seahawks didn't have to beat the best.
And you would say, and Lance would say, hey, I don't care if the other team's banged up or hurt. I don't want the best on the other side.
No, absolutely not.
Who's looking for the best? Man.
I don't want that.
I hope Canada gets knocked out in the quarterfinals. I don't want the best.
No,
because Canada kills us in stuff that matters.
Yeah, no thanks. I don't need that in my life.
Hey, Sidney Crosby, you want to pull a hamstring in the quarters? You want to do that, huh? No.
Wanna?
Yeah, you want. I don't want to see him.
No, I'm with you on that.
He's been ruining American hockey dreams for 10+ years now.
Yeah. So that we got Jordan. I play left field. So I don't know about this. Oh, in Paredes, this is not starting well, boys. It's just not starting well in Palm Beach. It is not great. Not great. You know who is great is Brinkman. Jason has taken over. It's over 50 years that Brinkman has been taking care of roofs in the Houston area. A local family-owned and operated business, roof repairs, roof maintenance, roof replacements on both homes and businesses, shingle roofs, tile roofs, metal roofs, commercial roofing products, solar that is just different now, way different. It's shingles instead of the big glass. It's cool. It's really cool. Brinkman workmanship backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 40 years. When you're in the market for a roof replacement, it is the perfect time to consider roof-related options that can help save you electrical costs, even lower insurance premiums by up to 65%. Brinkman's hail-rated roofing products combined with a fortified roof certification will lower your bills. You want to lower your bills, and that's what Brinkman can do for you. 100% financing available, free no-obligation estimates, 281-480-ROOF, 281-480-7663, or BrinkmanQuality.com. You tell them that you heard it right here on ESPN. If you haven't checked your roof for a while, you need to check it and let Brinkman come and check it for you. BrinkmanQuality.com.
ESPN 97.5.
We'll be right back after this break.
Going fishing? Don't. Not until you've been to the 51st Annual Fishing Show, happening February 18th through February 22nd at the George R. Brown Convention Center. See all the new rods, reels, and lures. Meet factory reps, guides from Alaska to South America, plus see dozens of fully rigged boats and hundreds of kayaks. There'll be clinics by expert fishermen covering salt and freshwater, and a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways. If you love to fish or just want to learn, don't miss the 51st Annual Fishing Show. For more, visit HoustonFishingShow.com.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too, whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering $750 off qualifying Pella projects and no interest, no payment for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends February 28th, 2026.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. I think we buried the lead. Did you guys see Colin Morikawa yesterday? Colin Morikawa wins by 1, but the surge that Scotty Scheffler and Tommy Fleetwood put on, just incredible golf. So, I mean, we buried the lead. You guys, should we dedicate the 8 o'clock hour to the Pebble Beach?
We got other things to do, like just lots of stuff. We have
NBA All-Star
weekend. Is there CJ talk? NBA All-Star. Is anyone hurt from the Astros?
How about
our standard fare.
Vince versus Reggie?
Vince versus Reggie, our standard fare.
Yeah, we got some things to actually cap casualties to talk about and see where we stand on those. We can actually do that. But if you guys ever want it, you want to jump in and talk golf. Let's go.
We got a caller right now.
Okay, let's get to wants to talk a little Astros, right?
Yep.
Who is it?
LT.
JT. What up, JT?
Hey, good morning, guys. If you would, just be patient with me. We don't get to talk a whole lot anymore these days. But let's talk about the Astros and this Dana Brown thing. It's kind of telling whenever you follow two great to good GMs with Click, and then you had Luno. Dana just seems to be working without a plan. I don't think he plans much. He hasn't much foresight for the roster. I think he's very reactive, and I think we've kind of seen that with what we're dealing with right now. I didn't think he handled the trade of Paredes very well, to be honest with you. I don't know if you trade Paredes, but it just seems like he's kind of playing checkers right now when we're used to Astros GMs playing chess. I mean, we're used to GMs swindling other teams and grabbing young players. I mean, even Click was doing it behind Luno, and Luno wasn't really great at trading players, but he was phenomenal at drafting players and developing. Granted, he had high picks, but I'm just really haven't been impressed with what Dana's doing, and we're almost seeing the Astros decay in front of our eyes. It doesn't seem like the messaging between the manager and the general manager is on the same page. If you let them talk, there's constant mixed messaging, and they're talking from either side. Like, they don't have the same target that they're going after. One says one thing, then the other one says the other thing. Really, really odd. And you have to blame Crane for this because it does not look good. If we're going on to the Texans, if you don't mind me, I've heard you guys, for a couple of weeks now talk about CJ, but I really think you can't blame. I mean, granted, he's the one throwing the interceptions, right? And he's the one with the ball decisions. But let's take a look at what D'Amico's doing. D'Amico hired a first-time play caller, fired him after 2 years when he had one down year, and then replaces him with another first-time play caller, and we're pretty much getting the exact same thing. We've taken no steps forward at all. I mean, yes, CJ's getting a lot of blame, but D'Amico in the development of the offense, he's got to be he's the one who's got to take the bullets for this. It does not look good. CJ,
No.
yes, but let's look at D'Amico.
All right. So let's get to some of the stuff that you said. I think in some part, with the Correa contract, with the Altuve contract, with the Jordan contract, with the lost money that you've had with Lance McCullers, some of the dumb money, with the acquisition of Walker and the money that you spent there, Paredes is costing money. I think somewhat his hands are tied. Somewhat. Now, could he have done more than Joey Loperfido? I don't know. We're not in the negotiations. He seems to be very sticky with his players. He's not open to, and I don't know if it's a fear of getting worked, but I don't know. Dana inherited a situation here that I'm not sure. I don't know that he has much wiggle room, and quite frankly, I think the owner's probably telling him, You don't have much to spend here. We're not throwing. They're tight on the line on the more or less the salary cap.
Right.
So I think he's kind of. I'm not kind of hamstrung here a little bit. I put out this. Let me ask you this.
What about the mixed messaging part that they don't seem to be on the same page?
Yeah. Well, I think don't you think that their intention is there, yet they're not executing it because they might be asking for too much?
Maybe so. I think it's the messaging to the. I think maybe the messaging to the public. I do think they're decaying in front of our eyes, but I think it's kind of inevitable, honestly, because you're never set up to survive. The only way you survive this is by drafting well and developing well and bringing up your next set of stars. That's really the only way you survive the decision to let market free agents walk. You had a lot of them. It was a long run. It is decaying in front of our eyes, but also like it's hard not to. It's hard not to do that. We'll see what happens with the Golden State Warriors when Steph Curry leaves, for example, because the Astros have slowly lost limbs from their baseball bodies. They've slowly lost it, and eventually it's going to take its toll. And then when you add injury to that, then that really hastens it, and that's what's happened with the pitching staff. You had, don't forget, 3 years ago when we started the 2023 season, they looked unbeatable. Like the Astros looked unbeatable as a pitching staff. You had young Hunter. You had now let's see. You had lost Justin Verlander, right? Yeah, he walked after the season was over. So you had Christian Javier. You had Fromber. Yeah. You had Christian Javier. You had Jose Urquidy. You had
you didn't really have all those guys.
Garcia. No, you did.
Well, you had them, but you didn't really.
But after the 2022 season, this is what you were looking at.
Yeah.
The best pitching staff. There was never a concern. The concern headed into last year was supposed to be that.
Well, but okay, so how? Listen,
we had too many.
Okay,
we had too many pitchers.
Okay, with the Javier money, with the Hader money, with the McCullers money, all of this wasted money.
Yeah,
I mean. How? I mean,
well,
honestly,
it's also
JT,
wasted arms.
JT, I want to know when the owner is has got some restraints for you. What did you really want him to do? I posted this on X, and let me ask you, I got some response from it. Here's what I posted. I said, here's to hoping that all the Joey Loperfido trade was a cost-cutting move by the Astros posts will be proven wrong. I'm on Team Joey. He is better than Sanchez, and I'm glad he's back. Chandler Rome responded with this. He could come here and win the MVP, and it won't change the fact that it was a salary dump. I said, it's a fact that he makes less, but it's not a salary dump if you believe he's better than what you're trading away. Could be that you saved money and got a better player. Listen, I think Joey Loperfido is better than Jesus Sanchez.
Well, you do, but I don't think...
Can it be a... No, well, I think that the numbers do, too.
But the team trading for him obviously doesn't believe... Well, you say the numbers do. That's a very small sample size last year for Loperfido, and it also was the worst year ever. Well, the worst, not even the worst year, the worst 48-game stretch for Sanchez. Don't forget, he was much better. He was better before the Astros. The only Sanchez really
he was a
is
better
a
hitter.
really bad
He's
one.
a terrible outfielder.
Yeah.
And he was a terrible outfielder there, too. And he can't hit – no, nothing's changed with him hitting lefties.
But the sample size is better for him than Loperfido. Loperfido's
but
younger and cheaper.
Yeah, obviously not recently, though. I mean, he
well,
is –
not in 48 games, yeah.
Younger and cheaper. I honestly believe, and I'm not just being an Astros honk here, I honestly believe that he will be better than Jesus Sanchez. So not only did you save money, but I think you got a better player.
Well, I think it's up for debate, which is the whole purpose. If you think it's up for debate, then why not go cheaper?
Yes.
Younger and cheaper. I mean, I'm with you. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be better or not, but I'm willing to find out because what are you actually losing with Sanchez? Even if he's better than he was, I'd rather have probably some wiggle room. Now, this is bound to happen where people are going to start looking at Jim Crane's moves as I'm just saving some money in my pocket. I mean, that's just what's going to happen. There's no way around it. Some of these moves may be that. There's you were only going to have your. You can't let this amount of this amount of players walk and just think your fan base is just going to sit there and say, and let you just make moves that may be cost-cutting moves and not get upset. Now, I don't think it's a terrible baseball move personally, so I don't really care. And as long as you're being smart and maneuvering, and I do think Jim Crane is going to allow Dana to make moves, but there's definitely a cap. I don't think he wants to cross that bridge anymore. He's done it before and paid taxes before, but they were in a different place. He's not going to do it now. Remember, this is the same guy, and this is also not a bad thing. This is the same guy who traded a closer when he first took over and wouldn't make moves for free agents because he just said, for what? We're not good. We're not going to be good. Why would I be spending money? And he did give Scott Feldman some money. It wasn't a ton of money, but his money. They said,
million.
They said, why is he giving this guy this amount of money?
That was the first big contract they gave out.
But who was the closer? He traded a closer at the time because he said, you don't need closers when you're a bad team. It's a waste of money to have a more expensive, to be paying money for a closer when you suck and you're going to lose 100 makes no sense. And you know what? He's right. It doesn't make financial sense.
No.
But
you don't have
Dana
is gone.
I don't know that Dana's done a great job. I can't point to anything where he has other than some bullpen stuff he did to win that, in the 22. That was good. No, that was Click. That wasn't even Dana. No. I'm not sure what Dana's done. What has Dana done that we can say?
To hold it. He's holding it together is all he's doing.
But what does that mean, holding it? Is he holding it together?
They made the playoffs in 23 and 24, and they didn't in 25. That's all. I mean, but you extended the run. This is listen, teams don't win for a decade. It's not easy. It's not easy, especially with the salaries, and especially with how often they miss on salaries.
But is Dana doing better than someone else could have done?
I don't know that.
I mean, I don't. What's his high? Like, what's a move you say? It's a good Dana move right here.
I'm opposite of a lot of people. I like the Hader move. I love it. I liked it. I mean, I really and we'll see whether or not he can stay healthy. But he was, I thought, when Hader has been healthy for the Astros, he's been a huge acquisition.
Well, I would say this. Josh Hader, he's expensive, and you should never have to say when he's been healthy if you're going to be paying that much.
Well, but that was just at the end of the year. He'd been healthy the whole time he was here.
Right. I do think that there is value in trading him in the future, which could bring in prospects into this team that are needed prospects.
Yeah, depending on how he comes back.
So he could be that's yeah. See, the fact that we have to say depending on how he comes back is such an Astro thing. And that's not on Dana, but it's just the truth. This is where we are at the Astros now. We have to say, and you say it, and you're not being facetious, we have to see how he comes back.
Well, no, yeah.
Because Garcia is done pitching. Urquidy never really made it back.
I don't know that
Christian Javier hasn't made it back yet.
I don't know there are a lot of organizations that could have handled, that could have succeeded with all the dead cap money that the Astros have.
Well, just injured players, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We'll see whether or not this lack of anything this offseason is going to hurt is where this team is. All right, we got a break. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Coming up in just a little bit. Actually, we got a little over 10 minutes before we hit what did you learn this weekend. So get yours ready. 713-780-3776. In 10 minutes, we will play what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. I'm playing right now. I learned a long time ago about HR&P. I learned about how good they are. I got an up close look at it. My son worked for him, and we've talked plenty about HR&P and what they do and how well they do it and how it is just different than the admin companies. The admin companies come and take over everything. They take over. Yeah, they're going to do your payroll. Yeah, they're going to do your HR. Yeah, they're going to do, to help you with stuff. Yeah, they're going to give you the benefits packages. Well, they're going to sell you the benefits packages. They're going to sell you the insurance. They're going to sell you the 401ks. That's not HR&P. HR&P ain't in the business of 401k, ain't in the benefits packages business. They're in the business of finding the best benefits for you, okay, not the ones that they're selling. That's a huge, huge, huge difference for you. So if you have an admin company, I would, let HR&P come, check out how much better they can do it for your employees and for you, okay? So you're looking for the best way to get that payroll and HR and insurance and all of your benefits packages to your people. HR&P could well be the way. Find out. Why not? It doesn't cost you anything. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
ESPN 97.5.
We'll be right back after this break.
Hey, Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway,
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, so get yours ready. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? We are closing in on it. This is going to be a quick segment so that we can get to what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. One of the things that I learned is Jordan. I mean, I don't know. Are we sure that Jordan isn't is going to be happy just DHing the whole time?
He told you a couple years ago he wasn't.
No, he wanted.
I've always wondered why people forgot about that. Why it was just a given, because I never heard Jordan say, "Yeah, I'm cool with just being a DH."
Yeah. Do you? I don't. You don't have it under audio, Del. Do you have the audio of Jordan?
Oh, it's in Spanish.
Oh yeah, but he translates it. Anyway, Jordan says, "Listen, I've never been hurt playing left field, so I don't know."
You get hurt easy though, bro.
Yeah, didn't he once go up against
actually
the wall
does
and
hurt
both knees blew out?
Well, no, it just looked like we were just worried they would.
Oh.
Wasn't he running?
Well, he was running. He
around
was
the bases?
running. No, he was running towards the. He was running towards the fence, and when he gathered and slowed to try to pick the ball up, his leg looked like a baby giraffe.
What I don't think he gets is that the wear and tear may not happen may not happen while he's playing out in the outfield, but the wear and tear it certainly contributes to him.
Is there a lot though playing
time.
outfield? Like how many actual plays is he forced to make in the outfield in a given game? 5?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, that's gonna wear and tear you.
Yeah.
Wow,
well, more so than sitting there. Yes, for sure.
I mean, a lot of them are going to be you move a little bit and then you catch a fly ball.
Well, and you run after some. It depends on who's on the mound.
It is a little curious if you think about what's involved. We talk about NBA players who are involved in physical activity at high rates of speed frequently and how load management's a joke. But then Jordan sits parked in the outfield 5 times a game. He may have to move. I mean, he moves a little bit, and we're like, I'm worried this guy's going to blow his back out. I'm worried the knee's going to get shredded.
Jordan he's had both knees. His hands are always bleeding. There's always he's had more than that. This has been multiple stuff with him that okay, Lance, you painting the house or you sitting on the couch? Which is more likely where you're going to have an incident?
Painting the house.
Yes.
Yeah, because I might have to get on just all kinds of things.
Doing anything. Even if it's like you have, if there's a net underneath you, there's still a good chance.
We're basically saying
that's not the same.
Jordan, why is Jordan even an Astro if this is the case? If we're so worried about Jordan, we got to bubble wrap him. Move him to another
because
team.
I don't know if you've seen him hit. I'm not sure if you've seen him hit, but yes,
not a lot.
I don't care if Jordan ever puts a glove on again. We've seen him hit. We want him in the lineup.
Well, yeah, when he's healthy.
Playing left field is what a baseball player. That's part of the job. Lance painting a house and getting up on the ladder. It's not the same.
I have to do
It'd be
that.
like if Lance got hurt. It's like if Lance got hurt doing draft stuff. That's how Jordan gets hurt.
Yeah, actually, and I have not been hurt doing draft stuff. Now, my hip will start hurting a little when I sit down for 10 straight hours.
You were in Mobile when you got hurt.
Yes.
Well, true.
Just walking.
So it wouldn't be the
just
best
walking.
One time.
Yeah.
One time over years and years and years. It's the same thing with Jordan.
That's what I'm saying. So it won't be painting a house. It'd be Jordan's doing a baseball thing. Just walking in Mobile got Lance hurt.
Yeah.
So if he gets hurt like every 8 months doing draft stuff, then he's Jordan.
So if you didn't do your draft stuff, you would have never been hurt then.
That's true.
Yeah. So your draft stuff.
So what's the alternative?
The alternative is he just DHs all the time.
No, what's my alternative? I'm sitting in a chair. I'm DHing.
I said put you in a bubble. You're a
DHing.
bubble boy.
You're saying just right prospects never go to events.
Yes, don't be seen in
I've
public.
I've never been hurt at the combine. I am doing DHing right now. I'm sitting on a bench.
I'm worried about you even just getting up, getting in
working
the elevator and coming up to the station.
Well, then
writing.
Jordan shouldn't be an Astro. Yeah, Jordan shouldn't be an Astro. He's got to drive to the facility. He's got to walk. He's going to have to, at times, walk up steps into the dugout. Like, you're asking a lot of Jordan. He could at any point throw us back out and die at any point. Trade him for prospects.
No, I love Jordan. You're not.
You can love him all you want.
That's crazy.
I will say this: 147 games like he had in 24. I'll take that all day, every day. I mean, missing 15 games, big deal. Those are rest days. The year prior, 114, that's not really good
I'll
enough.
take him.
No, I don't want 48 games off. That's less than 25. Then pay him 25% less.
No.
Why?
Paying him 25%.
Ask Jim Crane what he thinks
because
of paying
when
a guy
he's
for
in there,
114.
he's one of the best hitters in baseball. That's why.
Ask Jim Crane what he thinks about paying.
Of course,
him
he
for
wants him out there. That's why they got to bubble wrap him. No more out left field. Beat it. Sit down right here, Jordan, and pick up a bat and go crush it, and then come back and sit down. And oh, by the way, don't even run to home plate. Remember, he twisted his ankle at home plate, stepping on the plate.
You're literally making it sound like, why? I don't want a player that's this fragile.
I do.
And Jordan's like, hey, John, stop saying I'm made of glass.
Well,
I'm not Carlos. He said, why don't you talk about your boy Carlos Correa, who got his back broke by a massage?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Jordan could be saying to you in Spanish.
Hey, Bad Bunny. Did you see Bad Bunny wanted to pay for Carlos's insurance so he could play for Puerto Rico?
I saw that.
Yeah. Hey, Bad Bunny, shut the F up. Okay, go sing your terrible lyrics elsewhere.
By the way,
Carlos
he didn't say. By the way, I just saw it today. None of those lyrics were on TV. All the lyrics that people are crying about, he didn't sing those. All the lyrics had to be changed for television. He didn't even sing any of those lyrics on the Super Bowl that people are crying like, it's just good, put it on. You can't understand it. And then it's like, he said bad words. He actually didn't say bad words. None of it was bad words. They just took transcript. Yeah, the regular song has it, but the same thing can be said with every rapper that's been on the Super Bowl. But regardless, I'm kind of with you on this one, John. Hey, Bad Bunny. I get that you want.
Stay in your lane.
I get that you want. And for me personally, I get that for these players, it's a major, major deal, and they're probably really upset that they're not playing. However, Carlos has not been – everything John's saying about Jordan actually applies to Carlos.
No, yeah. And you know what? Third base is much better for Carlos. Carlos has said multiple times, man, this is easy playing
and
third base.
He takes a lot of – and he gets way more action than Jordan does.
All right, we got a break because we got – what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yep.
That is next. You heard something. You saw something. You read
happened.
something. You learned something this weekend. What was it? 713-780-3776. You got one sentence to tell us what that was. Right now, though, we got M&J Electrical.
Yeah, M&J Electrical Supply is a company who they're great for anyone who is a general contractor, a contractor. I'm speaking to anyone who's maintenance engineer, a project manager, construction, demolition. If you're listening to me, I want to make sure that you understand. You probably already know that M&J Electrical Supply buys and sells, and especially sells new and refurbished equipment. The refurbished equipment that they have, they sell with the 1-year warranty. It costs much less. You could end up making a lot more on the jobs that you're doing if you have that opportunity and that option, and that's something that's that's okayed. They have brand new, and I mean they have brand new everything. Anything that you need, circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, circuit breaker enclosures, switch gear, things that most of us don't even know about, they've got all that brand new for you as well. But did you know that they are buying used equipment? Before you're going to demolish that building, if you're going to completely take out the old electrical and put the new electrical in, which has to be done frequently in buildings, they want to buy it from you. Don't take it to scrap and get scrapyard prices. They will buy it and give you a much, much better rate. So make more money on your project. You're going to sell it for scrap? Well, don't do it. Take it to M&J Electrical Supply. They refurbish in most cases and resell at 50 to 60% discounts for 1-year warranty. So there's a lot to consider here with M&J Electrical Supplies. They've been in business for years and have been the people right here in Houston to take care of contractors and general contractors and electrical contractors. 713-699-5055. That's the phone number. 713-699-5055. They ship anywhere in the U.S., located on Stubner Airline near I-45 North. It's M&J Electrical Supply.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. So it's, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? You get one sentence to tell us, something that you learned. Doesn't have to be about sports, can be about anything. A lot of times it's not about sports, and those are some of the best. So you learned something, and you want to impart that knowledge upon the city of Houston. I will start. I learned that while I thought it was impossible, the Texans could actually be rained out this year.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
That's what I learned.
Okay.
All right.
Let's get we got 4 callers. I already told you I learned. Well, never mind. I think everyone's in the car. Let's get some callers in here. Del?
We continue to learn how soft you are, scared of your own family. But let's move to Stafford. Stafford, what have you learned?
I learned that the NBA has their priorities not aligned. Semicolon. Nobody cares that the Utah Jazz or Sacramento Kings are tanking. Let them tank.
Okay. That was a lot of sentences, but okay.
Well, we got to cover. We're going to cover.
I'm not sure that semicolon was appropriate, but
yeah, but it is technically a loophole.
But then he added, "Let them At the end, that was another sentence.
At least a second sentence.
That was dash.
Oh, he
parentheses.
Well, he didn't even say dash.
Parentheses.
Or comma. Nothing.
Sure. Let's move to Brandon. Brandon, what have you learned?
Morning, guys. I learned from Anthony Kim that it is possible to be a feel-good story while supporting terrorists.
It's possible to what?
A feel-good story while supporting. Did he say terrorists?
Huh. I did not learn.
Or did he
that
say
from
Carol? I don't think
Terror?
he said while supporting. Yeah, I think that's what he said. Terror or terrorists or something like that.
Kim,
You tell us. It's a golf thing, John. What does he mean by
Yeah,
that?
I didn't see any stories about Anthony Kim this weekend, so I don't know.
Yeah, supposedly.
Anthony Kim terror. I'll have to put that in.
Yeah. Google that.
So anyway, so who's next, Al?
We go to Mito. What have you learned?
I learned you can't let the OGs sit for too long. Their old ass knees got cold in the fourth quarter.
That's so true. Kawhi and everyone, they're red hot in their previous game, and then they were brick city the next game after they had to sit down for about 18 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, well,
that's true.
It is true. You put all the old guys together, guess what's going to happen?
Oh man, I learned something about my. Golly, every time I'm like, I'm going to remember this one. This is what I remember this weekend. I'm going to remember it. And now I forgot it again.
I got one more that I learned this weekend. I learned Fromber liked to eat while he was unemployed.
Does he look piggy?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was never small.
No, but who's next, Al?
We go to Tom. Tom, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. Morning. I learned if I don't remind my friend that it's Valentine's Day weekend, he will forget to plan something for his fiancée, because she messaged me.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. What? She messaged you about what?
I think I've got a problem with her messaging you more than
yeah, but what
up.
What exactly did she message you about?
That he hasn't done anything. Why don't you need to talk to him about this.
I hope that's what it was. Not he didn't do anything, so why don't you come over, Tom?
Yeah,
that's what
I
was
didn't
wondering.
think that was that. You kidding me?
I don't know.
Oh God, that's not a friend then. Then it's not Tom's friend. Okay? Because if you're getting those kind of messages from your friend's fiance.
Well, that's why I was asking. I didn't know how you take that.
No. I'm hoping not anyway.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. 713-780-3776. Who's next, Al?
Tongue Dart Chris, what have you learned?
Tongue Dart, what up?
I learned over the weekend that if you want to stop an argument with your wife and get a great night's rest, just tell her you're just like your mother.
Oh.
Ooh.
Wow.
Here's how I do it. No, you're right. Ta-da. But it doesn't actually end that way.
No, that doesn't work all the time.
I learned that if you try to mumble something and your wife says, "What did you say?" Just never break and say what you said, ever. Always continue to say
Always
nothing,
lie about what you said.
Nothing. I said nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You learned that this weekend? How
Well,
you were
no.
this old?
No.
You were this day
I just
old?
I just wanted to say that.
Oh,
of course, I learned that years ago. Just don't take the bait, guys. Anytime you say, well, I'm sorry, what did you say? And no matter how calm she says it, don't tell her what you said.
What?
It's a trap.
It is a trap.
It's bait.
You could always respond with,
I don't take no orders from no woman,
You
by
could.
the way.
You could.
Yep, you
or if you want to be really aggressive,
Shut up, you stupid ass. Shut up, you dummy.
No, that's not what you tell your wife.
I said if you want to be really aggressive.
She called me a dummy.
Yeah.
That's why I brought out dummy, is because I heard it from her first. You dummy. She said it like that. And I was like,
Reciprocate the energy that she's
and when
putting
she
out
said
there.
that, I'm like, oh, my God. I'm bringing back dummy. That's just a great word, dummy.
All for Jim Bowden. Let's move on. We've got a full board. Tom on a headset. What have you learned?
Oh, gosh.
Well, I learned after CJ's poor performance and his new haircut, his dad started a prison riot.
What?
I don't think that happened.
No.
I don't know, but now I'm Googling.
I don't believe that happened.
No. I think he just made that up.
I think he made that up.
That's
Tom,
Tom on a mobile. He makes up everything.
Tom on a headset this time.
Tom on a headset.
Yeah, we've got multiple.
All right, who's next?
Let's go to Phil. Phil, what have you learned?
I learned that Olympic athletes are admirably careful when having lots and lots of relations.
That they're admirably what?
Careful.
Apparently they're using a lot of.
Oh, yeah, apparently, yes.
Well, that comes out every year.
Boy, I saw it. They had one speed skater, female speed skater. The guy just had a picture of her skating, and he goes, now I know why all these condoms are being used. Holy cow.
Yes, I know, Miss, you were at the biggest event of your life, the athletic
One
high
of
of
the
your
greatest
career.
athletes in the world.
Let's just talk about what you look like in a speed skating suit. All right.
Is this the girl with
the Dutch? Is it the Dutch girl? Is that
There's
who he's
one
talking
girl
about?
that's really making the rounds.
If it's the Dutch girl, she's the star of at least a certain segment of Twitter. Let's go to
which segment is that?
The ones who don't care about women as athletes. That section.
It's her. I'm looking at her.
Yeah.
This is her.
Yeah, let's go to Brad. Brad, what have you learned?
Hey, guys. So I learned that the city of Houston still lives rent-free in the entire Adams family's head to this day.
Yeah, that's true. She's trying to do Oilers helmets. It's that's what he's referring to.
Yeah.
Amy Adams is trying to get the Oilers back. So she's doing everything she can.
Yeah.
Okay, so this speed skater,
Jutta.
Yeah, she has 6.2 million followers on Instagram. That's a speed skater.
Skating is such a
so many people watch speed skating.
All right.
This is incredible.
She's
how fast she goes.
Yeah, she's so fast.
So fast.
I love that.
That's what I love.
Jutta.
Fast Swedish speed skating.
Swedish?
Or Danish? Dutch? Well, I mean, it's kind of all the same.
Yeah.
Disrespectful. Let's move to Ocho. He's our final call. Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that because of a small hitch in his shooting mechanics, my floor for Kingston Flemings is Markel Fultz.
Oh.
What? Delete that. Banned for life.
No. He had a rough game.
Banned for life.
Well, Markel Fultz was a great college player. What do you care what he is once he leaves?
Kingston as a person.
You do?
Yes.
What's your favorite fact about him?
He's just a great young man.
Okay. There it is. Thank you for that, John Granado.
Yes. Love that guy.
Got it.
He is.
You don't know. I'm sure he is.
No. Everything he says, every interview, he just says he's right. He just says all the right things.
I'm sure.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. That's my guy.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be talking about Markel Fultz and my guy.
Markel Fultz was a top 5 pick, too.
Yeah, I know, and he was a huge bust.
Well, that happens quite a bit in the
only when
NBA.
he hurt his wrist, though. He
stopped.
wasn't before.
He forgot how to shoot.
He forgot how to shoot once he broke his wrist.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Don't put any of that on my guy.
Yeah,
Ocho,
that's
don't let them
inappropriate.
silence you, Ocho. If you see it, you see it.
No.
If
you see something, say something.
Yeah.
That's not what we're doing here when it comes to Cougar basketball.
Ocho sees a mechanical flaw.
If you see something, say something.
Perhaps.
Should not. It actually is the mantra of this show. If you really want to, we don't actually hold stuff in.
Perhaps if he sees it and gets word to the right people, it gets fixed early.
Right. So the rest of the show, if you see something, say something.
something.
If you saw something, you can say something. That's
Right.
it.
What did you see? Say
That's
it.
the point of the whole segment.
If you see something, say something. No. Hey, you want to talk? We got a huge game tonight, by the way. Oh, by the way.
By the
way.
How many games has Kansas lost in a row now? Or is that next week? Isn't
Arizona is lost.
Arizona got beat by Tech.
And Arizona lost
at home. Arizona got beat.
And Kansas lost Iowa State over the weekend.
Trick-ass Arizona. Phony-ass Arizona.
Wow.
Getting ready to get them Fifth Ward Bees put on them.
Well,
even though they're not in the Fifth Ward, the Cougars, but still.
Yeah. Cougs just moving up and moving up. Big game tonight at Iowa State. Big game. What? 713-780-3776. You want to get in here, you're more than welcome.
He's got
Let's
a
go.
board full of people want to tell us things.
Well, they can do it on the other side.
What about on the other side, Del?
They weren't on.
They saw something.
No, those are people
Those
already
are people
were done.
you hung
Stop
up
it.
on.
Learn
Those
how the phone
He
works.
still doesn't know what the phone board looks like.
Oh.
I mean, you've only been here for 20-some years.
X's all next to the
names.
name.
That means they're hung up on.
So I need to say something.
You need to say something about Underdog.
Underdog Fantasy is letting you in on basketball. They had a lot of – actually, they were very busy with the skills competition. They had a lot of different things for skills competition. They had bonus boosts. They let you boost your payouts. I don't know why Underdog loves giving away so much money all the time. I don't know why they love you guys so much that they give you free money, but that's what they're doing. They have profit boosts and free picks all the time in their lobby. All the time. When you sign up, you'll go, 40% profit boost here. Oh, I can play this with the Olympics. Go higher or lower on these shots on goal on women's hockey in the Olympics. I'm being for real. This is actually there on Underdog Fantasy. It's not just basketball. Obviously, NBA is off right now. You have college basketball. The Olympics are available right now on Underdog Fantasy. You have UFC. You have soccer. You have everything available with Underdog Fantasy. It's so much fun that if you're going to watch a game, you have a chance to play along with it. Or maybe you weren't going to watch it, and now you are because you picked lower on shots on goal in a hockey match. And now you're watching and you're having fun yelling and screaming at a hockey match you didn't think you cared about, but now you do. You know why? Because it's going to be the fourth play of your higher and lower, and the first three have already won, and you're getting ready to make big money. That's how you can do it at Underdog Fantasy. There's so many ways to play, but you have to download the app and use promo code Lance. Once you do, they're going to give you $75 in bonus funds. They're going to deposit that into your account once you make your first $5 play. It's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. Hey, back. 808. I think John's just listening to the music.
What?
Listening to the guitar.
Here. I'm here. I'm listening to the music because it's good.
Just listening to the guitar.
This is when music was music. So, Jerome Tang was fired. And they say it's for cause because of how he ripped the team.
Well, they're saying it's for cause so they can try to get out of their buyout.
Well, yeah, he's got $19 million.
He ain't going to get out of the buyout.
Well, right, but they ain't getting away with this.
They're not going to get away with this.
Just because you rip your team?
Yeah, it's for cause. Well, I mean, unless they have something else.
Well, the cause is they suck so bad. I mean, but you can't. Their athletic director, I saw he was like, oh, well, he said some ugly things about the players.
They are saying they're getting rid of him because of the public disrespute, embarrassment, and ridicule his comments caused. So is where the with cause stuff is coming from.
Yeah.
You embarrassed the program and the
you
university.
Embarrassed the program. You know what's embarrassed the players embarrassed the program. The whole program is embarrassed, not just because of what he said. I mean, his comments were, I guess, controversial. How many times have we seen coaches rip their players all the time?
Is Rick Barnes going to get fired for intimating or at least joking that his players were on the take?
Yeah. Or I mean, just this year. I mean, if I'm a lawyer, I just compile all of the different coaches' quotes on how their players sucked. And do you go, really? You're firing him for this? I mean, honestly.
It's not. I mean, they're not going to get away with it.
Jerome, give that man his money.
It's either $19 million or $0 million. That's the difference between firing him with cause or without.
Right. I mean, stop already. Stop. Yeah. That'll be interesting. Did you see Doug Gottlieb go off?
Yes, I did. After the game, for getting a technical.
For his technical, he pounded the table. I want to know why it was, and he said he didn't curse. He sure did in the post-game press conference.
Well, that's what he was so mad. He goes, I didn't curse. I didn't yell at him. I just asked.
I didn't raise my voice.
Call it the same on the other end or whatever. Why wouldn't the other one was the same thing?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Anyway, I was like, holy crap, Doug Gottlieb. He's making UWGB basketball prominent again just because of, just because of how bad they are, if you want to know the truth, and how bad that whole program has been. There was a time when the Bennetts were there. That was a hell of a program. I was there for the peak. It was
Stevens
awesome.
Point.
Yep.
He still does a show. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. He still does a weekend radio show now. I think he's changed, but he was doing even more radio before. And I was like, how can you? I know what coaches go through. There's no way he can keep this. Like, this is impossible. And he's still doing a radio show.
Yeah. And, well, I think he's proven you can't do both.
No, and I think what's happened is he probably doesn't get paid as much as he wants on the basketball gig. So he's like, I'm keeping this other thing. I'm going to double dip on this one.
Okay, what would be an acceptable week for the Cougs? At Iowa State tonight, Arizona at home on Saturday, at Kansas next Monday.
Say that again?
What is an acceptable week for the Cougs?
3-0.
That's it.
Uh-huh.
I'm with you on this one.
Yeah, I mean, two are at home,
Which is the toughest?
They're at Iowa State today, and then they have Kansas at home?
No, they got Arizona at home on Saturday, Kansas next Monday.
Next Monday, and it's in Kansas.
It's 8 days of hell. And probably Kansas is going to be the hardest because you're playing Saturday against Arizona.
My guess is you come out of that 2-3. I mean 2-1.
2-1.
My guess is you're 2-1 out of this stretch. If you come out 3-0, it tells you that the Cougs are starting to tighten it up like Archie Bell
you're
and
the number one team in the country.
Tighten up, Archie Bell.
You go 3-0, and you're the number one team in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Boy, Texas Tech is a real heckler, aren't they?
Yeah. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
They went in, and it was a back-and-forth game. It was a good game between at Arizona. I don't know how much of that you saw, John, but Tech and Arizona, I mean, they were trading leads, and it was a good – there was some back and forth from a momentum standpoint, but ultimately you just had Tech kind of got after them a little defensively late in that game, and it was college basketball. This is going to be a good tournament, I think. This is going to be it's kind of a wide-open tournament.
I think there might be 5 or 6 teams that could win it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Maybe
so.
Maybe even more.
So let me ask you, because the likely new number 1 will be Michigan. They've got at number 13 Purdue this week, and then they host number 4 Duke. And that's the 2 games they play between now and the poll. If they sweep, would they and the Cougs sweep? Would they maintain the number 1 ranking?
Yeah, they would. Even if the Cougs go 3-0, probably Cougs would be 2 though. Beating Duke, and it's U of H is not going to get the same love Michigan will. They're just not from. Although I don't know. I don't know that there's a rougher stretch, 3-game stretch in college basketball. Anybody on their schedule? Look at any 3 games for any team. And
also the Kansas game would come after the polls come out because it's Monday, right?
Yeah.
So the 2 games that would affect it would be Iowa State and Tech, or what? No,
Iowa State and Kansas.
Iowa State. No, who they play Saturday?
They play Arizona.
It'll be Iowa State and Arizona. Those are because Monday the polls will be out. Then they'll have Big Monday, and they have to try to end Bill Self's streak at 40-0.
I can't. I have to write. So I'm basically here. Like yesterday, I was here from 8:30 to 8:30. So I don't really have any choice because of how many players I have to write up before I go out of town. But I am dying. I got a press pass for the UFC that's coming into town on Saturday, and I'm dying to get one for the Cougs too. Like, this would be, if I had time, if I didn't have to write up so many prospects, that would be an amazing Saturday to go to Cougs, Arizona, because that's an afternoon game, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. What did they set it for afternoon?
I want to say I think it's an afternoon game.
Arizona is, it's a 2:00 game.
Yeah, I mean, go right over from there to the Toyota Center. Oh, man, that would be awesome. But I'm just not going to be able to make the Cougs game.
That Arizona game, that ticket is probably the biggest ticket that they've had at the Fertitta Center yet.
It's at Fertitta.
It was $400 earlier, but my guess is it's coming
what are you
down.
talking about? What are you talking about?
Toyota Center.
Toyota Center?
For the UFC.
Oh, UFC.
Go from the Fertitta Center to the Toyota Center.
Oh, yeah, that would be a good day.
Go from basketball over to the UFC.
That'd be a great day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Cougars.
Well, why don't you do it?
Well, because I got to write these players up. I can't. I just can't.
He's not too busy.
I am. Okay, so right now, according to Game Time, the tickets are it's $356 to get in the building. $322. $322 gets you in the building. And there's really not a bad seat in there.
No.
So
we were second to last row for the Cincinnati game, and they were great seats.
Yeah, they're asking for in the thousands down low. Like in the thousands. Ain't nobody paying that to go to that game.
Oh, I don't know.
No, why would you pay in the thousands? This is not even a tournament game. It's not a national championship
game. This is as big a game as they've had in Fertitta Center.
You're going to pay. Here's some of the prices: $7,000 a ticket.
Well, that's a little much.
$5,400, $3,800.
That's good.
No one's paying that when you can just literally like 4 rows later you can get it for. I mean, it's not like it's cheap. $532 in the upper deck.
Well, it's less than $7,000.
Yeah, I mean it's not. It's $1,000.
And there's no bad seat.
They're not going to get $1,000 for this. No. But I do think that this ticket's going to stay around. I think it's going to go way, way down to like $500. Do you understand how much that is for a Houston Cougar basketball game? And that shows the intensity of and the respect for the opponent. In other words, college basketball is not huge in the city, but Cougs have been really, really good, so it's grown. But this is one of these games that a P2, somebody who's outside of the real hardcore realm, that they go, ooh, man, that's a really big game. I'd kind of like to go see that one. Do you know anything about Arizona? No, but I know they're supposed to be good, and the Cougars are always good. So we got a little extra money. Let's go get some tickets to go to the game. That's the kind of game this would happen for.
Yep.
It's a big event in the city.
It's huge. This is huge. This is awesome. What a week. And it starts tonight. Got to beat Iowa State. Screw Iowa State.
Yeah, screw those guys.
All right. Let's break
Larry
because we
Eustace.
got a lot to do here. 713-780-3776. We got to talk about Craig the Surf right now, though.
Well, so Gulf. Let me see if my old website works. I think it does. LanceZCars.com. Is this working? Is it working? I got to see. Or are we just going to Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick? No, LanceZCars.com. We're back. So go to LanceZCars.com, and you can see all the offers. They have a brand new splash page on the front page of their website. They've got electric inventory. It's in red font up in the top. You can see what electric vehicles they have, EVs. You can see the specials they have. Their pre-owned inventory and new inventory. And then, of course, on the little slideshow here shows all the different deals that they have going on right now. For example, the 2026 Chevy Colorado Custom Crew Cab 2-wheel drive is $279 a month on a low mileage lease for 36 months, $19.29 due at signing. Go take a look at that. What an unbelievable price. You got $1,250 off for Costco executive members and $1,000 just for any Costco members when you are purchasing a Chevy Traverse vehicle, which that was the last vehicle I drove and absolutely loved it. The Equinox is 3.9% APR financing with no payments for 90 days. And they have the new Chevy Trax. They're giving you $5,000 cash allowance. It's an awesome first vehicle for young people as well. Look, there's deals going on right now. If you don't like them, wait until March and they change. Like there's brand new deals that come up. But you may find something that you really, really love. And you may find a pre-owned vehicle that you love. Or you may want to sell your pre-owned vehicle and you're not even ready to buy. They'll give you top dollar for your pre-owned. It's at Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC in Angleton. For more information and to see all the great vehicles they have in stock, just go to LanceZCars.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here, ESPN 97.5. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Big game, Cougs, tonight. Oh, yeah, you were talking about how much. Did you see, and he probably got a bit of a point, Dan Hurley go off on the fans? Apparently Connecticut is having a hard time. They've only won a couple of titles in the last 3 years.
Yeah, no, it's tough. Dan's got a lot to say these days.
He really does. He don't care. I mean, it doesn't matter what he says. He ain't getting fired for cause, for like Jerome Tang. He went after the fans because they don't show up. And I could certainly see. Of course, you get a little spoiled, but he called out the fans for not showing up. And ain't the case with the Cougs. $7,000 tickets going right now. Go get your $7,000 ticket.
Or you can wait and let the prices come down. That's from a secondary market. That's not from the Cougs. The Cougs are not charging you that.
So, and I don't know who this guy is, but apparently he's making the rounds, and he's not beloved by everyone, but he is he was interviewing Kelvin Sampson. Who is this guy that was interviewing Kelvin? I don't know him.
I believe Jeff Goodman, was it?
Is it Jeff Goodman? Yeah, Jeff Goodman. Apparently he goes around, and he's big in the coaching world because the coaches, all kinds of coaches are getting interviewed by him. But
yeah,
there was one that said, this is embarrassing. This is really embarrassing the way he's doing this stuff. Anyway, he interviewed Coach Kelvin Sampson. Here is the exchange between he and Coach Sampson.
Don't make me nervous, please.
It's not that bad, but here is their exchange.
I heard that you're poor. I heard you don't have a lot of money these days. You've been a little broke lately, so I wanted to help you out here. Just for your next meal, something.
Mick Cronin had the best line. So he Venmos me $1. He Venmos me $1. He actually sent it to Kellen a gift to me. He said, "Yo, man, I heard your shtick." I said, "Post-game press conferences." He said, "You got to learn. You got to learn not to say certain things."
Oh, Mick, of all people.
But I did get that you don't have very much. So here's $1.
I'm giving you 100.
I tell you, man, that's $1.
Great saying.
So, yeah, Mick Cronin should talk. Mick Cronin, that's all he does is complain.
I know.
Holy crap. Of all people to say, you got to learn to say what stuff to say in a post-game press conference. Mick Cronin is the biggest crybaby there is. Holy crap.
I remember dealing with Mick Cronin back when he wanted the U of H job. He called me up and was wanting me to push him for the U of H job when he was young, just a young redhead. And I don't know. I think Rock told him to call me, but he was like this up-and-coming coach out of Cincinnati. Wait, was he at Cincinnati under Hug? I think that may be where he.
Yeah, he was in Cincinnati.
Where he started, I think, is where he started was under Bob Huggins. But he was now he's in UCLA, and all he does is he's pissed about everything. Constantly.
That's funny. It's so funny.
But Kelvin even said that came out wrong. And you can't say it that way, Kelvin. That was not the right thing to say. No. That's like when Rafael Stone said, "I don't know, maybe it's just in our year." Like, no, don't say that. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's like, man, it feels like we're jinxed, but that's one you just keep that in your pocket. Just say that one to your friends.
Well, I can't tell you how many coaches have called me before. Hey, that U of H job's open. I'm like, what? You think they listen to me? Why are you calling me about this?
I know. Well, this is when obviously we were at 610. It was earlier, and we were the only sports station. So, but it doesn't mean anyone's going to listen to you.
Yeah. No, even here. I mean, it's like
years. The idea. I'm like my mock draft.
They don't listen to us. They never listen to us.
Lance, it's me, an agent. Listen, I think you're way wrong on your mock. Where are my guys going to go? So, who cares? What do I care? The teams don't care. I don't care. No one cares.
No.
My mock isn't going to cause your guy to fall. What's the problem?
Right.
It's just a thought exercise. Stop acting like mock drafts matter, people.
A thought exercise?
Thought. THOUGHT.
Oh, a
Who
thought.
taught him thought, Dell? Is this you? You taught him thought, and look what
No, I
happens
didn't.
every time. Yes,
That's
you
my
did.
guy.
Why would he know thoughts?
He's got 2 kids in their 20s.
John, tell him what thought stands for.
No, Dell taught me that.
No, he's lying.
He did.
Well,
Tell him
Dell
what
taught me
thought stands for.
What do you mean taught you? Did I say it once and you picked up on it? We didn't have a conversation and me explaining what that meant.
Mm-hmm.
No.
That hoe over there. Yeah, you said that.
When?
Yeah. You did say it on the show.
I probably have, but John and I weren't like, "Hey, John, if you want to call someone this is what you do." We didn't have that talk. You might have just heard it. You could have heard it anywhere.
No, I heard it from you. I heard it from you, Dad.
Not your dad, thankfully.
Yeah.
I have some explaining to do to plenty of people. But fine. He knows what thought is. It's fine. I don't know why he has to use it all the time. He uses it more than me.
Mm-hmm.
Dell, look at the camera. I know this too now.
I'm not looking at the camera.
What's he doing?
I'm not. You look at it. I refuse to.
Here, look, this.
You can't
I'm
make
with
me.
you on this one, Dell. Me and you.
I don't know
What's
what
he
you're
doing,
I'm
Del?
not looking.
Del, look at the camera.
No.
Yeah.
I refuse.
Look at it.
Just look at it, Del.
Nah, I'm good.
See what he's doing.
You look at it.
What are you doing, John? What is that?
That's you don't know. Me and the kids, we do that now.
What is this? Your chirp?
That's
What is
I'm
this?
with you. It's Halle Bieber did it to Justin Bieber after he at the Grammys.
Well, if you say so. I didn't see that or you.
Yeah.
What is this?
It's what we do.
It's Cam Ward celebration.
Yeah, but he got it from someplace else, right?
Actually, no, that's different. Now, what you're doing is something different. Cam Ward was doing it last year. He got it from some coach at one of the smaller schools he was at. Now there's some kid who did it, a different version of what Cam did, but it's what the kids are doing. They celebrate that way now.
No, I know. No,
Wait,
you see it
they
a
don't
lot.
pull open their shirt anymore?
They don't do the Superman anymore.
No.
It was some. It was that. I don't know where the kid was from, but he was.
Drake May did it.
He was
earlier
at the front
this
of
year.
a boat. And he did this little thing, and it picked. And
Wait
like
a minute,
sports,
not the
and
one
athletes
in the
picked up.
rowing, the
Yeah.
fast rowing. Oh, it was him.
Yeah, it was that kid. He was at the front of the boat, and he was doing this thing, and everyone picked up on it.
Oh yeah, I always thought it was AI. It's like an Indian kid, I think, and they're rowing a boat real fast. It's like It's like literally some type of what's that called? The rowing. Is it just called rowing? Is there a name for it that rich people do?
Kayaking is what you're calling it.
Rowing,
it's
canoeing.
kayaking. I think it's just I
No,
think it's
you mean
rowing.
like
a team.
Yeah.
Like it's called rowing.
It's just called
It's
rowing,
rowing.
right? There's not
Yeah.
a rich people name for it, like schnadeling or something.
No,
Okay.
it's not schnoddling.
Okay, I figured rich people have a different name.
They generally do. but
They
not this
usually
time.
do.
Yeah, but these were using like a kayak more than the row. They weren't doing the row thing. They were doing more of a kayak thing. A team of them. I don't think that kid's Indian.
Who is the Aura farming boat kid? That's the question.
His name
is Paku Jakar. Oh, I don't know. I think I might be on.
You just made that up.
No, I'm telling you.
Because I have.
He's Indonesian.
Yeah, Rayan Arkandika.
Oh no, it's the race. Yeah, it's the race.
How old? Yeah, it's Rayan Arkandika. He's Indonesian.
Yeah.
And that's what you were doing.
Is that what he does?
Yeah, and like every athlete, for some reason, it just caught fire.
Why is he on a boat doing all these things? This is crazy.
I don't know.
I don't know. Why don't we break and catch up? That's what we need to do. All right. 713-780-3776.
Has John ever aura farmed? Has John ever aura farmed, do you think?
Maybe without knowing that he was
Then
aura
that's not
farming.
aura farming.
I don't know what aura farming is.
It is. It is like what Jason Tatum was doing after he won the title, trying to create moments.
Oh,
it's something similar to that. Yeah,
I gotcha. Probably not on purpose.
Oh,
why were there all these influencers there asking every NBA player what their aura
they're trying to get
is?
the kids.
The
NBA invited them to try to get the kids because they'll put everything on TikTok or Instagram, and it's supposed to get that type of audience.
Oh
that
no,
care about the All-Star game.
it's here to stay.
Yeah.
This is the new communicate. Yeah, it's for sure here to stay.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's break. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776.
John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
So, looking at the site, it is SI site. It's Jared Cook talking about we've done this already. Cap casualties, almost a sure thing, right? Is Joe Mixon? You're gonna save $8 million on the cap.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's got to be gone, right?
Yeah, you can't you go replace him with a 4th-round running back. You don't, or a cheaper free agent, or somebody who's $4.5 million.
$2 million of dead cap money, and $8 million of savings. So
his rate is $10 million, or his rate is $8 million.
So his rate is 10, right?
My guess is his contract is $8 million, but let me see. Any way you look at it, you're gonna be saving money. I would think
You're saving 8.
You are saving 8.
Yeah, you're saving 8.
Yeah. Well, no, he signed a 3-year, $25.5 million deal.
That would be 8.
No, but you don't save 8 because you get hit with 2.
Right,
so
right.
8 minus 2, so your cap savings. So the cap hit. So according to Spot Track, the cap hit this year would be okay. So the cap hit's all the way up to $10 million.
Yeah.
So
you save 8.
So 10 minus 2. Mm-hmm. So you save 8. You spend 5 on a free agent running back. You save 3, and you've replaced the position.
Yeah. $5 million. Name one.
Jaylen Warren.
That'd be nice. I think Jack. Yeah.
I'm not looking for Breece Hall like other people are.
No.
Dude's never.
As a matter of fact, Jared Cook was. That was his number 1 guy that they should sign. I'm like,
who?
This writer for SI.
Jared Cook, the former tight end from the Packers?
No, this is a young kid.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, everyone's trying to go at the very like the best high end receiving catch, but realistically, you want to find somebody who allows you to maneuver a little bit.
I want to change a pace from Woody is what I want.
He would actually be just as expensive as Joe Mixon.
Yeah, you don't need that.
Breece Hall, yeah.
You don't need that. I like Woody, and I like a change of pace with Warren. I think that'd be a nice combo. He's got Mario Edwards, $4.4 million saved.
Mm-hmm.
He's got Tank Dell
as a cap casualty.
Cap casualty.
Wow.
You save 3.6.
It's possible.
I don't think it's possible.
It's because he's best friends with CJ.
Yeah. Yep.
That is something I asked that because it might be an actual factor.
Yeah. No, I absolutely. I think it's the biggest factor. I think it's that you need someone. You've seen him produce at the position before, and you need some production at the position. And you've seen him do it.
Yeah.
He's a CJ guy.
Mm-hmm. I know that's right.
And he does have, how about this? Dead money, $40,000. Cap savings, 3.6 for Xavier Hutchinson.
Well, you're not getting rid of both of those wide receivers.
No, you're not. No, Tank is going to stay.
I mean,
I don't believe
have
Tank.
4 if you count Christian Kirk.
Yeah, Christian Kirk. Yeah, he's got to go. Well,
no, you're saying no if he stays. Why would you be cutting both of those guys?
You're cutting both of them.
Okay, then Christian Kirk stays. You're not getting rid of all 3.
No, Christian Kirk is too expensive.
Okay, so Tank, Kirk, and Xavier Hutchinson. You're not doing that. You have to replace 3 players. You're not going to do it.
Well, Kirk is a free agent.
Is he done?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You sure?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then, yeah, you let him walk. Yeah, he's in the final year of his deal. Okay. So he's a walk. So Christian Kirk is a walk. Tank is not getting cut, although
no.
They showed
Tank is not
video.
Getting cut, period.
They showed video of Tank working out, which is great. He was carrying these dumbbells. I think it's called a farmer's carry, where you carry dumbbells from one side to the next. And he's trying to build up his legs, and he doesn't Tank in general has spindly legs in general. I would imagine the fact that he has been unable to do, like, the leg is, one of his legs, whichever one got hurt, I don't know if it's left or right, is atrophied anyway. So it's going to take a lot just to get that one back. But man, when you look at him walking around on those skinny little legs, you just think, man, it doesn't take much to get hurt if you're Tank Dell. And he's had 2 serious leg injuries up to this point in his career in 3 years, 2 very serious, a broken fibula and then had his knee shattered, multiple ligaments torn. He's really up against it, coming back here and getting back to form. That is a really serious injury he's coming back from.
There might be a restructuring for Tank, but I don't think there's any chance there's a cut. No way. Cap casualty.
I mean, how much is he banking?
How about this? Jarrett Patterson, dead money's just $42,000, and you save 3.6.
Oh yeah, he's gone then.
Well, I don't know. Which would you rather have, him at 3.6 or Juice Scruggs at 1.5?
I mean, I would say Juice at 1 point. Well, he's making 3.6 and Juice is making 1.5, but Juice was drafted earlier?
Well, Juice's cap savings, he's at $358,000 dead money, but you save 1.5. Whereas Jared Patterson is $42,000 dead money, $3.6 million against the cap.
I think you're right about Tank Dell, though. You know what? Dude, I don't care what it is. Whatever we need to do to get CJ back, if it means having his best friend in the building, then that needs to happen.
Yeah.
You got 1 year left on the contract. It's not going to kill you. The cap hit's 1.8. That's not going to kill you.
No.
It's a feel-good story. He went to University of Houston. If he's right, he is really electric with his separation. You know, he's not getting cut. Xavier Hutchinson could be cut, but he's been reliable.
Yeah.
You know, he's Mr. Reliable. You don't want him to have to play a whole lot.
He's a number now that is at 3.6. You know, is he that much? I don't know. I don't think you can bring Juice Scruggs back, if you want to know the truth. Even though it's less cap savings, at least Jarrett Patterson was on the field. They couldn't put Juice Scruggs on the field.
Man, you know, you're right. I'm looking at Xavier Hutchinson, and so it's estimated. I'm not sure why this is the estimated cap hit is going to be. His cap hit is going to be $3.75 million. Dead cap 40. I mean, they got a savings of $3.7 million with Xavier Hutchinson. He may have to go.
Yeah,
he may have to go. Him and Edwards and Joe Mixon. You know, they right off the bat, you're buying right there over 8. You're buying like $16 million worth of space.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little over $16 million with those 3 guys. And you can get a running back. You could go get a wide receiver in free agency for a similar price that maybe does something different. Because he's a big body who's not a big separator. Like, you could go get a different type of wide receiver for similar money. You can go get a cheaper running back from Joe Mixon money, and you can go get a cheaper defensive tackle, maybe a cheaper defensive tackle, maybe somebody who's more of a run plugger. Like, you could take that money and reconfigure it into 3 different types of players if you wanted to.
Yep.
My guess is they'd want to save. At least they could replug that money back into free agency. I don't even know if they're under the cap, but my guess is they're still going to want to save.
Just barely. They need cap space.
Yeah, so they need cap space. So those make sense. And Jarrett Patterson probably makes sense. You keep Jake Andrews and you let him walk. Juice Scruggs is not, well, he's had they obviously feel like that's a miss. Juice is just a miss, and that's what it is.
He couldn't get on the field.
Can't get on the field. He's holding pads for most of camp. Like, this is, it's bad for Juice. Juice needs a change of scenery to see if he's even going to stick it out. I mean, he may not be a second contract player. He's definitely not going to be a second contract player for the Texans.
It's another second rounder. I mean,
but he offered you almost nothing. Hurt for a chunk of the first year, was disappointing the second year, and third year was an afterthought.
Yep. All right. Why don't you talk a little bit right now about Sanjak?
Yeah, it's not an afterthought. If it's on the front of your mind and you are, and I'm talking to you, and I really don't care how old you are. If you're a high schooler and you got today off from high school, you're driving around in your car and you're trying to figure out what you want to do for college coming up, San Jac would be a great option for you. Maybe you didn't take your schools as seriously as you should have, and you want to go and you want to go to school locally, get your credits, and then try to transfer into a four-year college. San Jac is great. Maybe you did take school seriously, but you don't want to take on college debt. San Jac is great. Go there for your first 2 years, get all your classes taken care of. They got 6 different locations where you can go learn in class, or they've got remote learning as well that's available for you. And, you don't take on the huge college debt for those first 2 years. Maybe you're someone who has a job but not a career, and you like a career. You like something that can be your forever job that is a career with benefits. Hey, there's over 200 different associate degrees and certificates available at San Jacinto College. It's just a matter of going to the website and reading up on it and getting started. Be fearless. Go into something new with San Jacinto College. Go to sanjac.edu and find all the information that you need. But get started today on your new career, sanjac.edu.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776 to hang with us here on ESPN 975. You are more than welcome to do that. We started the show with Kevin Durant. I don't know who had it out for Kevin Durant, but they started something that the internet picked up on, and a bunch of different.
Well, Dell can tell you kind of how it started. He just told me how it started.
So early yesterday, Kevin Durant, because he's chronically online, except for the last 12 hours or so, since this stuff broke, he got into a back and forth with someone about the NBA trophies and the redesign. The guy his name is, well, there's a Twitter handle. I think he's a big Chiefs fan. He was tweeting about how he didn't like the trophies. He was blaming Adam Silver for the redesign of the trophies, and Kevin Durant was like, "Damn, man, you guys don't even like the trophies. You guys hate even how the trophies look." And the guy was like, "Yeah, I don't like them." And then Kevin Durant responded, "What don't you like about the trophies?" And then the guy went through what he didn't like and said, "Also, it's like, I don't like that you're investing in drones that are killing Palestinians."
He's like,
because apparently Kevin Durant has an investment in Sitio, which is like a drone company, and allegedly, I don't know, I didn't look into it, but apparently that's what that guy's talking about. So that eventually led to the group chat leaks. So it was a conversation that Kevin Durant was not in. He chimed in.
I don't understand the group chat leaks. What does that mean? I only saw screenshots of stuff.
Alleged screenshots of Kevin Durant in a group his burner account in a group chat. Like, you can't verify him.
Yeah, so
you don't
just
know.
assuming that's Kevin Durant.
People believe that's his burner.
Yeah.
And people have believed that for a while now. When these group chats were done, or when the screenshots were either faked or real, I don't know any of that. But from the basis is many people believe that at least the burner is real. Whether the group chat stuff is real, that's a different conversation.
So they just think. So some of the stuff that's on there, on this alleged burner account, are really talking about Alpy, talking about Jabari, talking about Devin Booker. I mean, there's all kinds of different stuff on there. If in fact it's true that these are Kevin Durant's burner accounts, it's a story. But the story right now is that Kevin Durant is being accused of having burner accounts that are really insulting to some of his teammates.
Yeah, and I just found the account, and not his alleged burner, but the genesis of it all. It was simply a man talking about how he hates the trophies, and then Kevin Durant got involved. The guy mentioned his drone investments, and then it took off from there. Apparently, the drone investment thing is real, but the other stuff I can't speak
This is
to.
why this is hard to believe. This is somebody who wants to try to. So this is apparently what one says. Coach called that play pass to Alpy. I'm gonna turn the ball. So so this is supposed to be a group chat. Oh, I got you. Because he's speaking like it's me. He says, I'm gonna turn the ball over at this shippy ass team. I don't give a bleep. Your franchise player can't shoot or defend. That's a way bigger issue than my turnovers. Remember, these guys are your future. These Rocket fans are hurt and starting to blah, blah, blah. I can't trust Jabari to make a bleeping shot or get a stop. Just don't give him a tech. Just don't give him a tech free throw, to be honest. He's low-key R-word.
You gotta, yeah.
Like,
I mean, I don't know. I think the story is just the accusation. It's not the reality of it. And is there a chance that this is Kevin Durant's burner account? I think, yeah, it could be.
Well,
because
he's
we
got
know
a history.
Kevin Durant has had burner accounts before,
and he loves to talk.
Who
in a group chat would have outed him?
I don't know. That's where we're at right now. I think the general NBA Twitter sphere will tell you they believe that's his account. Now, whether we go into what was actually said, that can be debated. There are people on both sides of that talk, but I think a lot of people think at least at a minimum it's his because of evidence
I hope not. Life with Devin Booker and Vogel. Somebody's in blue, meaning it would be this person's account.
That they screenshotted.
And supposedly all this because Book returned. Now, Devin Booker and Vogel. And the guy supposedly, Kevin Durant says, two dictators, Stalin and Hitler, Mussolini and Kim Jong-un. First of all, shout out to Kevin Durant's burner for knowing some history.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, the Suns are my team when we lose and Book's team when we win.
Yeah.
Now, that sounds like something Kevin Durant was on. Now, that does sound like, oh, they're my team when we lose, but they're his team when we win. I can see Kevin saying something like that.
I don't know. It's why? No, I don't know.
I won't. The only thing I will push back on is why would he say it? Like in group chats, when you think there's privacy, everyone says things they would never want out there.
Yeah, I mean, glory boys.
I wouldn't use that as a reason why you may just not believe he would say it. That's different. You can be fine believing that. I just wouldn't go, well, why would he ever in the group chat? Everyone says things in group chats they never want public.
Well, whoever exposed this group chat is just a POS.
Yeah, if it's real. Yeah.
Or if somebody got leaked, or a girlfriend had it and got it, or, there could be any. It can come out. It wouldn't have been that person. More than likely, it would have been somebody who, could have taken that guy went to the bathroom like, man, I'm gonna look what KD said. You can't tell anybody. You can't tell anybody. And the guy goes to the bathroom and he screenshots it while he's in the bathroom.
Who do you think anyone next time he's available to the media? And it'll be a little bit. They've got the All-Star. They still got their break.
It's going to be
Will
brought up.
Someone ask him?
Yes, 100%. 100%. And he's going to – how does he address it? He's going to basically say, if you guys believe this, he's going to laugh and say, you think I would say things like that? You guys believe anything. See, the problem is he has admitted to having a burner in the past. That's the problem.
And I believe at one point after he left OKC, some of his burner tweets about that team came out, and I think he apologized for it, saying he should have never mentioned his old team. And so he at least has a history of that. But that was, we're talking 8 years ago now, something like that. So yes, he has a track record of at least having one, and that allows for people to believe it.
I miss James, man. That's a good N-word.
He likes James.
Slightly delusional, but I understand him. I will admit, I do not like saying this out loud with my human mouth, but I will admit, after reading all these and really parsing through, that it's not. I was thinking they were just Twitter screenshots of things that were said by burner accounts on Twitter, which I'm like, anybody. I will admit that this, I don't think this is true, but I 20% more think that it could be true after this segment. 20% more think that there's a chance that it's true. Some of the stuff I don't like, oh, God. I don't want to believe this is true. I mean, if it is, Kevin Durant just has a problem. Like, I shouldn't say that. If he was on, see, I thought he just had different Twitter burner accounts this is a screenshot from different Twitter. I'm like, whatever. But a leaked screenshots of a group text, things get said in group text.
This is what I'm saying.
So, I mean, it could be true because things do get said in group text that you would never want anyone to say.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that.
I'm not going to assume it's true, but I will, like I said, I'm going to 70% it's not true, 30% it is. And that's up from 95.5.
So the story I referenced was back in 2017 where he was tweeting from his actual account, but he wasn't tweeting in his own voice. He was tweeting as someone who would defend Kevin Durant. So he assumed he was under his other account. Like someone said, man, I respect the hell out of someone added his account. Man, I respect the hell out of you, but give me one more legitimate reason for leaving OKC rather than getting a championship. He wrote under his own account, he didn't like the organization or playing for Billy Donovan. His roster wasn't that good. It was just him and Russ. Imagine taking Russ off that team. See how bad they were? KD can't win a championship with those cats. But that was from the KD Trey account, his own account. He just assumed he was still under his burner.
He was, right. That's how he got caught.
Yeah, that's how he got caught. So there is a history, and that's why people can find a way to believe it.
Yeah. But I think that makes him easy prey.
Yeah.
Right?
And
people can make this stuff up. Somebody could be just laughing, going, I can't believe, these radios and all these people on the internet are picking this. And I mean, it could well be that. It could well be
they
that.
Did what they want. They did what they had to do.
They're achieving what they wanted.
Yeah, they got what they wanted.
Yep. Yep, we're talking about it. All right, time to talk a little Zanuck. That's what they want.
I can tell you this. So I had a listener. When did he send that to me? He sent it on Friday evening. I didn't see it until Saturday morning. And he said that he goes, I got in under the gun you had me scared when you were talking about Valentine's Day on Thursday. He said, I had completely forgotten. I thought I was screwed. And then he basically said, I went to Zadok's, killed it, got these, and he sent a picture of earrings that he got. Zadok Jewelers can save you. If you're in trouble, you need to get out of the doghouse, Zadok Jewelers. You want to just make a splash. Maybe it's going to be your first big gift that you want to get your girlfriend, but it's not the engagement ring. You want to get a new gift, Zadok Jewelers. Your wife just had a new baby, and you appreciate all she did to carry the baby and the difficult labor. They have what's called a push gift. And I'm just telling you that the experts at Zadok Jewelers, they understand what is hot, what she loves. They can work with whatever your budget is, whatever you want to spend, and they're going to find a gift that is going to create memories for a lifetime. That's what they have there, the most incredible jewelry. It's 28,000 square feet. It's not a bunch of dead space. It's literally jewelry all over the place and incredible designers, incredible looks, something that she's going to absolutely love. While you're there, take a look at the luxury watches. You may find a luxury watch that is right for you. They buy, they sell, and they trade luxury watches for men and women, so don't forget that as well. It's Zadok Jewelers. It's all at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Make sure you stop in at Zadok Jewelers, ZADOK.com.
All right, welcome back. Talked about the KD thing. Had All-Star Weekend. It's just also, it's about, to me, after football, after the Super Bowl, and then you got, it's not that was a good Super Bowl. It was awful. But I just think the timing of the NBA All-Star Game is bad too. It's not a good product, although it was a better product this year. There was a lot more trying, right?
Oh,
yeah, a lot more.
No,
effort.
it was definitely. I mean, there was plenty of one-on-one or maybe some minor two-on-two stuff, but it was at high levels. Like it was highly skilled, a bunch of makes for a lot of those games. So. Yeah, it wasn't just everyone moves out of the way and then you throw it. And it wasn't hardcore grinding defense, but actually
they tried.
Like there was some defense being played when they wanted to stop Kawhi, or when they put Wemby on Kawhi at one point because they're like, all right, we got to get the ball out of Kawhi's hands. We got to stop this.
No. Apparently, Jokic didn't try. He wasn't into the whole thing.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me. He looks like he
doesn't
barely
care
cares
about
anyway.
winning championships.
Remember, there's a basketball player years ago named Joe Barry Carroll, and his nickname was Joe Barely Cares, which was one of the great nicknames of all time because that was accurate. That's how now Jokic happens to be the most prolific player in the history of the sport, basically across all statistical columns, the three major columns. You can make an argument. I mean, Wilt had some years, obviously. I mean, points, rebounds, obviously. Jokic is also assists. Jokic has done things that no other player has done ever. And he looks, first of all, like he doesn't have a muscle in his body. He's big, but he's not ripped or shredded. And then he doesn't jump high, and he looks like he doesn't care. He is the most unfortunate great player that a league has ever had. He's not a big, he doesn't have a big personality to be a face of the league. He doesn't look the way you want him to look, like a Superman. He's not this incredibly explosive athlete, and he looks like his care factor's on about 4.
Well, wasn't even at 4 yesterday. He played 5 minutes in the first game for the World.
Yeah, they had to get him out.
And Luka only played 5. Now, I guess Luka was coming off an injury, but Jokic had been playing. Those two didn't even play in the second World game. I think the World coaches decided, you know what? Yeah, you guys are actually standing out by how much you don't care. Come sit down. You're not even going to – two of the biggest stars in the world. You're not even going to play in the second game. Just sit down over here.
You're standing out for your lack of care.
Yeah.
That was the right call, though. Right call. I mean, they're trying to get some interest, trying to make it so. And it's actually a pretty good. I mean, they copied the NHL last year. That's fine. At least they're trying to do something to make it interesting. The dunk contest, not so much. Who was it that hit their head on the floor?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Oh, you didn't see it?
No.
He missed a dunk so bad, and he went flying backwards, and his head hit the floor. It was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. And I don't know. I got to see who. I don't even know who it was.
I saw the video from Rob Perez, where after each dunk he was there and he would pan to the crowd, and there was no excitement. There were empty seats.
There was no one there.
There was nothing.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to tell because they have those new flashing light things.
Well, I think that helped.
Yeah, probably helped because I couldn't tell except like in one group it looked like I couldn't tell if it was full or not, and it was full behind the things. In the upper deck where he was behind, on the side, like on the on the main watching the main area of the court, there were plenty of empty
seats.
Those
are corporate tickets a lot of times, and those people
just don't show
go
up.
To
but
they go to parties.
More than
they don't go to the
corporate
games.
Tickets.
But it's like, how much is it to get into the All-Star festivities?
I have no idea.
It's talking
used
about
to be a really big
You're probably
deal.
pricing out people who would actually care.
Oh yeah, for sure they price them out.
Del, I put the dunk in the local stuff. See, and maybe you can. I don't know who he is, but it was. Oh my God!
Did you see Mac McClung's dunks that he would have done?
No.
They released a video of what he would have done. One is, I have never in my life seen this before. He jumps over someone and reaches his both hands, so someone's holding the ball up and over on a. No, he didn't jump over. I don't know if he jumped over someone or not, but somebody's standing on a ladder. They're holding the ball right over the rim. Mac McClung jumps up and ducks his head and takes his two arms, his right and left arm, puts them behind him, and then bends all the way down so that his arms come forward. Imagine that they're reached back as far as he can. He bends down so they come kind of forward with him. They follow his upper body forward, and he hits the ball into the basket as a dunk. I've never in my life seen anyone even remotely think of something like this. It would have been one of the most shocking, and that's not like some thunderous dunk. It physically shouldn't be possible, and he did that. Then there was another one. He showed
sure it
4
wasn't
different
AI?
dunks. No. These were his dunks. He was pissed because Adam Silver wouldn't let him compete.
I thought he
what
said
a
that
dumb move.
they asked him not to.
Yeah.
I forgot how it went down, but I saw a report that he didn't do it because players asked him not to. The guy who
Why would
you saw
players ask him not
because
to?
you get embarrassed if it's Matt McClung, who's not really an NBA player, keeps winning dunk contests.
Instead, I'd hate to embarrass them for an entire event that's embarrassing.
Well, Matt, the guy you saw, John, is the son of former NBA player Jason Richardson. That was Jace Richardson. Yeah.
Oh,
I thought Jace was going to win.
He hit the side of the backboard.
And then bounced his head off the
And
court.
then bounced his head off the floor.
It's not that funny.
But it's something that Norman would have done.
That Nelson would have laughed at.
Nelson, yeah.
No, it was actually he would have. He would have laughed at it. Yeah. He would have. 713-780-37. We got Astros to talk about on the other side. We'll do that. 713-780-3776. Right now, we're talking about Golden Nugget. You know, I'm a big fan. I think I've made that pretty clear over the years. I love the Vegas Nugget. I love the Lake Charles Nugget. The Golden Nugget is a premier. Here's the thing: is there are other casinos in Lake Charles that just don't care as much. They just don't. And when you get to your hotel room, it's not. The casino, just not. It's just not as good. When you have Landry's like the Golden Nugget does, and you have those 12 restaurants in there, and you've got a Vic and Anthony's in there, and all of the other, and Lily's, and all of the Italian and the seafood and all of the different, I mean, it just is. But you also got more affordable with Saltgrass as opposed to Vic and Anthony's. You can make your choice on it. You've got options. You've got the swimming pool. When it's warmer and nicer, it just is awesome. Great to be out there. The golf course, which is just, it's great. It's fun. It's great. Played there more than a few times. But it's the quality that you get across the board at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. And it's a Las Vegas-style quality. And now with the DraftKings Sportsbook, it just doesn't get any better, especially with the NCAA tournament coming up. This is the best time to get to the DraftKings Sportsbook and have a great time. The best place to watch it, and it's not even arguable. Let's go. Go to goldennuggetlc.com, make your reservations, get to the DraftKings Sportsbook for the tournament. I'm telling you, you'll have the best time you've ever had watching the games. goldennuggetlc.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. If you want to get in, come on. 713-780-3776. The other stories for us locally this weekend are Astros. Jordan pretty much said, I play left field. He said, when asked about, being a DH the whole season, he said, I've never been hurt playing left field, so I don't know what the deal is. Isak is back. It can't – listen, I don't – it's probably Joe Espada said all the right things. We need guys. We were hurt last year. We got to have, we got depth and blah, 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 blah. It's no secret that Isak was on the block. Maybe even Walker was a little bit, although they never admitted that. They said from the get-go, they said Walker's their first baseman. But Isak, we know pretty much he's been on the block. And he just said, you know what, that's out of my control. All I can do is control what I do on the field. And it's the right answer. But it's never great when you are, a subject of trade, and then you go back to the team, and they couldn't trade you for whatever reason. That's never great. It's never great when everybody's talking about, well, you got too many infielders, and we can't get enough. And already they've been everybody. That's what the talking points are for this spring. And Walker had to say, we want to play every day. Blah 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 blah. And you're really. You have a possibility of being the worst outfield in baseball. If Cam Smith doesn't improve, we don't have big enough sample size. I'm glad that they got rid of Jesus Sanchez and they got Joey Loperfido, but Loperfido doesn't have a track record yet, so we don't know how that's going to be. And we know what Jake is. Maybe Jake will be the same guy this year, but we'll see. He had a career year last year. So I don't know. What do you think of, okay, so it's going to be Pena leading off, Altuve, Jordan, Carlos, Diaz, Walker, and then your 7, 8, and 9 is absolutely going to be your outfield. Probably Zach Cole, Cam Smith, Jake Myers. Or Joey Loperfido somewhere. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe Loperfido could play center field if Jake struggles. It gets back to Jake. I don't know. We'll see.
I remember when we didn't have these poverty problems.
Is this good enough to win?
No.
Win what?
Win what? Yeah, they can win a game for sure. They can win some games. Is it good enough to win the American League? No. I mean, that's only 3 players, so maybe I shouldn't say that, but I think your other 6 need to be great.
Paredes isn't even on this list, and Paredes is one of your best hitters.
When Cam Smith can end up being a good player this year. I mean, I really do honestly believe Cam Smith could have a really strong second year. I remember how bad Kyle Tucker was. Kyle Tucker was supposed to be a great player. Kyle Tucker stunk early on. Looked like he was completely overmatched. Looked like he wasn't strong enough. Cam Smith is a big boy. Cam Smith has good size. He's growing into his frame. He's going to have pop. Like, I could see Cam Smith at the 20-plus home run year this year. Couldn't you?
Oh, man, that would be something. That'd be a big improvement.
20
bro.
In year 2, if he's a full-time starter?
That'd be a big improvement. We'll see.
Well, yeah, because it's year 1 to year 2. You want to see what Peyton Manning did from year 1 to year 2?
Well, okay. You're calling Cam Smith Peyton Manning.
Well, go look at what Kyle Tucker did.
Yeah. Is he?
Go look at what
we'll
George Springer did. Like, it's not unusual for guys to, get better.
No.
As they get older.
Great.
Actually, Kyle Tucker's first and second year actually are remarkable. Well, no, but the first year, I don't count 21. So he only had 72 plate appearances. And even the second year, he only had 70. Okay, so his first year with over 100 plate appearances, he had 9 home runs. His very next year, he had 30. I mean, it was at age 23 and age 24. This isn't crazy. And Cam Smith is a highly rated prospect. It's not, and I'm saying 20 home runs. I'm really not. He had 9 last year, and he wasn't like he had 9 home runs and 51. Now he had 441 bats, so it's not like he didn't get any at bats. He had pretty good at bats.
I mean, you're only going to get another 150 if you play every day. So,
yeah. But to think that his
that he can't
output
improve. No, he absolutely can improve.
Yeah.
Listen, and the season could well depend on it. Because if he doesn't improve, and you got that in your lineup every day, and you got Jake Myers, who's got a long enough track record to know that he's probably, going to not have the year he had last year. And you got Zach Cole, you know nothing about. Christian Walker, who was bad last year, he's got to bounce back. Jordan's got to stay healthy. Altuve said it himself. I need to be more consistent. I wasn't consistent enough.
Oh, stop being so hard on yourself, Altuve.
He wasn't. He wasn't consistent last year.
He didn't have to do anything else.
Well, yeah, he does. He needs to have a big year. He needs to have a good year. I mean, you can't. Listen, the guys that you're counting on now, Jose Altuve better be good. And, oh, by the way, Isaac Paredes isn't even on this list, and Isaac Paredes, is one of your best hitters.
But you're answering the question you asked me, do I think they can win this year? No, not if everything has to be perfect, because that's just not the
perfect.
reality.
How about having a good year as opposed to an injured year or a crap year?
But
Christian Walker had a crap year.
Yeah, but we don't have enough. The Astros don't have enough. There's not enough players in the roster. Previously the lineup was so good that if Yuli had a crap year like he did in 22, so what?
There's not a lot of margin for error.
There's no margin.
No,
there's very
not.
little margin for error. Now that may change. That may change if Jordan stays healthy for the full season and Cam has a big second season. When I say big, 21 home runs and 70 RBIs. I mean, things can change. If Christian Javier bounces back into form, things change. But you almost have to have Christian Javier bounce back into form.
And you have to have a guy who's
now.
never thrown a pitch in the major leagues be really good, right? Doesn't he? How good does he might have to be for this to be a good year?
I think
Pretty
he
good.
needs to be a solid at least a solid number 4.
Well, Major League Baseball has Hunter Brown as your opener, as your opening day starter. Then it's number 2 is Imai, followed by Javier, Burrows, McCullers, Arrighetti. That's Major League Baseball's prediction.
So if we go by that, he's your number 2, at least in the rotation. He has to be pretty good and what's the transition for him coming over? How good is he going to be in year 1? He's got it for this team to reach any of the goals they're going to set out for themselves. They're going to depend on him.
Well, where did he come from, and where did Yamamoto come from?
What do you mean? Who was he?
Imai.
They're both Japanese, right?
Thank you. Case closed. Case closed.
So they're all the same, huh?
Well, I'm just saying, look at the possibilities now.
Yes, but have there been Japanese pitchers who came over and weren't great from the start?
No, I don't remember.
No,
any.
that's never happened, huh? Was Yamamoto the one who was in tears?
No, that was the Cubs guy.
So is Imai going to cry because he's not performing well?
Maybe. No, he's not going to not perform well. So,
okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what you're talking about, crying. Okay, so
it was
and Mike
Sasaki.
Burrows.
It was Roki Sasaki, another Dodger. I knew it wasn't a Cub. It was another Dodger pitcher.
Oh, that's right, Sasaki. That's right.
Was he great? He was good in the postseason.
He turned out to be pretty good.
Yeah, but to start.
That's okay. I don't care. The first outing, what?
No, not the first outing. Period. I need that guy to be good from all year long.
He's going to have a bad outing. I don't know if you heard.
No, can't allow it. We don't have enough margin for error for him to have a bad outing.
Yeah. No. Yeah, you can't. I'm pretty sure.
Nope.
Imai can have one bad outing.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah.
Can't do it.
No margin for error.
No, we just said this. I can't have.
I need 33 good starts.
I can't have a pitcher have an ERA over 4.4 in 8 starts. That's what Sasaki was on in the regular season last year. If Imai does that, the Astros are cooked.
Okay.
If his ERA is over 4. If nearly 4.5, the Astros are cooked.
That's not going to happen. His ERA would probably be about 2.6.
I'm just giving you the Sasaki, why the man was in tears. He wasn't great, at least in the regular season. I'm going to need Imai to be. I need Imai mania, like Nomo mania. I was in L.A. at the time. I'm going to need something like that.
You need him to be
Hideo Nomo.
Okay. I like it.
All that blonde streak stuff he's got going on, all the throwing up the H or whatever he was doing, the horns. I don't care about any of that. Go get me 6 2/3.
We're going to be maniacal if he's doing that.
Go get me 6 2/3.
Go get me 6 2/3.
You heard me.
I mean, I don't care about it. Bleep the bull bleep. I need 6 2/3.
This is what I'm saying. Oh, you want to make people love you?
5 2/3 minimum.
Fine. I need quality starts 80% of the time. You this whole I'm going to throw
That's what I said. You can teach. Oh, one outing, and you're already like, no, he can't have a bad outing.
One outing means he's well on his way to not giving me 80%. I don't need to start out bad. Let's start out great.
No, it's going to be one of the great turnarounds like Anthony Kim.
Who's Anthony Kim again?
By the way, I found out what the guy said. He supports. He won a live event. That's why he supports terror. The guy said.
That's how he supports terror.
Well, point made, sir.
Listen, from where Anthony Kim. Listen, guys, I've heard stories about Anthony Kim. Where Anthony Kim was with his life to winning any tournament anywhere in the world is a redemption story.
Are his stories public, or is that just in the golf?
It's not public.
Okay,
not public. I think it's well known, but it's not public.
Got it. Oh, even on his wiki, he talks about him being sober. He announced that he had been 2 years sober last year.
Yeah. So I mean, he was having a good time. That's from what I understand. Big time, big time. All right. We got one more segment. Hey, you got one more chance to get in before we hit News of the Weird. So 713-780-3776, the number for you to get in here. 713-780-3776 here on ESPN 97.5.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. You better get in a hurry if you want to get in on this show, because this is our penultimate segment where we determine what we missed from this weekend. And there probably is a long list. But we also missed La Raza in the What Did You Learn This Weekend segment because lazy. La Raza, ¿qué pasó, mijo?
¿Qué pasó, mijo? So, yeah, I did miss this morning. I was trying to call in, but I guess they were so busy. But I actually have two things on the before I say what I learned this weekend. Is that you go to the rich part of Pasadena, that golf course, there's no ghetto side in that area, man.
Rich.
You go by the Beltway 8 and the nice part of the area of Pasadena, you never stepped in where all the hard workers and what did you call them, the mutants work at?
What?
Mutants?
Mutants? Nobody said they were mutants.
Who called them mutants?
What?
What are you talking
I think it was
about?
last week because they said they work by the industrial side where it gets contaminated.
Nobody said that. You're making that up.
Okay. All right. And then I learned this weekend that, Johnny G, you became the biggest nerd when you say you like Spider Noir. Now you're a Marvel nerd. What a nerd.
Spider Noir. I'm going to watch it. Did you see the trailer?
What a nerd.
Did you see the trailer? Okay. Me and Del are Spider nerds now.
I've freely admitted to that. You've been making fun of me for years, and now look at you. You want to see Nicolas Cage as Spider-Man.
Yeah. No, Spider Noir.
Well, He's still Spider-Man.
Yeah. But he's not Spider Pig or something stupid like that.
No, he'll just at some point have webs coming out of his wrist, and he'll swing like Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's right.
Spider-Pig.
But not pigs. That's stupid. A spider pig is stupid.
I'm sorry that's dumb, but a 40s, what is this? I don't even know where it's
in the 20s.
1920s detective becomes a Spider-Man, and that's not silly.
That's not silly.
Okay.
But you'll spider. He got bit by a spider. I don't know if you know the story.
The pig got bit by a spider.
You don't
but
know.
He's a pig.
You don't know if Dell knows the story?
Of course, I know the story.
Yeah,
and that's
sure.
DC.
A porky
that's not
pig like
right?
pig.
Are they DC or Marvel?
Marvel. What?
What's Spider-Man?
It's Marvel.
It is okay.
How dare
Stan
you?
Lee.
How dare you?
Right.
A porky pig like character gets bit by a spider, becomes Spider Pig. It's realistic.
It doesn't get any more realistic than that.
A talking pig gets bit by a spider.
A talking pig gets bit by a spider and becomes Spider Pig.
Well, speaking of pigs, I'm not going to give it away, but there's a scene in the latest A Night of the Seven Kingdoms where a pig is involved.
Well, I'm going to watch that next. I'm in industry right now.
I know you're in industry because you're by yourself mostly.
Holy crap. There was... There's stuff that happened
at the end of the last episode?
Well, in the last episode pops back up in this episode. Unfortunately for
Eric?
For Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah, that pops back up. But more than that, what is it called when Jerry Jones said when you find oil, when you find a place that you've been drilling, it turns
glory
into oil?
hole?
Yeah.
I'm all about that glory hole.
Well, that shows up in industry.
Oh.
What?
I got to watch that when I get home. Didn't watch it yesterday.
My goodness. Lance, clean it
Get
up
some lunch,
with
watch
your
some industry.
Habits.
I watch for other stuff, and then
He watches for little Sally Draper, who's now grown.
Yeah, and she lost it yesterday too. Apparently she's got it. Apparently she's not who you thought she was either.
Well, we'll see. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, and this whole thing, and one of the main characters is June's secret boyfriend from Handmaid's Tale. You know the guy who worked in John. You watched Handmaid's Tale, didn't you? The guy who she had the baby with him, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the main guys this year, and there's stuff with him.
There's stuff with everybody.
There's stuff with everybody. Yeah, you don't get out of that show without stuff.
You're watching soft porn. It's all
You're watching Skinamax, but with a lot of with more shorts and
with financial conversations,
with leveraging buyouts and short positions,
millions of dollars.
Short positions on startups and stuff like that.
Well, a lot of short positions apparently.
Well,
long positions.
Harper Stern, you really can't. You cannot be cast in that show without at some point you're going to have to get after it. Yeah. It's just what it is. It doesn't matter who.
If you sign up for it.
If you're under the age of 40, you for sure are going to have to do things in that show. And even if you're over that, like Eric, he got his in last episode. You're right. That show industry is basically softcore, hardcore.
Yeah.
There's stuff happening every episode. And you know what? I give them credit for it. It's not like one of these Game of Thrones where they trick you with the first couple years. They're still rolling it out every episode, 4 seasons in. It's just like, wham, what can we do now next? Glory hole, bang. Like, what? Why are you doing that?
Game of Thrones early on had the Khaleesi.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but then later they had the Hua that
the red the
Joffrey.
Not that one. No, not that one. The one who
the girl's
drove away
gay
on
brother?
the cart, and then she showed her stuff.
And then she wound up being pretty much bolted to a bedpost by Joffrey with his arrows.
Oh, did she? Was she?
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that ended well for everyone. She was naked though, so good on good for everyone. While she was being pinned to a bedpost by arrows.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, you got some. Listen. It just seems to me that industry, that's all. You might as well just go on the internet and look for stuff.
I want finance involved,
too. He wants a story around it.
I want a story around
it. Is there a story?
And he wants to watch Hollywood actresses.
Yeah.
Not
who is.
Okay. Sure.
What did we missed that the Georgia
if we're throwing that phrase around, it's just I didn't mean anything, Wiz. I just wanted to use it too.
I said that on Friday.
Janice Rossi 2R is a hua.
The Georgia-Oklahoma game had a fire. Congratulations.
Was it it was basketball, right?
Basketball. The popcorn machine apparently caught fire, so they had to stop the game. Yeah, listen, we didn't. I mentioned the Texans that they could get rained out. NRG Stadium looked like a frickin' a waterfall on the other day.
What were they having there? Motocross? What was it?
I don't know, but it wasn't. It was wet because the roof. Apparently, we're buying a new stadium. By the way, we're buying a new stadium.
There's going to be more evidence for them, right? It was Monster Jam was there. And despite the roof being closed, you could see like fountains. It felt like a waterfall of water.
It was
just
a waterfall, two waterfalls.
Yeah, I was out like at Walmart buying something, and then I got the notification on my phone, but I didn't get to it in time.
What did it say?
It turns out tornado was what it said. I just didn't see it in time.
Tornado here?
In Galveston County in League City, and then I had to go to HEB, and before I could get out, and the places are like 5 minutes apart, and before I could get out of my car. Just wind, and I was like, oh, that's what that warning was. So I don't know if they could actually classify it as a tornado that touchdown, but we're talking gusts of like 50 miles an hour. I could barely close my car door when I tried to open it, and I said, oh, there's a problem out here. So I stayed in my car for about 10 minutes as the weather event went by. So I think that's what NRG was dealing with as far as rain was concerned. And, they just got themselves approval for their new compound. The stadium's going to follow. At least they're going to try to get that stadium.
No question. There's no question the stadium follows.
You mean for that same compound?
No.
Where?
They won't put the stadium there.
In that same area?
I don't think.
Why not? If they own it all, it's 83
Well,
acres.
because a lot of teams have their complex in a different area.
Where do you think you're going to? Yeah, that's true. But where do you think you're going to have it where you can get cheap land?
I don't know. Maybe that's part of the plan. I don't know. I hadn't heard that. Did you? That's the site of the new stadium?
Well, there's no new stadium right now. What do you mean site of the new stadium?
There's going to be. Make no doubt in your mind that there's going to be a new stadium
in your lifetime.
Yes,
you're going to die before.
Are you crazy?
More than likely, you're dead before that.
It could be next year. They're starting a new stadium.
No, it won't happen that soon.
Well, no, it won't happen that soon, but it's happening.
You better do it with a champion. You know what? Now, if they win a Super Bowl, stadium's coming.
Well, I'm telling you, CJ's taking them to the Super Bowl.
Everyone moves. The Bears are going to open up in Indiana. The 49ers stadium is like Jane Slater called the other day, and we talked for an hour, and she still hadn't made it from her Uber to the stadium from Santa Clara. I mean, into San Francisco to a party.
Saw a lot of NFL media complain. Like the city of San Francisco, they enjoyed. Getting to the stadium, they did not enjoy.
Santa Clara, yeah. Like, this is what's happening now. What Kansas? No, is it Kansas City? Who else is doing this?
No, Kansas City's moving to Kansas. Kansas.
Everyone, and you know where we're moving. The Texans are moving to Shreveport. That's the talk. Or we're going to Marfa.
You heard that, huh?
Yeah, we're going to Marfa.
Supposedly?
Yeah, supposedly we're going to Marfa.
Marfa?
Yeah, it's a 10.5-hour drive to get there.
Great.
Okay. All right.
What we also didn't touch on.
Pre-gaming in your car.
Considering the nonsense you guys are on Friday, the curling cheating scandal.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Like the
Canada's a bunch of cheaters.
The Swedes were so locked in on Canada's cheating that they set up a camera that the broadcast didn't have the angle where I don't know if these guys what their official positions are. But you're not supposed to touch as you're sliding the stone down the ice. You're not supposed to touch it while it touches the line. If it touches that line, you got to take your hand off. The Canadian curler kept his finger on the stone as it was approaching and touching the line, and that's not allowed. But normally they don't have an angle for it, so you can get away with it. The Swedes knew he cheated. That team cheated, so they put a camera there. Swedish television put a camera there to showcase it. And, of course, the Canadian was cursing at the Swedes, saying, you don't know what you're talking about. But the evidence is there. Apparently
not only that, the female Canadian team.
Canadians cheat.
She had her hand on it, then pulled it off, and then pushed it again.
Yeah,
double touching the stone.
Honestly, Dale, I would never do that.
I understand that's illegal, and also
you got curling etiquette.
I know better.
Keeping your finger on the stone as it touches the line is illegal too, and so the Canadians are cheating in multiple ways, and the Swedes were ready for them.
All right.
So so Lance, just be aware. Once you adopt the sport as a full-time thing, don't cheat.
I won't. I'm going to try not to.
Don't cheat. No cheating. All right. 713-780-3. Oh, no. That's it.
I'm not going to knowingly cheat. Let me put it
What?
down.
What?
But yeah.
I'm not going to knowingly cheat.
You'll just probably cheat, though.
All right. I will unwittingly. I'll be an unwitting goof in a scandal.
Goof.
All right. When we come back, News of the Weird coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
hate when that happens. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. No, I think he ducked I think he got lucky there. Yeah.
Look, anyone who can avoid a marriage gets lucky. No, the other guy who she dumped. Anyone who comes out of a designated wedding day not married is lucky.
Sick.
No, they went back and grabbed the people who were working there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
of course.
heard that one last week. So I thought you were coming with a new one. Yeah, that's.
I'm sure they knew the food was good. I mean, I'm not defending an ICE agent, but you know why.
Once you eat there, you're not. That's poor form, isn't it? Like once you ate there, if you have a good meal, you kind of like, you gotta let this slide, brother.
What about what you've seen suggests they care about poor form letting things slide?
I don't know. This just doesn't feel right here.
Yeah. Apparently,
Table for 4. We're closed.
We were talking about Jutta, the speed skater.
Oh, terrible news on that front.
What happened?
Terrible news.
I informed Lance of something he did not like.
Don't give John a chance to guess it.
What happened?
So she's engaged, which is
not that it matters to me. I'm not trying to get with the speed skater. I don't need that in my life anyway.
She's engaged.
But I just don't like
which
this.
which is a mistake. You know how I feel about that.
She's engaged, John.
That thing, but who she's engaged to is a bigger problem.
Who's she engaged to?
Think of the
think of the worst possible. I think she's around 30, maybe younger. I don't know how old she is.
Wait a minute. Who?
Just think.
Well, take a couple guesses.
Worst.
You won't guess it, and then when Dell tells you, you're going to say, "Oh yeah."
Your worst projection of what a 27-year-old woman would be, who she would be engaged to. It's another famous person. Just think of another famous person, and you're like, "Oh no, not him."
Ted Cruz.
No.
Well, no.
Maybe, but around her age.
Oh, the Joffrey.
No,
he's a fictional character.
He's not a real person. She's not getting married to Joffrey from House Lannister.
That would be the worst, though.
House
really.
House Lannister. Yeah.
What's his name? The guy who did that thing to Reek. That guy's worse.
Even worse.
Oh, that guy's worse.
If it's possible.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. Who's the worst person?
You're not gonna like this, John. Logan Paul.
Oh, I thought it was
no,
Jake.
It's Jake.
Jake Paul.
It's Jake Paul.
Jake Paul.
That's
terrible.
No, I saw. You know what? I was wondering why I saw a picture of him with her. I was like, how does he get what? A Dutch speed skater and Logan Paul?
Terrible.
What did you just say?
Nothing. It's 9:57.
No, you said it.
What did he say?
I didn't say anything.
You know, what do you do to a keg, John?
Tap it.
Well, that's what he said.
Wow.
That is also what he said.
Yeah.
Well, I'd rather have her marry Ramsey Bolton.
I would too.
My goodness. Did you see Tom Brady
Because I'd probably never hear from her again. But
well, sure, but
did you see Tom Brady obliterate Logan Paul and he was doing a podcast with him?
Yeah, wasn't he like referencing his high school stats to
Yeah,
Tom Brady?
he was like, "I was a state champion." Oh, stop. And you're a wrestler. These are the greatest athletes in the world, and you're comparing yourself to them. It was great. It was great. Oh my God, she's with Logan Paul.
No, Jake Paul. Worse.
It's Jake,
Even
and it's
worse.
Jake's worse. Jake's the worst of the Pauls.
Oh God, no. The worst would be Pat Mahomes' brother.
But he's not a Paul.
No, I know, but you said who's the worst possible person?
Jackson Mahomes, you feel?
No,
Jackson
that
Mahomes.
would be because there'd be jokes. People would get jokes off on that one. There's not really jokes on this, and you're just disappointed.
Yeah, you're just
it's just so disappointing.
With Jackson, you're like, what's he going to do with that?
I'm not going to pay attention to her. Congratulations on her silver medal. I'm not going to pay attention to her after these Olympics are over, but then to know that at some point it's going to come across my timeline.
Oh, really? Because she's going to be at everything he does.
This is what I'm saying. If not for him, then she would probably just fade away as far as what I pay attention to.
Yeah,
not if you follow her and you become 6.3 million.
But I'm not following her.
Okay. I don't know that for a fact.
I just told you.
Not there she wouldn't fade away, but here she would. She's not fading away up there.
Not in the Netherlands, but if I have to see her at his next fight, I'm like, oh yeah, you made this mistake.
Yeah, that's on you. That's on you. All right, this is on us. We're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN.
Wait.
No Mapes.
Oh,
AJ's in the building.
Oh, Mopey
He's wearing glasses
and
today.
AJ.
Mopey.
He is?
Yeah, when did AJ get glasses?
He probably always had glasses. He's doing the hipster thing, non-prescription.
Oh, it's his new look.
Just got a look he's working on. Cowboy
fan.
AJ.
All right, we got to go. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
Welcome to the show. I think we all survived our first weekend without football to watch. I mean, we had football news this morning. If you care about older pass rushers, we had we had Bradley Chubb being released. So football's never actually going to go away. In fact, because of when he was released, I think Bradley Chubb can just sign with anyone right now. So if you're in need of a pass rusher, somebody who's desperate for one, who's got some cash, Bradley Chubb is out there for you. Texans don't have that problem, of course. So while there wasn't any actual football, we got, in some ways, news this morning. So what was the weekend about? I woke up on Sunday because, of course, considering what time I have to get up to do the morning show, I'm going to sleep in on Sunday and Saturday. I woke up to, oh, look at that. The internet's abuzz because there's a certain future Hall of Famer who's alleged to have said something or was in a group chat saying things. So I've heard arguments on both sides regarding the Kevin Durant thing. Heard it this morning from John and Lance, who were at least initially strongly against these things being true. To be fair, we're never going to know unless the man himself says, yes, that was me. He has admitted to being caught tweeting about things he shouldn't have in the past. He thought he was on his burner while he was defending himself and ripping Oklahoma City back in 2017. Unfortunately for him, he had not switched accounts. He was still under his official account, eventually apologized for that publicly. We have not heard word from him on this. The evidence, if you believe in stuff like that, it is mounting, I guess, if you are willing to believe it's him, because he was on his phone all All-Star weekend, particularly yesterday. During warm-ups, he was on his phone, but no tweets from his official account. So people are using that as evidence that he was shook by what was going on and was getting the right people lined up to either defend him or get rid of stuff, whatever the case may be. If you missed it, Kevin Durant, his alleged Twitter account was, let's say a group chat was screenshotted. And in the screenshot, there were less than kind things being said about NBA players. He called, allegedly, if we were to believe this is Kevin Durant, the account called Russell Westbrook a triple, would he call him a triple-double cocaine bear or something like that? Something along those lines.
Yeah.
He called the account, I stopped saying he because I don't know if it's him. The account called Jabari Smith the R word. It was not complimentary to multiple Rockets, which brings into question, how does that mess with the locker room if it is real or if they are his beliefs? We are likely never going to know unless he verifies that that's him. The NBA Twitter world believes, at least at minimum, it's his burner. Whether the chats have been real or not, that's a different story. And whether they've been faked, real, we don't know. So I can't say that it's him. What I will say is people using, why would he ever say that about his teammates in the group chat? Look at your own group chat. Just look at your group chats. Are you saying things about people you would never say publicly? Even you are going against things you have said publicly about these people, and by publicly I mean talking to your friends or their friends about them or coworkers about them. Are you saying different things to people who you think you can be protected by if you say them? If you fall under that category, stop using he would never say those things, because look how complimentary he was publicly. That doesn't matter. We're all human beings. We know. We got to be phonies to get through life sometimes. That's how it goes. That is not to say what is being alleged is true. It's just that's a flimsy excuse to use. Look how positive he was about Alperen or Jabari Smith. That don't matter. If he thinks he's being protected because he's with a group of friends who he believes would never tell, you start to say things. Once again, we don't know, but that's out there. As far as the All-Star game itself, Kevin Durant didn't have any memorable moments, but the game itself was one that needed a spark, and that came, at least according to Anthony Edwards, from Victor Wembanyama. I never believed simply putting on uniforms that said U.S. versus the world would matter. It didn't matter to Luka or Jokic. Those two only played 5 minutes in their first game and then didn't play a minute in the second. And if that was a coach's decision, rightfully so. Those guys are not giving the effort even the other world team players were. It needed Wembanyama to care, and that allowed for his opponents to care And then we got some competitive games through the first 3 games, or you want to call them quarters because that's what they were. And then the fourth one between the two U.S. squads was not competitive as the younger team. I don't know if that was Stars or Stripes. Was it Stripes who won? That team won. That was your All-Star weekend. Dame won the 3-point contest coming off an Achilles. Congratulations to him. He said something very funny as Devin Booker was getting hot. He goes, I was praying on that man's downfall. He was interviewed after he won. He had the trophy in his hand, and the reporter asked him, well, how did you feel as Devin Booker got going? Can't lie, I was praying on his downfall. Some honesty from Dame as he wins the 3-point contest after well, he's not fully recuperated, but he's still trying to recover from his Achilles injury. The dunk contest has become the thing people just laugh at now.
It's a wash.
It's the thing that no one cares about anymore. Keshad Johnson, the former San Diego State and Arizona player who's now let's say, it's insulting to say, but let's just say he's a non-rotation player for the Miami Heat. I was going to say bench warmer, but that's insulting. Non-rotation player for the Miami Heat. He won it, but you had Jace Richardson, the son of Jason Richardson, not only missed a dunk, but then hit his head on the court after missing the dunk, which may have been the most embarrassing moment. The dunk contest is done. I mean, Mac McClung is putting out dunks he would have done and said he didn't compete in it for multiple reasons. One of them being other players were reluctant to compete if he was going to be in it. He also is trying to get away from just being seen as a dunker. So your most prolific and probably most exciting dunker that could have participated did not. So there that is. 3-point contest, cool. Game itself, better than people thought. It's a win for the NBA, which needed one. They needed something because all week it's been about tanking and how bad the All-Star game is. And you heard the comments, at least I did, going into the weekend, how they asked Ant about it, and Anthony Edwards, they asked him about it. He goes, it is what it is as far as competition-wise. He wasn't planning on playing as hard as others. We know Kevin Durant had his comments earlier talking about the Europeans not playing and why you keep asking us American-born players about it when the Europeans, you never ask about this type of thing, and those guys don't care at all. The 2 biggest European stars outside of Giannis, who's unavailable, as far as accomplishments, I mean, Wemby's clearly a star, but as far as the established guys who have been there and done that, proved Kevin Durant's point. Jokic and Luka had no interest in caring. The biggest emotion I saw from Jokic all weekend is when Boogie Cousins snuck into the presser and asked him a question. Oh, Boogie! And then they dapped it up afterwards. He loves him as a teammate. So Jokic doesn't want to be there. Luka doesn't want to be there. So it's going to be on the backs of, I guess, Wembanyama. I don't know who else. Shea wasn't able to play. I don't know if Shea would have cared enough. I think Wemby, because of his attitude, couldn't be looked at as the guy who got this all off and going. And then you saw how the U.S. responded. And Edwards had a big night, won the MVP. You had Kawhi, 31 points in a quarter in a spectacular showing. So you need an inciting incident to get things like this going. And Wemby caring was enough to get the other guys going. And while it shouldn't be on the back of a 20-something Frenchman to get the All-Star weekend to a spot where people aren't completely ripping it, that's what it has to be. We'll see if this carries over. While I did not think it would motivate people to care as far as playing or watching, like the U.S. versus the world stuff, I don't think that hit. But the fact that they were quarter-length games, and if you won, you played another one, I think that may have got the competition going a little bit to know that, hey, this isn't a one-off. You play and you win, you keep playing. That might have got people too. But Wemby, Anthony Edwards, credit to them. And that probably saved the entirety of All-Star Weekend. We'll see if it translates next year, wherever the game may be. So that's kind of the weekend. We'll get to the Astros when we come back. I am interested to know, outside of what was, and we will transition to the Astros, outside of the content of the alleged Kevin Durant group chat, do you believe he has it in him? Let's ask AJ right now. Forget about what is said, because we're likely never going to know if that's true. The question really is, do you believe Kevin Durant would say something like that if he felt that it would never get out.
I think he's already proven to prove that he would say something like that for sure. But I hope not, because that would be so bad.
Like how do you get through the rest of the year?
That's what I'm saying, bro. And like Jabari too, because he looks up to KD and all that. And just to hear that,
Yeah, that was the one where like, oof, like saying Alpi can't shoot and can't play defense. Okay, well, that's an opinion that some people have. You can look at basketball facts and go, okay, he's not shooting very well, and his defense has been called into question. Okay, fine, but the word he used for Jabari Smith, there's no coming back from that. So hopefully it isn't true. For me, I don't know if it's true, but if you told me Kevin Durant was involved in it and did write it, I'd be like, okay, fine, sure. I would not immediately push back against it. I just don't know that what's out there is enough evidence to say it's real and it did happen. But I could be convinced because of what you said.
Right, I'm just waiting for the first person to ask for it in Houston media.
Well, they have a break, right? When's their next game? When will he be next available to answer questions?
I know they play the Hornets on Thursday, I think.
So that might be the first time.
Yeah.
Maybe a practice on Wednesday. Who knows? But I think he will have the rest of this All-Star break to get, if it is real or even if it isn't, to get whatever things he needs in order to conduct a PR campaign one way or the other whenever he has to face the media. I wonder who's the first guy or lady to ask him about it when he's available.
I don't think Vanessa would ask, but I think some do ask.
I don't know if you are working for the station who has their games, you can ask a question.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Could a Kelly Eco ask the question? Could someone else who represents one of the many outlets who covers the Rockets ask the question? Maybe the Chronicle does. Who knows? Maybe it's a question because of kind of the odd nature of it. It is screenshots of a group chat that the traditional media doesn't want to get involved in. That very well may be the case. So he may not have to answer questions. I wonder if it'll ever get to that point. It'll be as they say, the elephant in the room until it is addressed. And the guy who's chronically online has not been online to address it. That might be a clue for some people. Me, I'll just wait. I got time. We'll see what happens. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll talk some Astros because Paredes, of course, is back in camp. He spoke through an interpreter about what the trade rumors meant for him. We'll hear from Lance McCullers. He has a interesting approach to this year. Of course, Lance McCullers jokes always start flying. But what is his approach to this year? A big year for him, which could be his final year at the Astros. And, of course, we'll get to Altuve as well because he talked about his up-and-down year and what he wants. A lot of Astros stuff to get to. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. Astros, some NFL stuff regarding the Texans as well. We're just getting started here. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
I'm used to questions about the Astros pitching staff, and that continues as far as who's going to be available, where they're going to slot in the rotation. A lot of that stuff's going to be found out during camp here, but the hitters, that's actually the biggest story when we talk about the trade stuff surrounding Paredes. Paredes is in camp, and he said he actually never believed he would be anywhere but the Astros. So despite all the rumors and certainly the Astros' willingness to make a deal, he believed, at least that's what he said yesterday, that he would be here, or at least there in camp. Yordan talked about wanting to play left. I think he said that in the past, but the big quote that came out of it was, "I've never been hurt playing left field." Of course, that speaks to how the Astros are approaching him and where he plays. They believe, in some ways, playing left contributes to his injury issues. They would like to mitigate those by playing him in left as little as possible. He doesn't feel that way. He'd like to play left. And then, of course, that speaks to the glut, because if Yordan wasn't just relegated to being a DH, you could put him in left. It would certainly strengthen an outfield that wasn't great and provide opportunities for your glut of infielders to play infield, to be the DH. Look at it right now. Paredes seems like the odd man out. And that is why they tried to make a trade. That trade did not come to fruition. He's in camp. We'll see how long that lasts, because Dana Brown said they're not done. Since that quote last week, they have not made a trade, but that doesn't mean that trade won't come. So how tenuous is what's going on at camp? If you read what Chandler Rome has written, he has said it's the biggest story in camp. He's pushed back on someone on Twitter who took issue with what they felt was a hammering of this issue. He goes, "Look, man, you can go read something else if you don't like it, but this is the story here. How are they going to figure this out? And what they've done in the offseason to try to figure it out, and that not coming to fruition." So now we're at camp, and all these guys want to know where they're going to play. I think we know some guys. Altuve at second, Altuve at third, Altuve at second, Correa at third, Pena at shortstop. First, looks like that's Christian Walker's position. He has stated he wants to play every day. So what does that mean for Paredes? Whatever that means, he wants to be here. He's happy to be here. And one of his fellow infielders, Jose Altuve, talked about needing to get back to being a consistent hitter as opposed to having too many ups and downs. Here's Jose Altuve on his 2025.
I think normally my seasons in the big leagues are more consistent. I feel like last year I had some time where I was really, really bad, and sometimes where I was really, really good. Really a big separation between those two. So I don't really need that. It doesn't feel good when it goes really bad, but I'm looking for more stability, more consistency, and, working on my swing, obviously working on my step, and, try to make some more hard contacts and stay consistent through the year and not, I didn't know what to expect when I show up. It can be a really good or really bad day, so I want to be more at the level and put some good numbers out there.
Did playing left field play a role in that because of your comfort level being normal? Or?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I'm not going to blame left field or anything. I think it's just something that I could control more. And, for some reason I couldn't, but I'm willing to do it this year and working to do it. And I think it's going to be a great season, not only for me, for the whole team.
Correa's echoed he believes it's going to be a good year. And look, you're in camp. It's February. If you don't feel that way, then you got a real problem. And it's interesting to hear him talk. Believed to be, and I think rightfully so, the best Astro of all time. Talk about being a little, I won't say on tilt, but I guess questioning his approach last year and why things were going the way they were going. And you heard him not blame left field. We'll see if being at second and knowing he's going to play second is a calming thing for him as he tries to get back to a little bit more of the guy who we know him to be before 2025. And we saw some frustration from him. He took off his shoe at one point, I think, last year because of a call. He showed a bit more outward frustration with the game and situations in game than we've seen from him in the past, considering he's just been looked at as this jovial guy who's been the consummate professional. And he wasn't unprofessional last year, but you just saw maybe a little crack, and maybe that had to do with his frustration over the ups and downs of the year. So as it stands now, you're looking at the team and you're set infield-wise as far as who we believe is going to play. Paredes is the swing guy there, but you look at it, it's Pena, Altuve, Correa, and Christian Walker. Then the outfield is probably the weakest it's been since the Astros have been good in the last decade. You're hoping for what you saw from Zach Cole and spurts last year to continue if he's your starting left fielder. Cam Smith, of course, and right, and then Jake Myers, who right now is your most accomplished outfield hitter, and that's not something you actually want to have to say. Jordan would be that if he played left more, but he is your DH until proven otherwise, despite his objections. So we talked about it this morning. There's not as much margin for error for this team, and if you are a little down on them, it would make some sense. Because then if you go to the pitching staff, you've got Hunter Brown and then question marks everywhere. Yes, you went out and got Tatsuya Imai. You hope he has the same type of impact recent Japanese, you wouldn't say imports for the Dodgers have had. I mean, Yamamoto, of course, this show's favorite because of what he did in the World Series. And then I'm not asking for Shohei because that's just this unique thing that we're never going to see. So if he's Yamamoto, great. But there are varying degrees of success, and when you remember how solid Framber was for his tenure here, of course there have been moments, the blow-ups. I know I'm not naive. I know you can all think of the times where Framber didn't get a call and it turned into a 3-run inning out of nowhere. So there's that, and of course the back end of his tenure here, at least the last season, the back half of the season where it went poorly as well. He wasn't good in August and September. But for the most part, whether you thought he was a 1 or a 2, as it was him and Hunter Brown at the top of the rotation, you knew what you're getting. 30-plus starts, good performances. You only have one of those guys right now. One of those guys who hopes to fill the void is Lance McCullers. Lance McCullers spoke, and while the jokes may fly, and they probably won't stop, Lance McCullers kind of is aware of what his last 3 or 4 years have been here, and here are his thoughts on 2026.
I've always just been in this kind of this battle to just try to get out there, and then when I get out there, try to compete and try to be the best version of whoever I was at the time. So, I think that has dawned on me more. I think my wife's helped me with that a little bit too. Just like, we're gonna, I'm gonna be good either way, and I think I just need to kind of let go. Stop trying to control everything. Stop trying to just micromanage everything, and I would love to be good, not because I want to necessarily continue to play, but just because I would love to be good, for this organization, this fan base in my last year here. And then if playing comes, beyond that, it does. I mean, we see guys who did pitch well last year don't have jobs, so it's not a magic bullet. There's a lot of other factors. We have probably a strike coming or a lockout coming looming. So I just want to have a nice last year, with this uniform on. I've been in this organization since I was, barely 18 years old. So it would be great to just have a nice last year here, and whatever the future holds, the future holds.
Oh, and emotional Lance McCullers. You watch the video, you see it in his eyes. That at least for him, he can see the end of the line with the Astros, and who knows for his career. After that, he is an unrestricted free agent after this year. So this could be the last year for Lance McCullers, and he would be going into his 33 age year. So who knows? And he didn't sound definite like a guy who wanted to pitch after this year. He'd like to go out and pay tribute to his time here and go out on a high note. So we'll see. The salary says he will get every opportunity to be part of this rotation, and it's part of the reason why he's been given opportunities and been around for as long as he has been, despite the absences because of injury. So Lance McCullers, no restrictions from what I can tell. He's going to go out there and see if he can earn a spot in rotation in what may be his last year. I didn't think about it. He is 32 years old. At least he will be 32 this year. Since he was 18, it's a long time for anyone to be a part of one system and one organization. And certainly there have been some highs and, unfortunately for him, lows more recently. So he's going to try to give it one more go and see what he's got. So that's kind of the story out of camp so far. And as the games approach, certainly more things will come up. But at this point, Paredes and the pitching staff are the things I'm focused on. And we did not mention it on the morning show, and I certainly didn't get to it yet. Kevin Biggio is back. He's an Astro, and he's going to wear number 7. That's the number they gave him. He signed a minor league deal with the Astros. I guess by back, I mean back in the city, as certainly grew up here. But he is. They signed him over the weekend, so he will wear the number 7, which is, of course, what his dad wore. Nice thing. Minor league deal for Kevin Biggio. Coming back to the city of Houston. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776 is the number. We'll get to some NFL things. As I mentioned very early in the show, we had the release of at least established pass rusher that's on the market. There's a story about what the Texans might need to do to gain some cap space and guys who are the most likely to go. So we'll get to that. And of course, we'll get back to some basketball too, because I want to get to some things there too. All right, 2 segments in, halfway through hour 1, we'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
I want to pull back on something. I think I said that Kevin Biggio would wear the numbers Dad did. I saw that come across my timeline, but when I was looking at it during the break, was unable to confirm that. So we'll just stick with he signed a minor league deal with the Astros. We'll see what number he wears. He'll have a spot. He'll have a chance, to earn a spot in camp. I saw it come across my timeline yesterday, but did not see it today. So we'll pull back on that. So AJ, you watched the All-Star. Did you watch the All-Star game? Let me ask you that.
Yeah, I watched all three. I ended up going out to eat after that, but I saw the 3 games. So, yeah, I liked the competition of it.
I think that's where I am.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it'll last, but thinking about yesterday, it was like, you know what? Even if you're just gonna swipe at a basketball, at least you're not letting the guy just walk to the rim. So I'll take that. And it helped that the Pistons were there
for sure.
While they weren't going to fight anyone like they might normally. I mean, Duran and Cade brought an injury that you might not have seen if they weren't there. Of course, you didn't have Steph playing, you didn't have Giannis playing, so some of the bigger names didn't play. But I think if you could guarantee that to people every year, that look, you're gonna have your moments with Kawhi. Maybe not the 31 points in one quarter, but you're gonna have these moments that you can remember. But you're also gonna have these guys playing hard enough and competitive enough where you're getting overtime and a game-winning shot, and then they played, and then the last game wasn't great, but you got 3 competitive games. Mm-hmm. I think that's a win for a league that needed one. But with the tanking stuff that Adam Silver had to answer before, it was one day, and then everyone who has problems with the NBA will just go back to having those problems until he finds fixes, at least what you think fixes can be. I saw one thing where they would make it a mystery date as far as when tanking and your record would matter as far as the draft. They wouldn't tell anyone. Like, let's just say if you were bad on January 15th, that's where they stop counting how bad the records are.
Oh, wow.
And at that point, but you never know what that date is. The NBA keeps it locked up. So do you keep tanking because it could be February 15th, or do you at some point try to win because you're never going to know when the date is of when they've cut it off as far as the records? I mean, I think for people who really need that or really want the number 1 overall pick, they'll just be bad and take their chances.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I don't know if that's stopping anyone. You just be bad and see, hey, whether it was December 15th or March 15th, we're just going to treat it like a lost season. So these are the avenues the NBA is trying to find to try to stop it. I mean, they find the Pacers, they find the Kings. I think it was Pascal Siakam was like, wait a minute, you know how many games I've played this year, and you're going to use this as the reason that you're going to find the team. So I don't think there are any real answers, at least good ones right now. I don't think the secret date thing is going to fly. I just think you would guarantee teams deciding we're just going to be bad all year long, and we'll find out how it goes. The fines, some people thought draft picks you could take them away. I don't know what it'll be, but it's probably the biggest issue with the NBA so far, and it's an answer that the commissioner can't come to grips with. At least he can't find an answer for it. So, but he got to win. He'll take the small victory on Sunday. And the weekend itself probably is going to look that positively outside of the dunk contest. Dame winning the 3-point contest was fun. Keshad Johnson win the dunk contest. No, that's not going to hit home. You gotta convince people that people care about to participate. And I don't know how you do it because they don't want to be embarrassed. You don't want to fall backwards and hit your head like Jace Richardson did. I mean, it's Jace Richardson, so it'll go by. It'll be a moment for an hour, and then people will forget. If it happens to who's a high flyer, who we care about, I'm trying to think. If it happened to Anthony Edwards, it's on his jacket for the rest of the time. So that's as you would say, as guys who you would say don't shy from the moment. I think the dunk contest is one where you don't want that floating around for the rest of the time. So I don't know if we're we will ever get a contest that people like long for, like back in the 80s when you had whether it be Dominique or Michael. I think we're done with that era. It's going to be the guys who can dunk, who don't play very much, or
Right.
we simply don't care about.
Honestly, it peaked 10 years ago with Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon. We're just being real.
Yeah, and those guys were young and thought highly of, and you're not going to see. I don't think you're going to see lottery picks anymore. Being dunk contest, even if it is their rookie year, because Jace Richardson, I believe, was a first round pick, but it was
Carter Bryant. He was a rookie. Oh, lottery pick this year.
Yeah, but who knows who Carter?
Right,
Bryant
that's
is.
true.
Yeah.
Besides Spurs fans and Arizona fans.
Yeah, Arizona fans. Not many. Yeah, maybe you hated him in the Big 12. I don't know, but other than that, you're not going to know who he is. So yes, lottery pick. He was maybe 11th. I forgot exactly where he was picked.
14th.
Oh, so very low in the lottery. So that's what we're talking about here. Guys who aren't counted on their team, so they can go out and get in the dunk contest. He currently is on the Austin Spurs. Like that's where he's spending his time right now, trying to find his way for his NBA career. So this is what we're dealing with. Yeah, whatever. Dunk contest is done. I think we can just pack that up and just remember the good times. Do we remember when Blake Griffin kind of but didn't really jump over a car? I think that's where we are right now, looking at highlights on YouTube. But I'll take the 3-point shooting contest in the game
For sure.
if it's going to be like that. And so that was cool. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get into some Texan stuff when we come back. They got some decisions to make, some big name ones to figure out if they're going to return, because they don't have a lot of space, and they are certainly going to hope for a return from injury from Tank Dell. But other than that, there's not a lot of guys who didn't play a lot last year outside of Joe Mixon who can really make a big impact. So if they're going to find a big impact player, it's probably going to have to come through free agency or the draft. So we'll talk about what they may do when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
So while the Texans may have a decision to make on Joe Mixon, nothing they're going to do will be of the consequence of what just broke about 10 minutes ago, according to Adam Schefter. Tyreek Hill released in an expected release. I think anyone who kind of knew the financial situation for the Dolphins, and of course Tyreek Hill coming off that major injury, and the stuff he said at the end of the previous season, and a new regime, all things led to this eventuality. But Tyreek Hill, at 32 years old, released by the Miami Dolphins, and AJ and I were talking about it. He said he saw it on Twitter as well. He has Baltimore Raven written all over him. They would likely get him on the cheap unless he has a home waiting for him back in Kansas City. But he is a guy who stated, and that caused the issues at the end of the 2024 season, that he wanted to be pretty much, I want to be on a winner. I don't want to be on a losing team. The Ravens certainly, despite last season, winning franchise, contending for Super Bowls. Now, and it would fit their profile of having a small receiver. Now, he'd be the best of the bunch, but they like a small receiver, and they also like a veteran receiver. Two things in combination that Tyreek Hill is, and they likely wouldn't have to pay him as much as they would have in a normal situation, considering his production because of the injury. I think the one setback, or at least the one pushback for anyone thinking about signing him, and the questions they would have is, what's the recovery like? Because if you saw, it was a Monday night game early in the season against the Jets. I think it might have been maybe the fourth week or the third week of the season, where his leg was in the wrong spot. Like, it was angled the wrong spot. It wasn't a simple ACL. It was a dislocation, and that can provide more than just ligament damage. You question about the nerves in the affected spot. So he would have to prove that he's going to be certainly not at the top level of what he was, but at least close enough where they wouldn't have to worry about him missing an exorbitant amount of time. So he's out on the market. I wonder how that goes. I think he's going to likely land on a contender. No reasonable team who's bad is going to sign him. I guess the question would be, is he still at a spot where he could tilt the balance of power in a conference that seems pretty open? I mean, if we think about likely landing spots, if we just have the criteria of good team looking and the team looking for one more piece that they think puts them over the top, I mean, the Bills would fit in some way. They don't have a real wide receiver outside of Khalil Shakir. I'm sure people would love the thought of Josh Allen and his big arm throwing the ball to Tyreek Hill down the field. As we mentioned, Baltimore. I'm trying to think of anyone in the NFC that would fit the profile. The Eagles already have their wide receiver issue they're dealing with. The Cowboys have George Pickens they'd like to bring back, if not on a long-term deal, but at least the franchise tag. So I would rule that out. I just think wherever he lands, unless the injury is worse than it you might suspect, I think it's going to be a contender.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of the one, but that'll play out. 32 years old, small receiver, based on speed, and he's got a leg injury that knocked him out for the year. I think it'll be a small selection of teams who think he can help. Because if you're bad, why would you want him around?
It's pointless.
Yeah, it's pointless.
If I was the Chiefs, I wouldn't run it back because you can either draft a receiver or address it otherwise.
Yeah, they've had issues drafting. Even the best one they drafted, Rashee Rice, has had his issues off the field, and apparently something popped up on Instagram over the weekend that people are questioning too. So he is the guy. Well, at least that he should be the guy there, but he can't stop doing things
getting his own way.
Yeah. So until that proves to not be the case anymore, I don't know how you depend on Rashee Rice going forward for the Chiefs. But yeah, I agree with you. I don't know that you're signing 32-year-old Tyreek Hill to a deal. I'm sure DeAndre Hopkins could join the Chiefs. It seems like that would be the tour for him. From the Ravens to who else? Who else is the contender? He can go back there, right? So he was there, right?
Yeah, 2024 season.
Yeah, so I'm sure there's a spot for him there, maybe, or maybe he eventually decides contenders aren't for me anymore, because there comes a point, like he's been a Chief, he's been a Raven, he's also a Titan, which is not surprising, an older receiver going to that Titan regime. I'm trying to think. There's probably one more. Yeah, Cowboys. I think there's one more. One more. I know you don't need him, but it's Jerry Jones. There's one more tour stop on the older veteran who was productive that can still, at least the team deludes itself into thinking he can help. I think that's the last stop on the DeAndre Hopkins tour. Get ready for it, AJ.
I'm good. We got our own. We need to re-sign Pickens. That's what we need to worry about.
Yeah, that's the big one there. So as far as the Texans are concerned, no on Tyreek Hill, despite their lack of receiver depth. You hope the Tank Dell return is as what it's being at least set out to be. Like, it seems like his recovery is going as well as it could be.
You see that video?
Yeah,
his legs look so.
Well, they're always small.
Yeah, but dang. Yeah.
I mean, we saw what happened in Kansas City in that playoff game. The thought that he was going to come back and be in any way, shape, or form what he was as a rookie in his second year, I don't know how you can even think that's going to happen. If he plays football again, that's an accomplishment. Yeah. I think the story is, as Cecil Shorts, he was being interviewed, and he talked about it right after, at least maybe a month or so after the Tank injury. He was on a podcast and said, I had the same type of injury, and I was never right again. In fact, he said he wasn't right until 5 years later, as far as how that leg felt, and he wasn't playing football anymore. So that's how debilitating that injury could be. But Tank Dell's trying to make his way, and we'll see what he is over a year in terms of his recovery. And I guess our first hint will be if he steps foot on that field for a mini camp in a couple months. So, but if we're looking through the Texans' potential cuts, Mario Edwards, as far as the non-Joe Mixon category, would be the one you look at and go, okay, that was a contributor. Some of the other guys like Jared Patterson, he's a lineman that's a rotational guy right now. Starts in some games, doesn't start in others. The Texans are in flux as far as their interior positions are on that offensive line. I think that's the one. Like, if Juice Scruggs fits that profile to a lesser extent, and then Xavier Hutchinson's part of that wide receiver core who is at this point Nico Collins, and you hope Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel are the guys that you can lean on moving forward, and then we'll see about Tank Dell. So if he was someone who gets cut, that wouldn't surprise me either. It's over $3.5 million. So if they think Higgins and Noel or Noel, excuse me, I say Noel, and then I go, I try to go Noel all the time, but I got hit with the Noel that time. If Higgins and Noel are the guys you depend on along with Nico, do you need to pay a fourth guy upwards of nearly $4 million? Probably not. So we'll see how it goes there, but I would point to Mixon as the most likely. If you look at his cap hit or what you would save, you'd save $8 million for a guy they're not even sure is gonna play, because the last words we heard from Nick Caserio were, we'd like to get a look at him and see, and they've done their part to protect Joe Mixon's privacy, but at some point he's got to step foot in the facility and they can see if he can still go. So if they're gonna cut anyone prominent, it'll be him, and then probably Mario Edwards after that, whose cap savings would be about 4.5. But like I said, there's nothing in line with franchise-changing moves, or at least if you want to call the Tyreek Hill release, because of what he meant to the Dolphins for a couple of years. The Texans are pretty set. They're guys who you're going to depend on for the next 3 or 4 years, are young, either do a contract or are already under contract, and no hint of them being cut. Maybe Mario Edwards would be the biggest surprise, if you want to call it that, because of his rotational status as a defensive tackle. So we'll go to break with that. Hour one is done. I was thinking about this because I didn't know until we got here. It's President's Day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, is that the reason AJ's here? Is it President's Day? Is that the reason Sean decided to take the day off? Because who wants to work on President's Day? It's just not a day I haven't considered President's Day since I was in like middle school.
Right.
I can't remember the last time it was a day off. Maybe high school, but a long time since high school. Don't get days off for President's Day anymore. If you do, congratulations. I know it's a bank holiday. My mother used to work at a bank, so it was always the day I wanted off because she was off. If you can get off, why can't I get off? That logic never worked for me. Probably doesn't work for any kids today as well. All right, we'll go to break. We got hour 2 coming up. We'll be back. Last week, the star, unfortunately for him, of the Trinidad Chambliss case was Joe Judge. If we remember, he had the quote, and the biggest problem for Joe Judge was we could all hear it. Like if it's in words, maybe it doesn't hit the same. But we heard him talk about how sleep was so important to athletes, and he said he had to educate significant others on why the football player could not get up and for those feedings, could not get up if the baby was crying, or even if the baby just needs to be fed. It couldn't be the athlete because sleep is so important. Well, of course, Joe Judge wasn't going to let this stand. He wasn't going to let you guys run his name through the mud. He took to Twitter and the Notes app, because, of course, it always has to be the Notes app, to clarify what he said and what he actually meant. And here is Joe Judge. And I think it's Joe Judge. I don't think it's a burner. I don't think it's anyone's pretending to be Joe Judge. We've had that conversation already today. Some of my comments from Thursday have been taken out of context. So I'd like to provide some clarity. In a discussion about Trinidad sleep apnea, Trinidad Chambliss, I was trying to point out the importance that the NFL places on sleep for recovery and performance, in addition to the education of balancing family dynamics during the football season. These are discussions I was a part of at the professional level from veteran players based on their own experience managing similar situations. These are not discussions we've had at the collegiate level. And then he goes into, hey, look, I'm a father too. As a husband and father of 4 children, I understand these challenges firsthand and would never diminish the commitment to family. So there's Joe Judge. Look, guys, I was talking about the NFL. I was talking about talking to DeMarcus Lawrence, or Dexter Lawrence, excuse me. Dexter Lawrence saying, hey, Dexter, if you do ever happen to have a child, let me know. I'll talk to the mom and tell her you need your sleep. This is about talking to NFL players. Yeah, try to clean it up, Joe. I think it's too late. I don't know that it – look, I went to the tweet. And sure, it has, if you go by the views, if you trust Twitter, over 566,000 views due to retweets. I'm going to believe that video hit more people. I am a completist, so I'm going to, and I love a storyline ending. So I will read his tweet. How many people who played Joe Judge's sound in the last week are going to read his tweet? And do they care? He goes, look, I wasn't talking to the 19-year-old woman who is the mother of a child and is co-parenting with one of my cornerbacks. I was talking to the grown man's family about it. Okay, I don't know if that's going to help your cause, but sure, at least clean it up any way you can. You never want to go viral. We've all learned that lesson. It's one of the only things I respect Raheel for saying. He said that years ago, and it has held true for years. If you go viral and you're a person who doesn't make their money going viral, like if Drewski goes viral, good for him. That's what he's looking for. Joe Judge ain't looking for that. You're just trying to be a coach, and you said some things under oath that led to the entirety of the football world taking you to task. But now, AJ, after me reading his words, did he clean it up?
I don't think so. He's really just trying to cover his butt, to be honest.
No, of course. But do you think that's it? Do you think him saying, "Look, I was just talking about NFL players and how sleep is important"? Do you think that's gonna make a dent in what happened to him in the last week or so?
I think to some people, but not to all. So
yeah, I didn't. When we talked about it last week, it didn't strike me as something foreign for a coach to say, because all they really care about. I mean, sure. You care about the well-being of the athlete, but really you're about winning football games. Mm-hmm. And if you believe him getting a better night's sleep is going to help, you're going to want that to happen. Right. So it was not something that affected me, because I understand football, the culture of football, you got to win. Other people are like, catch their breath and are questioning, how could you ever say that? Come on, it's not the worst thing a coach has ever said to the significant other of a player. No chance. But at least he said it to a grown woman, not some college co-ed, I guess. I guess people can feel better about that. So there's Joe Judge. Took to Twitter to try to clean it up. Joe Judge, you should be someone, considering what his career has been as far as on the NFL level and how bad he was as a head coach. You just want to be anonymous, man. Just continue to be an assistant coach. He's currently at Ole Miss, so he did have to clean that up. But you just want to be an assistant coach, be kind of nameless, faceless. And then now that you're part of Pete Golding's staff there, just be the quarterback coach. That's all. And now you get to coach Trinidad Chambliss. It all worked out for him. Trinidad Chambliss is eligible. We'll see if another judge overturns the ruling. Seems unlikely if that judge resides in Mississippi. So do that. Maybe no more Twitter or being under oath testifying. I'm sure he signed up for that, going, you know what? I'm going to back my guy. These are the unintended consequences of volunteering for help. To help someone. Speaking of that, watch A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That episode is another example of stop volunteering to help people. Bad things happen to you. Well, that's just the Game of Thrones universe, period. But you volunteer to help people, bad things happen. So that episode is out. Good one. Got the season finale on Sunday. So there's only 6 episodes that show, but it was, I think, episode 5 that premiered last night. I think it was the most well-reviewed episode, tied for the most well-reviewed episode in Game of Thrones universe history. So 9.9, I saw that in one spot. So if you're not up on that show, we've talked about it quite a bit here. It's a quick watch. You can get through it kind of in an afternoon. If you started at 2, you'd be done with the first 5 episodes by about 5 o'clock or so. It's only about 35 to 40 minutes an episode. They've done a good job, and we'll see how the season finale plays out. All right, we'll go to break with that. There's another coach who went viral last week, and it cost him his job. We'll talk about that. Jerome Tang, who was in town on Saturday for the Cougs. K-State played the Cougs. Cougars versus Cougars. No, Wildcats versus Cougars. Excuse me. And it went the way you would expect. The Cougs are great. The Wildcats not so much. So Kelvin Sampson's team handled Jerome Tang's Wildcats, and that was the end of Jerome Tang. We'll talk about that, and we'll play a sound. What he said to get himself fired, and what K-State is saying is the reason he's fired when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
So last week, Jerome Tang went after his players for their lack of effort. Well, you know what? I don't have to tell you. He'll tell you. And then we'll tell you what K-State did in response. Here's Jerome Tang last week after a poor performance from his Kansas State Wildcats.
Hey, I'm gonna honor Christ like I always do. Blessed to do this, but this was embarrassing. These dudes do not deserve to wear this uniform. There will be very few of them in it next year. I'm embarrassed for the university. I'm embarrassed for our fans, our student section. You know, it is just ridiculous. We got practice at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we will get this thing right. I have no answer and no words. So y'all got two questions. So whoever want to ask two questions, I'll answer them to the best of my ability right now. But right now, like I'm like pissed, and this is all right. Questions. They got some pride, man. They got some pride. It means something to wear a K-State uniform. It means something to put on this purple, man. Our everything this university is about and all that it's been about, why I love this place, man. Like they don't love this place, so they don't deserve to be here.
That was him last week. I believe that came after a beatdown at the hands of Iowa State. In response against the Cougs, they had a better effort. The Cougs outplayed them thoroughly, I believe, in the first half, and then I think they played them even in the second. But the Cougs won by 14. I think the one visible response, he took the names off the back of the jerseys. So it's a thing coaches do where you play for the front of the jersey, not the back. So blah blah blah. You know, coaches, they do stuff like that. Usually it doesn't work. I mean, unless that's a decades-long tradition, doing it happenstance because your team's not playing well. Maybe your team's just bad, and nothing you're going to do is going to change things. But he tried it. They gave a better effort. They didn't get beat by 30+ like they did against Iowa State. Did not matter. They lost to the Cougs, and then he lost his job. So that happens. You are a poor performer, you get fired. And if you look at what they've done since his first year where they made a deep run in the tournament, and I kind of remember that team, not the players themselves, but I remember watching that team quite a bit because it was his first year, and they wound up making the Elite Eight. He's gone 19-15 NIT, 16-17, no postseason, and then this year before he got fired, 10-15, 1-11. So there have been diminishing returns. K-State was likely desperate to get rid of him, and now they're doing it for what they say is cause. Normally, it's not for cause. If you're just bad, you get fired, you get your buyout, you get your buyout. K-State is trying to use his rant last week to not pay him $19 million. That's what his buyout is, so they want it to be zero. I've heard coaches say worse things about their players and their team's performance, and it never being used to cost them their money. Like, if you think about it, what normally costs a coach's money? Scandal. And then if he takes another job, then the other school is paying the buyout. But as far as him not getting his money, I don't really see it. But according to Kansas State, they believe those words embarrassed the program. I mean, maybe, but also it was said that the words themselves shouldn't be said. It's not becoming of a coach, and that is why he's got to go. And they can fire him for whatever they want, but they're saying what he said was enough to keep their $19 million. I don't know how they keep their money. I think he gets his money. As long as he's got a good research department his lawyers do, they can go look up all the things coaches have said over the years, and it not being a reason to fire them with cause. Talking about your team not having the pride to represent the program is more a case of him defending the program against the efforts of his players. They just were sick of him. They don't want K-State has won a lot. At least they did under Frank Martin. They don't want to be bad anymore, and they're trying to find a way out without having to give him his money. Which, good luck. I get it. You want to play that game and see if it works. Understood. I just don't see how it happens. You made the wrong decision hiring him, and that's fine. You take it on the chin. You go make another hire, but you agreed to a deal, and of course, in this day and age, contracts seemingly get less and less concrete as we move along, particularly in sports. But I feel like this is a clear ploy when they simply know they made a mistake. Public disrepute, embarrassment, and ridicule is what they're pointing to as a reason why they shouldn't have to give it up. According to their AD, this was a decision that was made in the best interest of our university and men's basketball program. Recent public comments and conduct, in addition to the program's overall direction, have not aligned with K-State standards for supporting student athletes and representing the university. We wish Coach Tang and his family all the best moving forward. I wonder what the conduct is outside of his press conferences, because maybe that's their out, that they know something about him that we don't. But if I wasn't talking, I could put the look on my face that AJ just did. Like, this is the sound of whatever. Stop it. That's how I feel about those particular comments from the AD. But you're trying to make a move. I get it. Who wants to pay $19 million if you don't have to? I don't know the level of. I don't know the level of financial stability the K-State program has, the athletic program has, but if you can save $19 million, I get it. And that leads me to this. There's sound from Kelvin Sampson. We know he said earlier, and he's had to kind of maybe walk it back a little bit, that the program was poor and not to expect the level of recruiting that you've seen recently, because it costs money to do that. Well, other coaches in his profession have taken note, and they're trying to help him out. Here's Kelvin Sampson sitting with Jeff Goodman, and he tells a story about one coach who heard him and was worried about him, so he's doing anything possible to help Coach Sampson out.
I heard that you're poor. I heard you don't have a lot of money these days. You've been a little broke lately, so I wanted to help you out here. Just for your next meal, something.
Mick Cronin had the best line. So he Venmos me $1. He Venmos me $1. He actually sent the Kellen a gift to me. Yeah. He said, "Yo, man, I heard your shtick." I said, "Post-game press conferences." He said, "You got to learn. You got to learn not to say certain things."
Oh, Mick, of all people.
Yeah. So, but I did get that you don't have very much. So here's $1.
I'm giving you 100.
I tell you, man,
great seeing you. Likewise.
Jeff Goodman. I think is he still a CBS? Jeff Goodman, longtime college basketball analyst and writer. You can find him at Goodman Hoops, but he sat down with Coach Sumlin. He works with Field of 68 now. He founded that, so that's where he is right now. The Cougs themselves, nice win, expected win, easy win on Saturday. Tonight, though, they go to Iowa State. Iowa State just beat Kansas. There it is. Number 3 versus number 5. Big week for the Cougs. I'm sure the research has been done, but if you start to look at level of opponent and where they are as far as the rankings are concerned, I don't know if a team has had a bigger stretch of games. They've got now Arizona won't be number 1 when they see them, likely, because Arizona's lost a couple games, but as it stands now, we'll see what the rankings are as they come out today. Iowa State number 5 in the country, Arizona 1, Kansas 9. Those are going to change because we'll have the AP and the coaches come out today. But Cougs number 3 currently ranked in the polls. So you think they're 2, AJ, behind Michigan? You think they're ahead of Michigan?
I think they should be.
Michigan just smoked someone by 30, but it wasn't a good team.
Right.
Of course, the Cougs had what they did this past week. I think they're going to give Michigan the number 1. They haven't done anything to not take over that spot since Arizona dropped a couple. But 1, 2, sure. I mean, it's whatever. The question would be for me, and I asked the guys this morning. Let's say it is 1 versus 2. I just laid out what the Cougs have, and as I said, the rankings will change. But either way, they got a big time schedule coming up. Arizona lost against Tech at home, and Tech wound up with their tire slashed, their bus tire slashed.
Really? I didn't see that.
I don't know how it came about, but there's a video of the Tech their bus with like I don't know what you would call it. It's like it's not a fork per se, but if you've ever I don't know the word because I'm not great in the kitchen, but it's you pick up the chicken with the 2-prong thing, whatever the hell that's called. It looked like one of those got stabbed into their into one of the bus tires. So Tech probably took them a while to get back to the hotel, maybe. But that happened. So Tech beat Kansas, so Kansas will drop a little bit. The Cougs go to Kansas next Monday while they have Iowa State this Monday.
Right.
But in fact, that Kansas game won't even affect the rankings because it'll be after the rankings come out. But they have Arizona and they at home on Saturday, right? And they have Iowa State tonight. Michigan has number 13, at least at the time of the last rankings, number 13 Purdue and number 4 Duke. So 2 big-time games for each team. While you would think if the Cougs run through at least those 2, that would secure number 1 spot if they win both. Michigan's got a pretty tough schedule too.
Right.
Yeah. So of course, if the night game against Kansas was a part of the rankings, then I would say yes, Cougs, give them number 1. But that might have to wait for another week just because of what Michigan's up to. So I think if they both go 2-0, and if they wind up 1-2 today, it'll probably go to Michigan again. But I could see the Cougs very quickly finding the spot at number 1 if they then go beat Kansas in Kansas, a place where at least a situation where Kansas never loses. I think Bill Self is 40-0 now on Big Mondays at home. The Cougs beat them last year in Lawrence, but that was I think a Saturday game or something. So they'll get their opportunity to try to do it again. But first, they got Iowa State, a team who beat Kansas. So you got a big time program playing big time games, and as the morning show will tell you, certainly John, the best venue in the city to watch sports, the Fertitta Center, and they'll host Arizona, which was number 1. They'll still be top 10 when they come to town on Saturday. Tickets very expensive. Are you going?
Oh yeah, I'll be covering it for a year.
Yeah,
So
for work.
Yeah.
As far as anyone who wants to buy a ticket, probably more expensive than you're used to when it comes to college basketball game. If you just go by the secondary market, so if you're not a season ticket holder, good luck. But good program, great program, great place to watch a game.
Would expect game day to be there.
You would think so. I don't know if there's another game of that caliber, unless that Duke game's on Saturday, the Michigan Duke game. That might, and that's a rivalry from the '90s, so they might want to be there for that. But yeah, you're right. It is a real contender for game day. I just wonder with Duke as a possibility if they would forego Duke to come to Houston. I would hope so. But as I look at it, the Michigan game is Saturday. The Duke-Michigan game is on a Saturday. So
sense.
They're probably going to Duke for that game. As it stands now, it'll probably be number 1 versus at least top 5 Duke. So we'll see how it plays out. But either way, it is that time of the year. I know baseball people like to pretend like it's baseball season, but no, not at the moment. Yeah, it's college basketball season, and March will be the thing we care, and March Madness will be the thing we care about, particularly here. We got a big time team. We're accustomed to deep runs, and is this a year that it finally?
I hope so.
Yeah,
winning the game, we made it last year.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to put that as an expectation because college basketball is the one sport where making the semifinals is the big thing. You make the Final Four, it's the thing. No, sure, the Cougs are at a spot where national championship is the thing, but you say, hey, you look at every program in the country has any expectation. Our expectation is to make the Final Four, which isn't. Then you have to win 2 more games to win it all. So that's the unique thing about the sport. So, Final Four, I would hope for. Even I won't say expect it, but the team certainly is capable of doing it. And with Kingston Flemings, you got a big time shot maker who can maybe put you over the hump in a game, particularly in that Final Four. that you haven't had in the past. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got a couple more segments to go. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. Me and AJ on President's Day. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
We'll get back to the Astros here. Their most recent acquisition, at least the one of any note, Joey Loperfido. Jesus Sanchez gone, Loperfido in. Whether you believe that move was simply a financial decision, there's a chance for Loperfido just to simply be better than Sanchez. Sanchez, bad outfielder, wasn't great hitting the baseball, at least in his time with Houston. He was expected to be some left-handed pop. He didn't really provide that, and then we saw what his fielding looked like when he was out there. So they make the trade, they bring back Loperfido, and Loperfido in a limited sample size was a better hitter last year than Sanchez. Had his best year as a hitter on the major league level. He got a chance to speak yesterday. They talked to him. Here are his thoughts on the strides he's made in the last year or so.
have had a little bit of success in the big leagues because I'm always trying to get better and always trying to improve. I feel like last year when I was in AAA for the first half of the year, there was a conscious effort to improve my contact. And then once I was up in the big leagues, I feel like I let, kind of the contact and the power that I've had, historically kind of blend together and meet somewhere in the middle. So I think for me, just was continuing to refine my approach, finding, a comfortable athletic setup, and then just kind of letting my instincts and athleticism take over from there. I felt like I covered fastballs, four seams, kind of like I always felt like I had in the big leagues last year, and was able to work off of that.
And it's a position group that's pretty weak as far as major league accomplishments. Loperfido, if he's going to hit like he did last year, has a spot to at least be a rotation or at least a fourth outfielder, because I kind of went through it last hour who the projected starters are: Smith, Cam Smith, Zach Cole, and Jake Myers. We're talking about Jake Myers likely being your unquestioned center fielder at this point. The other two spots open for comp. I don't know how open the competition would be, but if we're having an open competition, Loperfido could be in the mix because, of course, there's hope for Cam Smith because of what he's expected to be and what he was as a prospect. And honestly, in a different situation, he might still be what you consider a prospect on a minor league level. Just the Astros are devoid of outfield talent, so we saw him get elevated because of his spring training last year to a starting right field role. And there are certainly some ups and downs there, and Zach Cole certainly was late up an addition later in the year, but the Astros have not done much to address that, and that is certainly bothersome when you take a look at the entire roster. What are the additions? Tatsuya Imai as a pitcher that you got from Japan. And as far as guys who you think can be big contributors, isn't that about it? Have they done a lot to help their bullpen or anything to really solidify the bullpen? The biggest news from the bullpen is the fact that Josh Hader is someone who may not be ready to go to start. We'll see as he works his way back. I mean, you've gotten pitchers back, like, of course, Arrighetti and JP France are going to be out there trying to find their way onto the roster, but we're used to a certain standard, particularly with that bullpen. There, before Presley, I guess you want to say lost it, eventually had to be traded, and now he's retired. The Abreu, Presley, Hader trio, and it was too quick to say it because it didn't play out this way, but it was we were talking Dotel, Wagner, Lidge. That was the thing people were making the comp for. So the bullpen is not as strong as it's been. You hope certainly Abreu continues to pitch well, and you hope for Hader's healthy return, and then you're maybe piecing stuff together, and that can be said for the rotation as well. For a team who will tell you they have aspirations of getting back to where they have been and winning, not only the division. Correa's words over the weekend suggested, at least he believes, they have a real shot to do something big here. There's not a lot of confidence from me that they can survive anything but kind of really good years from the majority of the roster. Like, there's not a lot of margin for error on this team. It's probably one of their least talented teams in recent memory, and that stems quite a bit from my questions about the pitching staff. You look at the hitters, and if you get Altuve to be more consistent like he has said he wants to be, of course, Pena, Correa, and then Jordan has to stay healthy, so there are questions throughout because there are guys who have missed time recently. Correa was pretty healthy last year, though, but Paredes missed his time. Christian Walker wasn't good last year. I think the hitters can round into form to be a nice lineup. And then Paredes is maybe your swing guy who isn't in the lineup every day. But the pitching staff, where's that going to land? Are they going to be an average staff? Are they going to surprise the Astros? Their run has been dependent on guys who we didn't expect much from to start showing up. And, of course, one of those names is Christian Javier. And guys who are now gone, like Urquidy and Fromber, were guys who extended the run because they weren't at least highly touted prospects, but they showed up and gave more than maybe people thought they could give. Now you're dependent on a couple surprises. Hunter Brown, you hope he might, despite not pitching on the major league level ever, is a guy you can count as maybe your 2 to 3, wherever you want to slot him. And then what do you get from Spencer Arrighetti, who doesn't have doesn't have a track record of sustained success. I'll put it that way. He's had moments, but then he's had the other moments where he looks like a young pitcher still trying to find his way. So listening to callers this week, well, at least today and last week, some questions about the roster build for this team and what they're going to be able to realistically accomplish, because on paper they're not better than the Mariners. And that race last year was close enough when you throw in the Rangers, who had a little run later in the year to inject themselves into the race. Where am I confident the Astros are the best team in this division? No. Now, I'm wondering if there's a big gap between them and Seattle that they have not made up the ground on through acquisitions. We'll see. Seattle seems like they're on the uptick. The Astros seem like they're a team who is fading, but they come out and surprise. Maybe you get better years from Cam Smith than I thought possible. And your infield hits the ball well, like I think they're capable of doing. And then maybe I'll have a different thought on this team by June or July. But right now, I think they're behind when it comes to the contenders in the American League and certainly the National League as well. Let's get to Eric here, and then we'll get to break. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, Bill. The Houston Rockets, they don't have a second-round draft pick this year in the upcoming draft. Do you think it was a mistake then trading those draft picks, looking at this way the draft class is? This is like top 10 players in the first top 10 drafts. I mean, draft picks, but to trade them for KD after all this nonsense. I hang up and listen.
So they don't have a first-round pick. They have multiple. They have a pick next year, but they don't have a pick this year in this draft. Was it a mistake to trade the Suns their pick back? I can't say that because I was in favor of the move when it happened. I think the trade didn't cost them as much as general superstar trade would cost you. Jalen Green was coming off a bad postseason. Dylan Brooks, now he's been good in Phoenix, probably better than we thought he could be, considering he was never a first option there, and he has on some nights become a first option. I think he put up 40 against the Thunder to win a game, whoever it was. So he has had moments where he can be their primary scorer and help them get big wins. So that I think the Dylan Brooks part of it is the most surprising and the biggest loss, because he had a personality, whether you thought it was where you questioned it and maybe made fun of it. It was a personality that fit what this team wanted and needed. And they're not as good at moments defensively without him. It's just how it is. It doesn't help that two of your wing defenders, particularly DFS, miss so much time, and Tari can be in and out of the lineup. And then you're asking another wing, and he's Kevin Durant, to be an excellent defender at his age. That's tough. So, and we know about the troubles that Şengün has had, the frustration that it's provided for his teammates, and they've either voiced it or displayed it with a hand gesture at times on the court. So I think the Dylan Brooks one surprised me the most, about his absence being something that's so felt. But you make the trade every day, every time. It's Kevin Durant, and all you had to give up was a low lottery pick and a volume shooter and scorer, and Dylan Brooks. Turns out Dylan Brooks is probably better than even the Rockets thought he was, now that he's gotten more opportunities in Phoenix. And Phoenix, by the way, I would say trading Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green, who hasn't played very much, has hurt that pick. So you could think to yourself, if you kept that pick and they found a worse trade for Kevin Durant, where would that pick be as far as the lottery? So there are things you can take a look at and go, hey, it'd be nice to maybe be locked in, still have Dylan Brooks, still have Jalen Green, and maybe on the verge of Phoenix, if the team went wrong this year because you didn't have Dylan Brooks, which is nuts to say. If you didn't have Dylan Brooks, the team goes wrong, and they don't have a great record. Maybe you're talking about a high lottery pick because Phoenix kind of pulls a Utah where they're like, you know what? Although actually Phoenix couldn't without their pick, they would probably have to try pretty hard because you don't want to give up a lottery pick. But who knows? Teams who haven't had lottery picks in the past have been bad because they just couldn't help it. So it is an interesting sliding doors thing to consider. What if you hadn't traded Kevin Durant? You kept your guys, you kept that pick. Where would that pick be if Phoenix had to make a different Kevin Durant trade and didn't get the type of performances they got, at least the performance they got from Dylan Brooks? Jalen Green has barely played, which is surprising considering he always played here. It's just not something they probably could have accounted for, but yeah, it has worked out for him. I'm still making a trade, though, Eric. Even if, you know what, I will say this. If it's proven that he's behind the account and those group chats are real, those texts in the group chats are real, then maybe I'm not as strong in my opinion that would always make the trade because, I mean, when it's public knowledge that he's allegedly calling Jabari Smith what he called him, that's tough. That's tough to come back from. If it's real, we don't know that it's real. I think I can say, at least the internet can say with confidence, that the account belongs to Kevin Durant. Now, whether those those texts are real, that's for some internet sleuth to figure out if it can be figured out. But yeah, 33-20, the Rockets are. The Suns currently are 32-23, so still in the plan right now. A game and a half out of a playoff spot. They haven't been great the last 10 games, 5-5. They had played better than that before the last, 2 to 3 weeks or so. But they are surprisingly good compared to what people's projections for them were. So all thanks, at least in parts, of Dylan Brooks, and Devin Booker's there too. Devin Booker is there too. All right, we'll go to break with that. Thanks for the call, Eric. Kevin Durant trade, still a thumbs up. We'll see how the rest of the season goes. We'll see if whatever happened on Sunday changes the complexion of the Rocket season. Then maybe you call back in April, and then I will have to say, you know what? Nah, don't make that trade. But we'll see. All right, before we go to break, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. No regrets if you go there right now. You just check out what they have to offer and find the vehicle of your choosing and know that you're going to love it. See what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. You can always be looking for that Silverado 1500 or maybe the Colorado or the Trax or the Blazer. I mentioned all those cars because they have a wide selection of new vehicles you can check out when you click on new inventory. And, of course, if you're looking for something a little different, they have a used inventory section as well, wide selection you can pick from. So whether it's a new Chevy you're looking for or just something dependable that's pre-owned, you can go to Monument Chevrolet and find the vehicle that you want. And if you're a business owner, you've got the ability to add to your fleet. They've got a wide selection of commercial vehicles. Last I heard, they were the 8th largest dealership when it came to commercial vehicles. So that simply means no matter what you're looking for, it's going to be there for you as you either start a business or add a vehicle to that business. So check out the website, monumentchevrolet.com, and then go head on out to Pasadena. They're off of Beltway 8 and 225. Find the vehicle you want on the website, and then head on out there, get on the lot, and ask for Jeff. He's their general manager. He wants to be your point person. Any questions you have, he'll be there to answer for you. And then, of course, you meet the great salespeople, and they'll get you into a vehicle you're going to love. That's Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So I went to ESPN.com during the break, and of course, they don't have the rights to it, but of course they're going to focus on the Olympics, and I guess the U.S. women are playing Sweden right now in hockey. They're up 5-0. U.S. dominant in hockey. Canada, of course, will be the team they have to beat to win a gold medal. But that's not even because it's not my personality to care that much about the Olympics. I don't know when that happened. When I was a kid, I cared. I don't care as much as anymore. But the U.S. are going to the gold medal game, so I'll watch that. They're in the semifinal right now, up 5-0. The biggest story for me is the cheating in curling. Only because the Swedes were so confident that the Canadians were cheating, they had a Swedish television station set up a camera right where they could be proven right. Apparently, the Olympics isn't like the Super Bowl where they have cameras everywhere. So I don't know the rules of curling really. I found out that you cannot touch the stone as it's crossing the red line. As it's about to go down, and I don't even know what any of the things are called. Whether it's a runway or a path, whatever it's called. As it's traveling down, and all the other women or men are doing the little scrubbing thing to direct the stone one way or the other. As you push the stone, you're not allowed to have any portion of your body touching it as it crosses the line. Apparently, the Canadians have been doing this at least long enough for the Swedes to know about it, and they simply had a Swedish television network film that angle, and the Canadian player or whatever I don't know what they're called. I'm just going to call him the member of the Canadian team had his finger on it, and he was vehement in saying, no, I didn't. He cursed out the Swedish guy. The Swedish guy was like, I'll show you on the video later, just so you know. Oh, you're not cheating? I'll show you. Turns out he was really cheating. And it's not only the men Canadian team who cheats in curling. It's the women too. They were caught doing it too. Shout out to the Swedes. Bringing controversy because you were ready for it to the Olympics. I don't know if Mike Tirico's talked about it. I know he's in Cortina. But for me, give me more of that. Give me a sting operation for curling. And what's with NBC? How do you not have an angle down the line? You're supposed to be covering this thing from all angles. And it took the Swedes and their own television network to show that the Canadians are cheating. Typical. They cheated in the Olympic soccer tournament too. I think they were filming. I think they might have been using a drone to film practices. So the Olympics in Canada, cheating. That's what they do. I'm just going to need Sidney Crosby to pull a hamstring or something. I've been watching that guy kill America in hockey in the Olympics or the Four Nations for years now. Since probably 2010, he's been ruining American hopes in hockey. I need that to end. The men, while the women are about to make the final, the men got through the group stage. They're the 2 seed, and they reseed after every round. So, of course, if the U.S. – so it's not like brackets, really. So if the U.S. and Canada keep winning, they'll just face each other in the final, which is, I think, what NBC certainly wants. We'll see about that. They smacked around Germany over the weekend. All right, we'll go to – well, I was going to say we're going to go to break, but we're done. Rich Eisen is up next. Thanks to AJ for filling in. Sean probably rightly and smartly took President's Day off. I didn't even think about it, really. It's just another day at this point to me. Since we're done for the day, AJ, what does that mean?
Got nothing for you here.
Well, sometimes you got nothing. Chris Collinsworth after Drake May's pick. That's his job to have something. He just didn't have it. Everyone watching that clip or that play was like, oof, that's a bad throw. He couldn't even give us that. Anyway, Rich Eisen up next. Jeremy and Joe, follow him. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind, whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. LaPorte Roofing Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
John Granado here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out, give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief. Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
Streaming TV is where it's at. It's not about cutting the cord anymore. That's old news. It's all about your customized TV options. With the best and cheapest high-speed internet and your own TV subscriptions, we've got your dream TV lineup. Between wired and satellite internet and TV, you now have tons of options. Save money and get more internet speed and better TV today by calling the Whole Home Connect. We scan your location and offer you the best TV and internet options. And we always have specials and promotions. So when you call, ask about that. Take 5 minutes of your time, make this free call now, and learn how to save money and get better internet and TV for your home anywhere in the U.S. Make this simple and free call now.
800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. That's 800-214-6191.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Oh my God, you guys are my favorites. This is the Rich Eisen Show. The one and only Rich Eisen.
I know what I'm talking about. That's the headline.
The Rich Eisen Show with guest host Brian Weber.
I mean, honestly, he's brilliant.
Brian Weber.
I've got a long resume. Google me. It saves time.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. And now, sitting in for Rich, it's Brian Weber.
Welcome to the program. Always an honor to sit in for Rich and the guys, enjoying the much-deserved day off on this President's Day. I come to you from our Regal Studios in Southern California, where very few people seem to care about the NBA All-Star Weekend, especially All-Star Saturday night, which was the afternoon here on the West Coast. But we're going to jump right in talking about the resurrection of the All-Star Game. It was watchable. What do you know? NBA players can actually expend effort when they want to. In 20 minutes, we'll talk football with the Combine starting next week. Which team has the worst QB situation heading into the draft? And there is news in the NFL because, as you know by now, say it with me, there is no offseason in the National Football League. No holiday when it comes to transactions. Not stunning news, but significant to a degree. As expected, the Dolphins, with the regime change, new GM, new head coach, and Jeff Hafley, have released Tyreek Hill. So in 20 minutes, we'll talk about potential landing spots for the Cheetah. Wide open here in the first hour of the program. You can pick up the phone, 844-204-RICH. That is 844-204-7424. Coming up in 45 minutes, we'll bookend the NBA talk to kick off the first hour of the show. We'll get into the tanking crisis. Thank you very much. Is there anything realistically that Commissioner Adam Silver can do to preserve competitive integrity? Just two guests along the way because I'm delusional enough to think I'm just that fascinating. Plus, I'm only here selectively. By design, there's a reason why I am a guest host at this stage of my career. So, in addition to the NBA thoughts that are coming up momentarily, we will get the analysis of what happened over the weekend and spin it forward to the post-All-Star Game break action when we're joined by Kurt Heelan of NBCSports.com. In the next hour, final hour, we will talk NFL with Eric Edom of NFL.com. If you want to get interactive, you can always hit me up on the X platform. Tweet at me. I don't get paid by Elon, so I'll go old school. My handle is BW Weber, Weber with two B's. I probably should not admit this because going young is always a wise course of action in our business, but I'm older than my way too enthusiastic delivery at 9:03 local time here in Los Angeles would suggest. So I got a head start in my career roughly 35 years ago because I was almost psychotically passionate about sports, and I used to get extraordinarily worked up over all-star games. Now, some of that was a byproduct of scarcity. I didn't see a lot of Xavier McDaniel when he played for the Supersonics when I grew up in the New York tri-state area. So when all the all-stars got together, it was meaningful because every game wasn't available on my phone. But as I've gotten a little bit older and maybe more beat up, I try not to get worked up over things that are merely exhibitions and designed to entertain. But that's been the problem with the All-Star Game. If you're not compelling, if you're not interesting, if the players don't seem to give a damn, why should we? So I was optimistic that the format change, and we're not going to go through the whole chronology, the history of the All-Star Game. It was founded in the 1950s, the NBA Players Association Pension Fund. Clearly, I have no life as is coming through the first couple minutes of the program. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. Hop aboard at 844-204-RICH. That's 7424. But the tipping point occurred a few years ago. What was that debacle at Indy? Something like 211 to 194. 168, I looked it up just to confirm, 168 combined three-pointers in that dumpster fire. So Adam Silver had no choice but to blow the thing up. They went with the mini-game format last year with a tournament style as well. That was better. And then they figured, okay, whenever there is something that can be in doubt in sports, go with patriotism. Go with nationalism, especially an Olympic year. USA against the world. And the format worked. Now, I don't think it was primarily driven based on that aspect of nationalism. I think it really came down to the man we're going to hear from momentarily, Wemby, who truly is a unicorn, setting the tone, heading into All-Star Weekend, saying, I'm going to play. I'm going to treat this as a real game. And when you have somebody who's going to be the next face of the league coming out with that kind of bold statement, I don't think it's a coincidence that other dudes responded. In fact, if you watched any of the action yesterday, and it was a lot more watchable because they were bite-sized chunks, the mini games also led to players having a real shot of going out and balling out because they only had to play 12 minutes instead of going through the motions for a unwatchable 48-minute affair. From the very outset, from Jump Street in the first game, Wemby came out with a dunk, then he railed a three-pointer, showing that, in fact, he was going to back up his words. So let us hear from Wemby after the game, summing up what he thought was a stellar All-Star Game experience.
Yeah, I think being honest, with ourselves is good. And when it's a game we love, it's a game I personally cherish. So being competitive is the least I can do.
The very least. But it is amazing. And again, I'm not going to get into some kind of cultural examination. Why does it take a young man from France to, quote unquote, save the All-Star game? I think the players at some point were guilted into trying. I think there is a generational gap because the next fellow we're going to hear from is also one of the young faces of the league. If you want to get nerdy, and this really would be the demonstration of absolutely having no life, you could argue Kawhi Leonard perhaps should have been the MVP, although by the time we got to the championship game, USA versus USA, he flamed out. So I got no problem with Anthony Edwards picking up the hardware. And I did find it interesting that we got the endorsement from another transcendent star who happens to be well beneath his 30th birthday, that he, talking about the Ant-Man, also is a fan of the new approach.
I know they ain't going to really, take in what I'm saying, but I like this format. I think it makes us compete because it's only 12 minutes, and the 3 different teams, you separate the guys, and I think it was really good.
And that is exactly what we want from our athletes. Transparency, candor, and honesty. And I know people out there, especially on a holiday, and if you are working, one of the little-known powers as a fill-in hack is I get to tell you, you can mail it in today. Stick it to the man. In fact, you can mail it in because the mailman isn't even working. Don't go downstairs and check your mailbox if you still do that. Of course, I do because all my references are dated in 1985. Put your feet up. But if you are driving around right now saying, wait a minute, here's a young multimillionaire telling me he decided to play hard because the game was shorter, that's a you problem. And back to my evolving mindset about everything in life, control the controllables. It's never going to be the way it was in any of these sports, not even just the All-Star game format, because I could sit here and shout about Pete Rose knocking over Ray Fosse before I was even born, but we know that highlight will live forever. The world has changed. These guys are friends on and off the court. They're all their own individual corporation. So the bloodlust that we used to see is never coming back, and that's okay. We're just looking for a baseline of minimal effort, and we saw it yesterday. So the answer moving forward until we have the next crisis in the NBA, and what is it about basketball that all we do, and if you remember me, probably not, because I do fill in for other platforms as well. I'm very fortunate to be a guest host occasionally in demand. But I was in for Rich throughout the majority of Christmas week, and I'm the guy who was telling you on Christmas Day I was more interested in the 5 NBA matchups in the NFL, understanding the NFL crushes everything in its path. And I used to work at NFL Network. I am more of a hoops fan just because I like the sport better aesthetically, and we all played basketball to a degree because all you needed was a ball and a hoop. Football, yeah, you could tackle your buddies on the concrete if you're old school from the mean streets of Brooklyn, or if you can find some field near your house. But all it took coming up was either you're going to shoot baskets in your backyard or go to the local playground or play pickup with your friends. Maybe because we all have some sort of personal connection to basketball, but all we do is slam the NBA. And I understand the reasons why we have the objections. The three-point revolution has been a negative for this league. There has to be a degree of balance. I'd like to see some traditional big men, and then you get Wemby, who truly is one of one because he has that unbelievably unique skill set. We complain about load management. I get it. If you were somebody who paid big money for the one visit that LeBron and the Lakers were making to your town, and LeBron's not the guy to point the finger at. And coming up as we tip off hour number 2, we will get into his future. If you're looking for the most passive-aggressive and cryptic answer about LeBron, could this be your last All-Star game? You'll get that answer from the King coming up to start the second hour. I am not minimizing load management, the avalanche of threes, and tanking, which we're going to talk about on the business end of this hour. I'm just saying that we don't dissect the NFL for having hideous officiating that's uneven, and now replay assists coming from New York City. We still watch, and we love the game. But for whatever reason in hoops, we spend the majority of time pointing out what is wrong. And I don't want to live my life that way. So the game is designed to be a celebration of the sport. Mission accomplished yesterday with the return of energy, with the return of competition, because you could pick whatever that line is, however many years ago it was. Was it 5 years ago? Was it a decade? Somewhere along the way, it became a drag for these guys. They just didn't want to be there. Yes, the slam dunk competition is abysmal. And I'm not coming up with some fix-it panacea, because that thing is dead. It's a coffin on roller skates. But if you're willing to take some chances, as the NBA does, I don't love the NBA Cup, but I understand why it exists. I thought the play-in was a worthless gimmick. Undeniably, it's been a success. And, of course, now, if we're talking about the NBA, what is a potential solution for tanking? Let's have another tournament, but we'll get there coming up in a half hour. Sum total, I was just looking to be entertained. I wanted to believe the players cared as much as we do as fans. And if you watch the product, I don't think it's even a conversation worth having. It was undeniably much better, with Wemby leading the way. There was talk that this might be a one-off in terms of USA versus the world because it coincided with the Olympic year. The NBA, for all their problems, they're not fools. I think you move forward with this format, and as we heard from Anthony Edwards, you stick with the mini games. Now, if you want to quibble, by the time we got to the fourth game, maybe it was one too many, and you saw some of the older players like Kawhi hitting the wall. But that is just parsing something for the sake of poking holes in it. You put it in a big picture perspective. Dare I say the NBA All-Star game was fantastic? I won't go that far, but at least it was watchable. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. You can pick up the phone, 844-204-RICH. That is 844-204-7424. Hit me up on the X platform, BW Weber, Weber with two Bs. We'll get back to the NBA and the tanking issue that refuses to go away. Coming up in 30 minutes, we'll hear from the commissioner himself. Straight ahead, NFL has no days off, including President's Day. We've got reaction to today's news. The Tyreek Hill has been released by the Dolphins, and the NFL Combine starts a week from today. Which team has the worst quarterback situation on the road to the draft? Just getting warmed up on a very busy holiday edition of the program. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich here on The Rich Eisen Show.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all, and they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at HRBlock.com.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
This is TGL on ESPN, live in prime time. Come on! Join Tiger, Rory, and the PGA Tour's biggest names in a season-long head-to-head competition. Oh, my. Combining the top players with advanced technology. More screens, more moving greens, more history in the making. Yes! It's golf reimagined. TGL, presented by SoFi on ESPN and the ESPN app. All of TGL, all in one place.
Kevin, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Dak Prescott is never going to force his way out of Dallas. $300 million as the Cowboys quarterback, and he's got another $140 million coming to him through 2028. That's state income tax free, boys and girls. If you're the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, lucrative when you're playing, but it's just as lucrative once you retire. Why the hell would Dak Prescott leave, y'all?
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all season long. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Just pick whether your favorite players or go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats. You know the drill. Points, rebounds, steals, blocks. They got it all on Underdog. Kevin Durant, higher or lower on his points. Alpi Şengün, higher or lower on his points and rebounds. Amin Thompson, higher or lower points plus assists. You can do all of that on Underdog. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You know ball. Go prove it right now. Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MyReset or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
you left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting you had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50-1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Jeremy Branham here. If you're looking for a cozy winter escape, Two Creeks Crossing Resort has you covered. From November through February, you'll get 40% off all cabin rentals and 20% off nightly RV stays. That's the 40-20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com and make your winter getaway one to remember. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
In pressure situations, execution matters. When something breaks, you don't want delays, scripts, or handoffs. You want answers. At EAG, our IT outsourcing model puts experienced engineers on the front line, focused on fast first-call resolution when time matters most. Less escalation, less downtime, less frustration for your team and leadership. As an IT managed service provider, we measure success by problems solved, not tickets closed. EAG, built to execute. Visit eaginc.com/ESPN.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too. Whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
My doctor told me my blood pressure is borderline. I figured I could worry about it or do something about it. So I took control with Garlic Healthy Blood Pressure Formula. It works safely and naturally to help maintain healthy blood pressure with a custom blend of garlic, vitamins, and minerals. And it's odor-free. I'm taking charge with Garlic Healthy Blood Pressure Formula.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
President's Day savings are happening now at the Home Depot with up to 40% off select appliances. Looking to upgrade your fridge? Check out LG's newest model, serving up ice in all kinds of styles. Cube, crushed, craft ice, and now new mini craft ice straight from the dispenser. From cold brew to fizzy favorites, these refrigerators will have you entertaining like a pro. Shop President's Day savings and get up to 40% off, plus free delivery on select appliances like LG at the Home Depot. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $1,498 or more. Offer valid February 5th through the 25th, U.S. only. See store online for details.
Brian Weber back with you. Always a blast to keep the chair warm for Rich and the guys. Do not worry. Mr. Eisen and the crew back with you tomorrow. 844-204-RICH, the number to call. If you want to have at it on social media, BW Weber. Weber with 2 B's is my handle. Coming up in 30 minutes, we'll return to the NBA. We'll hear from Adam Silver, who's always measured, but if he's capable of going on tilt, of going full throttle, is somewhere in his arsenal. He came close this weekend talking about what is clearly becoming a tanking crisis in his league. We'll get there before we wind down in this first hour of the program with a reminder, if you missed any portion of any show, you can catch up anytime with the podcast. That'll be pushed out at the conclusion of the show. So, with the NBA All-Star Game returning to the forefront of our consciousness, and I don't want to turn up the hype machine too much, but once we get beyond the Super Bowl, we're looking for things to captivate us, to capture our attention. And I know there's a lot of you who are saying, hey, fill-in guy, whoever you are, over-enunciating, I'm not going to watch a minute of the NBA until maybe the playoffs. That is fine. You do you. But there's a large portion of the viewing when Rich is on the simulcast and listening audience here on ESPN Radio that love Soups. I realize the ratings will be complicated because they went head-to-head with the Daytona 500 with that wild conclusion. And what do you know? Michael Jordan is back in the winner's circle in another sport. But whether it was Wemby, whether it was the format change, I was actually pleasantly surprised to see a semblance of defense yesterday. So the All-Star Game is back. NFL news never seems to slow down, especially this time of the year. As we ramp up for the Combine, franchise tag designations come out in a week or so. That means players are either looking over their shoulder to get a tag they don't want, like George Pickens in Dallas, or it's time to clean up the books in advance of the start of the new league year coming up in early March to free up money for free agent frenzy. So a purge is underway in South Florida, and none of this is surprising when you consider the change at the top of the org chart. Got a new GM and head coach Jeff Hafley, both from the Green Bay Packer organization. And we'll talk about Tua coming up in the final hour of the program when we're joined by Eric Edom, who's Rich's colleague at NFL Network. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. We're live on this President's Day, and you can be a part of the program. Hit me up on X, BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's. Whatever the future holds for Tua Tagovailoa, Miami clearly looking for cap space if, in fact, they just decide to eat the remaining money on his contract. So, as I mentioned, these are predictable moves that became official today. Say goodbye to Bradley Chubb on defense, and the headline is Tyreek Hill is no longer a member of the Dolphins. 31 years old. You know about the injury problem last year, had that gruesome leg injury, only played 4 games. So he'll be coming back from a torn ACL. I just saw a tweet from Tom Pelissaro, another one of Rich's colleagues at NFL Network, saying it's unclear when Tyreek will be available, so it's no guarantee he'll be out there for week 1. And you know about his checkered past. I don't have to play the hits and go through all of the off-field issues, but remember, in college he had legal trouble. That got him jettisoned from Oklahoma State, wound up at West Alabama. As somebody who loves the draft and has been fortunate to cover the Combine 3 times in person, it was interesting to me early in his career, and I understand NFL announcers on the network level have to be careful with the words they use because of the relationship with the league. But you would hear things like, how in the world did this fast guy, Tyreek Hill, wind up being a 5th-round pick? Well, look at the police blotter. There were major character issues. He's 31 years old, which is not where you want to be in this league, especially with the bumper crop of wide receivers. This is the golden age of receivers, and I don't know why. I know I'm supposed to know everything about everything as a guest host. Maybe it's guys who might have ventured towards basketball, realizing, okay, the NFL is king, although you can make more money in hoops. I don't know why the position seems to have been transformed over the last 10 years. Maybe it's the gloves. We always go back to OBJ and his Spider-Man catch. The gloves do help, but we just have a embarrassment of riches at this position. Just think about JSN. I know we got banged up in the Super Bowl. Justin Jefferson. I don't have to go through every playmaker across the league. And if you're looking ahead to the draft, Ohio State has become University of Wide Receivers. Carnell Tate projected to be their latest top 10 pick. So what does the future hold for Tyreek Hill? The knee-jerk reaction will be a reunion with the Chiefs. I could see that. Obviously, he didn't leave on great terms because he was looking for more dough, and the Chiefs said, thank you. Enjoy your time in Miami. But it feels like the return of Eric Bieniemy as the offensive coordinator could be part of that reunion. Buffalo comes to mind because they really have never effectively replaced Stephon Diggs. And I'll believe Joe Brady, at least I'll take him at face value, that he's willing to give Keon Coleman a second, third, and fourth chance. But when you have the owner of the franchise, Terry Pagula, getting into the minutia of how that pick was made to try to defend his GM, Brandon Beane, who he promoted after he whacked his head coach, doesn't feel like Keon's got a bright future in Western New York. So we'll talk about this coming up as the program continues. And as I mentioned, we'll get real-time analysis from Eric Edholm of NFL Network in the last hour of the show. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. Eric is also a draft specialist. So if you, like myself, love the Underwear Olympics, and it's not just what you see on your screen, the whole point of the Combine is it's an unofficial football convention. Personnel executives, GMs, quote-unquote football journalists, bloggers. Is the NFL going to embrace all these kids on TikTok the way the NBA has? I was watching the coverage of the Stars media availability on Saturday, and there were more people holding a camera on a stick. I'm sure there's a term there. That was very eloquently described as a wordsmith. A camera on a stick. There were more content creators than actual basketball journalists. Welcome to Media in 2026. But when we get to the draft, after all of the conversations that occur at St. Elmo's and the fine steakhouses across Indy, and perhaps Mark Sanchez will be a cautionary tale. Nothing good happens after midnight during the Combine. Most of the attention is going to be focused on the presumptive number 1 overall pick. It seems like a done deal. Fernando Mendoza on his way to Vegas to play for the Raiders. He has nothing to prove at the Combine, probably won't throw, but because it is a gathering of football minds and it advances the conversation of the NFL, the chatter out there comes down to a few things that we kick around every year, especially for a quarterback. Does player X have the potential to develop into a franchise quarterback? And secondarily, what's the comp? Well, ESPN's NFL draft analyst Phil Yates, you see him on NFL Live and across the other platforms here on ESPN, had an interesting parallel for Mendoza. He linked him to a fellow who just won the Lombardi Trophy.
One of the players that I used as a professional comp for Fernando Mendoza during this past season was
Sam Darnold, who, of course, just had a Super Bowl winning season playing for Clint Kubiak. Mendoza is at his best on hard play action where he can drive the football down the field. He has excellent arm strength. He's got all-field accuracy. He can throw on the run as well. Clint Kubiak did a great job of moving the pocket with Sam Darnold. And like Darnold, Mendoza is not this elite athlete, but he's definitely got functional mobility to do a few things other than just stand tall in the pocket and let it rip. So I don't think the Raiders only hired Clint Kubiak because of the way that he will mesh with Fernando Mendoza, but it certainly didn't hurt his cause.
That's an interesting point of comparison and one I had not thought of. I've heard in terms of quarterbacks in, let's say, the last 15 years, if you want to backdate things, and I'll give you a contemporary name as well. But quarterbacks who've had success, 6'5", but not burly. We're not talking about a Ben Roethlisberger kind of physique. I've heard Mendoza compared to Matt Ryan. Insert your own neck joke there. But Matty Ice won an MVP, and he's going to go to the Hall of Fame because all the premier quarterbacks now, other than Eli, who just has to wait his turn as a two-time Super Bowl MVP, are going to get there because of the massive stat padding that's occurred in a league that's all about one position and one position only and airing it out. I've also heard a comparison to Jared Goff. That strikes me as lazy. That's just the Cal thing, right? Goff went to Cal, number 1 overall pick to the Rams, and I give him credit, like Sam Darnold, for reinventing himself, although I still have a hard time divorcing my memory bank from my opinion-making part of my brain. How in the world did Jared Goff play that poorly on Christmas Day in a game the Lions had to have against Max Brosmer? Remember him? As we talk about quarterback situations, Minnesota's spicy. We'll get there coming up. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. The goal is to be interactive, but as a veteran of holidays, I know few people want to talk to a substitute teacher. So if you're hanging around waiting for Rich, I get it. You can give him a call tomorrow, 844-204-7424. He'll have his takes on what went down on NBA All-Star Weekend, plus Tyreek Hill and the other NFL news. If you want to lurk in the shadows of the X platform, you can hit me up, BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's. So in terms of Mendoza, how can you not like the story? How can you not respect his intelligence? If you don't know the full trajectory of his career, he had committed to going to Yale. And they don't have athletic scholarships in the Ivy League. You have to get in. That's how bright he was. Got his degree at Cal. Went to Indiana. You know the rest of the story. I don't know that it's a lock that he'll be an NFL star, but I do know this. The Raiders have to do something, anything at the quarterback position. So if we're talking about what happened last year, and I'm a fan at least of Geno Smith's comeback story. Remember, they wrote him off. He didn't write back, but he was hideous last year. You can't put Kenny Pickett on the field. I don't want to hear about Aiden O'Connell. So I'm cautiously optimistic about the future of Mendoza, but at least it checks a box. If we're going through a survey of the teams in the league with the worst quarterback situation, you can cross Vegas off the list. That gets us to the Jets, because we're always talking about the Jets. Now, this could be my regional bias as somebody who went to games at Shea Stadium when the trash was blowing on the infield in September before the Mets season was over. And I went to that dump when the Mets were terrible. I went to that place that should have been blown up in terms of a football venue a long time ago. Remember, the owner, Leon Hess, quote-unquote, left to the Meadowlands because he didn't like the unclean toilets. But in that era, we're talking about Lee Mazzilli being the face of the franchise. The Jets have had such a, for lack of a better word, grotesque quarterback situation. I throw this out to my friends, and I was a fan a million years ago. I try to be at least as unbiased as possible. Who's the second best quarterback in Jets history? We go Broadway Joe, number 1, running off the field, Super Bowl III, waving his index finger. Who's the second most effective quarterback in Jets history? The answer from my perspective is Chad Pennington. And don't bring up Mark Sanchez. I've taken 2 shots at him in this one content block. We know the Jets have been adrift for a long time. And I don't have to go through the revolving door, the conga line under center that continued last year with Fields and Tyrod Taylor, who I give him credit for being a professional, going through that muck and mire he had around him and Brady Cook. So anything will be better for the Jets. Potentially, Kyler Murray. My concern would be, does he care? Back to the effort conversation we had connected to the NBA All-Star Game. And I'm not saying you have to go to bed with the playbook, but I do think you have to have a passion for what you do. And according to reports, and we know that the divorce is coming up between Arizona and Murray, unless something radically changes. If the new coaching staff led by LaFleur, the latest protege of Sean McVay, if you want a job in the NFL, just meet Sean McVay at your local grocery store. You too will get an interview next year. Maybe, because this is the demise of so many coaches, they watch someone on tape and they think, I can fix that. So maybe LaFleur thinks, aha, I've got the cheat code. I'll get Murray back to what we thought he was going to be when he was the number 1 overall pick. But you know the knock on him with the video game clause in his contract. That would be a pretty Jetsy move to pick up Murray. But at some point, because at number 2, you're not taking a quarterback, obviously. And when we're joined by Eric Edom of NFL Media in the final hour of the program, we'll talk about guys like Ty Simpson of Alabama. Trinidad Chambliss, got the extra year of eligibility at Ole Miss for now. So he'll get another payday, big NIL money, and he wasn't the most attractive candidate. Let's be completely transparent about blossoming into a frontline NFL starter. It's lean this year, meaning if you're the Jets or let's say the Cardinals now looking to replace Kyler Murray, if in fact he's going to be kicked to the curb, or the Dolphins or the Browns, who are always looking for a quarterback. And Shedeur Sanders was serviceable. We can skip the Pro Bowl nonsense, but he didn't completely throw up on himself, and the 5th-round pick was an aberration. But the words we're hearing, not only in terms of reporting and innuendo, but from the new head coach, Todd Monken, about being optimistic about Deshaun Watson's return, is the perfect example of the Browns being the Browns. But considering how thin it is out there on this quarterback market, you're going to hear Malik Willis linked to all of these openings, and potentially even Indy, because we don't know about the status of Daniel Jones coming back from that Achilles injury. Remember, it happened very late in the season, leading to the return of Phillip Rivers. Malik Willis now is being treated like the second coming of Joe Montana, and I'm not bashing Malik Willis. I was on the air when he was filling in for Jordan Love, and I thought he did an admirable job, especially in the game against the Bears when Love got concussed. He came in cold right off the bench and played well, held that offense together. And as I've mentioned a couple times in passing, I'm all about redemption stories. That's what made Sam Darnold such a compelling narrative heading into the Super Bowl, and Geno Smith for a while before it fell apart last year. Remember, Willis did absolutely nothing in Tennessee. Some of that might have been an indictment of their coaching staff, but it's all about the right fit in the NFL. He landed in Green Bay, got coached up by Matt LaFleur, who Packer fans still want to run out of town, but is not going anywhere with a contract extension. But every team with a quarterback issue now has been leaking, or agents are leaking. This is all out there now with a linkage between pick, say, the Steelers, if they don't have an answer from Aaron Rodgers. And coming up an hour from now, are the Steelers going to allow Aaron Rodgers to hold the franchise hostage the way he did a year ago? We'll get there coming up as part of our approach to the second hour of the program. I mentioned the Vikings. Clearly, they need depth around J.J. McCarthy. I'm not going to write him off just yet, but you are what you consistently do. Unfortunately, he's been injury-prone, and if you can't have success playing for KOC, maybe you're not fit to be a starter in this league, because that guy is the quarterback whisperer. If you think about Darnold's path to resurrecting his career, it started by landing with the 49ers, having a gap year on the roster, learning from Kyle Shanahan, going to Minnesota with the transformation. I realize he collapsed his last 2 games. That's why he wound up in Seattle, and now you know the rest of the story. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. You can hop aboard at 844-204-7424 or The conversation continues on the X platform. It is BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's. As we get closer to the next hour of the program, we'll incorporate our first guest coming up at roughly 1:20 Eastern Time. Talking NBA with Kurt Heelan, the lead NBA writer for NBCSports.com. Straight ahead, back to hoops. Beyond threatening to take away draft picks, is there anything else the NBA and Adam Silver can do to address what is a tanking crisis, and why does anyone believe the solution is another tournament? That's coming up as we roll on a busy President's Day edition of the program. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich on The Rich Eisen Show.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-553-7217 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-553-7217. That's 800-553-7217. What do you have to lose? Call 800-553-7217. Again, 800-553-7217.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard their ads for over 25 years. He's always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. They showed him that leasing isn't just about what you can afford, it's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Oh, who are you texting now?
I'm no one. I'm applying for a personal loan.
On your phone?
Yep.
You must have good credit.
Oh, I wish.
Don't you need good credit to get a personal loan?
Not anymore. 47fastcash.com has changed the game. Now, people with any type of credit, even bad credit, can get a personal loan up to $5,000.
Even bad credit?
Yep, and it only takes a few minutes. Best part, the money will be in my bank account by tomorrow.
Personal loans for any credit type and money as fast as the next day?
If you have a regular source of income, 47fastcash.com can help you get approved for up to $5,000, regardless of your credit history, and cash could be in your bank account as fast as the next day.
You were right. 47fastcash.com is a game changer. I never thought I would be approved for a personal loan.
Congrats. When you need cash help, go to the game changer, 47fastcash.com. That's 47fastcash.com. 47fastcash.com.
Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints and now recognized by the Michelin Guide. J-Bar M Barbecue is serving up world-class Texas flavor. Sink your teeth into legendary brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue classics. Kick back with $15 buckets of beer and $4 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Unwind with friends at Houston's Michelin-recognized smokehouse, J-Bar M Barbecue at 2201 Leland in the heart of Edo. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks. If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief. And in minutes, they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with 2 locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom t-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products, so why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at tntshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
I'm Brian Weber, always enjoying the opportunity to contribute whenever Rich and the guys need a day off. The crew back with you tomorrow as we continue on a busy Monday on ESPN Radio. Remember, you can always catch our outstanding content on Sirius XM Channel 80 as we close in on hour number 2 of the show. In less than 15 minutes, we'll hear from LeBron James talking about his future. I'll let you listen to the King and try to decipher what he's saying. It's my job also to break it down, but we'll do it together because you might need a soothsayer. You might need a fortune teller to figure out what LeBron is talking about. And we'll be joined by our first guest coming up at 1:20 Eastern Time, talking NBA with Kurt Heelan of NBCSports.com. Tanking the topic here, but first, I do give out the phone number for a reason, not just because I'm auditioning to be a carnival barker. 844-204-RICH is the number to call. We want to get interactive, so let's say hello to Marcus in Virginia. Hey, Marcus, you're on with Brian Weber. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, B-Web? So the question you asked is how to solve taking without stripping draft picks, and here's my thought. I wanted to get what you thought about it. So right now the teams are ranked 1 through 14, and the odds are distributed through the teams based from worst to best. My idea is to invert the lottery odds. So Team 14 now gets the best odds, and so on and so forth. So you still rank the teams 1 through 14, which guarantees the worst team will at least have the 5th pick, but the odds to get the top 4 are inverted. So the better you are without being a playoff team, the better odds you get for a top 4 pick. And I think that would solve teams outright tanking, because the thought would be you need to win more to get the better odds, and that would probably also cause teams to spend a little more on free agency. And my last point about the idea is if you think inverting the odds like that strongly favors teams 11 to 14, where their odds are so strong to get 1 through 4 that it's unfair, then you could just change the odd distribution of, your odds for 1 through 4. You still invert it, but you can evenly display it so the team 14 gets the better odds, but it's not to the point where they're so heavily guaranteed a top 4 pick.
I got you.
So
Hey,
I just
Marcus,
wanted to know what your thoughts on that was.
I will respond. I appreciate you taking the time to call, and that was thoughtful and filled with analysis. My summation, without getting granular, is this. Anytime there's an incentive to tank, teams will tank. And that incentive is, even though you did a nice job of narrowing the probability of getting rewarded by changing the distribution of the odds, it's not going to solve the problem, because teams will roll the dice and take a shot at getting that lottery ticket and the possibility of getting, say, Cooper Flagg or all of these dudes. And coming up, we'll hear from Adam Silver. The reason tanking's at an all-time high, and it feels like maybe 6? Could it be 8 teams led by the Jazz are clearly not trying to win because this draft class is loaded and next year is perceived to be thin. So you know the names like Darren Peterson of Kansas when he's healthy enough to play, Cameron Boozer of Duke, A.J. Dabatsa of BYU. There is a ton of talent leading Adam Silver to address at length over the weekend what is a major problem for his league. He can't dance around it, and here's the commish weighing in on why tanking has risen to an unprecedented level.
I think what we're seeing is modern analytics where it's so clear that the incentives are misaligned. I think when you maybe further answer your question, are we seeing behavior that is worse this year than we've seen in recent memory? Yes, is my view, which was what led to those fines, and not just those fines, but to my statement that we're going to be looking more closely at the totality of all the circumstances this season in terms of teams' behavior, and very intentionally wanted teams to be on notice. And there is a bit of a note when you see it quality to this. I mean, we spend a lot of time at the league office going back and forth with teams on injury reports, on coaches' decisions. It's not a position necessarily want to be in, but I'd say also to address your question, it's not what the fans want at the end of the day.
So there's a word salad for you. We'll throw some croutons in there. The bottom line is this. It is clear a big chunk of the NBA is not trying to win. And you can threaten even heftier fines. It's not going to mean anything. I'll steal from Front Office Insider on ESPN, and you hear him here on ESPN Radio. Bobby Marks saying once the fines were dropped last week, the Jazz getting hit for $500,000, the Pacers for $100,000, that someone he talked to him in a front office capacity in the league said, we're willing to effectively, metaphorically, give Adam Silver a blank check, whatever it takes to enhance our probability of getting into the top 3, to get one of those premier players I just talked about. So money is not going to solve this problem. Will Silver have the stones to take the next step and strip teams of draft picks? I'll believe it when it happens because I like Adam Silver. I think he's progressive in all the right areas. As I mentioned, if you are stagnant as a league, you're not going to be able to evolve and grow your audience. Baseball, I didn't love the notion of the pitch clock, but undeniably it's worked. I thought that the play-in was a gimmick. It has added more intrigue to the end of the year. I'm not a huge fan of the NBA Cup, but at least there are stakes now at the beginning of the season when the vast majority of sports fans don't give a damn about the NBA. So now the NBA is tinkering with this idea. Let's have a tournament, a tanking tournament. Well, they won't call it that. A lottery tournament to determine who gets the number 1 overall pick and the rest of the slots behind it. The problem with that is you're going to have, I think, more of an incentive to get into that tournament because let's say you're a good team, or at least you have some good players. You tank, as the Jazz clearly are doing, but you think, okay, let's get into this tournament. We can win on the floor, and now we'll lock up the number 1 overall pick. So I know I'm supposed to give you a thermonuclear hot take and a perfect solution for this problem. I don't have it unless you abolish the draft. Now, the WNBA, if you care about that league, and I've called women's basketball games for years and enjoy the product, they come up with this formula, which I think makes a little more sense. Their lottery is determined based on your performance for the last 2 years. So it's a larger sample size. But the pushback is, when was the last time the Wizards were competitive? They've been tanking for years. And teams point to Oklahoma City and say, well, tanking is rewarded. Look at the renaissance of that franchise, overlooking the key element there, which was the SGA trade, because the Clippers don't know what they're doing, and we're dead set on getting Paul George. So it is an interesting topic, one that's not going away. It's a horrible look for the NBA, and the problem is it has started way too early. We were talking about this at the end of January, and for once, the man with all the answers to all the questions, yours truly, does not have the solution available. I'm Brian Weber. Do appreciate the phone call. Open to more of them coming up in the next hour of the show. 844-204-RICH is the number to call. Straight ahead, we'll tip off hour number 2, examining the future of LeBron James. I'm Brian Weber. Always a blast singing for Rich and the guys. It's the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in an all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters. And so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details.
Previously on Clinton and Friends.
I hope the small percentage of bird brains who are obsessed with the microscopic accuracy of the K-zone on your televisions, I hope you're pleased. We're not even putting balls or strikes on the television screen? What? We're here to maintain the integrity of the ABS system?
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ACC Network, your home for ACC men's basketball.
Our time is right now.
The excellence of these programs, the national championships, the Hall of Famers, nothing compares to it.
They have championship expectations.
ACC men's basketball, all season long on ACC Network.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
I'm Hector with Laporte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. Laporte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plates, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive, and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Danny Clark here of Collectors Firearms on Westheimer and Voss. You have some guns collecting dust in your closet? We want to buy your guns. We're the strongest buyers for one gun or entire collections. If you have a big enough collection, we can come to you. Modern and antiques of any kind. You could be sitting on a gold mine and not even know it. Come see us at Collectors Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
Cast your line and relax at TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2. Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Oh my God, you guys are my favorites.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
The one and only
Rich Eisen.
I know what I'm talking about. That's the headline.
The Rich Eisen Show with guest host Brian Weber.
I mean, honestly, he's brilliant.
Brian Weber.
I've got a long resume. Google me. It saves time.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. And now, sitting in for Rich, it's Brian Weber.
It's another hour of the program, and it's great to have you with us on President's Day. We're not doing Mount Rushmores. We're not doing who would you vote for in the sports world. Give me a call, but we are taking your phone calls at 844-204-RICH, 844-204-7424. Proof of concept occurred at the end of the last hour of the show. I took a phone call, and I read your thoughts on the X platform. Hey, loud guy, why do you give out the number if you don't take calls? Now, as a fill-in host, this is a monumental opportunity for yours truly. So if I'm ever on the simulcast, you'll see that I show up with about 5 hours of content scribbled out in illegible notes that I want to cram into our 3-hour bag together. So I'm not just going to put my feet up and roll calls. Secondly, most of you wait until Mr. Eisen is in the chair to pick up the phone. That leads to, and this is not me being Bobby the Brain Heenan. I'm not going Captain Lou Albano manager style that I'm too good to take a phone call. We take phone calls selectively. We had good interaction from Marcus in Virginia to wrap up the first hour of the show. Let's keep it going. But in all candor, your best opportunity to express an opinion is on the X platform. BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's. It's ESPN Radio. Check us out on Sirius XM Channel 80 in 20 minutes because you've endured a lot of me. In addition to the phone call we took, we'll incorporate another outside voice. NBA All-Star thoughts provided by a man who was at the game here in Southern California, in Tua Dome, in Inglewood technically, not Los Angeles, as if you needed that kind of minutia. My pal, Kurt Heelan, lead NBA writer for NBCSports.com. We're going to jump right in, talking LeBron. We spent the majority of the first hour praising the NBA. Yes, it's possible to compliment a league for getting it right. Now, the counter would be, because negativity is the foundation of sports talk radio, what took them so long? I agree. It should not be a major ask for your stars to go on the floor and pretend like they care. You can't control everything in life, but you can control your effort. And for too long, they went through the motions. They just did not give a damn. And yesterday, I think it's the combination of Wemby setting the tone and maybe the young wave of talent maximizing this platform, making a statement that we care, and that engaged the older stars like LeBron, who always does show up. Look, I'm going to bash LeBron in a variety of ways in a few moments, but I want to be fair. I've never doubted his willingness to compete. We talk about issues plaguing basketball, among them load management, which is another unintended consequence of analytics. If you care about my background, I've squandered a lot of education to bark into this microphone. I'm pro-nerd, but analytics in many ways has taken away a lot of the core components of sports that we love. LeBron the exception. He shows up. When he's hurt, I believe he's hurt. Still, he was the face of the league, and then you have Steph Curry and Durant. Their generation, quote-unquote, led to, or at least were involved with, the demise of the All-Star game. It returned yesterday in terms of competition, energy, effort, a sense of urgency, and even some defense. Some of that, I think, as mentioned, came down to mindset, wanting to play hard. The other thing is the format made more sense. You're always going to, I think, have an incentive to play, quote-unquote, for your nation. You have the intramural aspect of it, U.S. versus the world, and then the shorter games. Because if you can't get an NBA star to go out there and try for 12 minutes, then just shut the whole thing down. Like, since the NFL does virtually nothing wrong, according to most of you, it is time for the Pro Bowl to be taken behind the barn and put down. It's got to go. And the reason why it's going to go is finally, you people, yeah, you, I can see you through the radio, who was watching the Pro Bowl when it became flag football and whatever it is now? Well, the ratings finally tanked, in part because they moved it to a Tuesday night, and it seems like a real possibility we're all going to be put out of our misery in terms of viewers and not have to watch that debacle anymore. Here's a transition. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. You can let me know what you think. How much of improvement was the All-Star game yesterday? Am I being delusional to think that we saw a fundamental shift? Hit me up on the X platform, BW Weber, Weber with two Bs. We did see LeBron over the weekend, and there was some concern he might not play because he's been banged up. If you go back to just an atrocious game the Lakers had last week when they got annihilated by Wemby and the Spurs, if the Spurs had not taken him off the floor, the French star could have gone for 85, it felt like. Still, LeBron recovered on Thursday, becoming the oldest player in NBA history to post a triple-double. Showed up yesterday, had a smile on his face, and was ready for the inevitable question that was posed over All-Star Weekend. Hey, LeBron, what does your future look like?
Yeah, I mean, I want to live. When I know, you guys will know. I don't know. I have no idea. I just want to live, that's all.
I want to live? Now, I don't want to get esoteric here with a Big Word Monday. Are we having some kind of philosophical, existential conversation? Well, hopefully we all want to live. Or was he saying, I want to live? Like, live it up, baby. Now we all have to become LeBron whisperers. What does that mean? Because like most things with LeBron, your point of view depends on how you see him. If you're Team LeBron, you're saying, yeah, here's a guy who wants to enjoy his life, and he's prioritizing having a life after decades on the floor. If you're like me, and I try to be upfront with my background and perspective because we all claim we're objective, but in sports, that doesn't work because we all got into the business as fans, at least most of us, unless you're just some blowhard who thought, I have a big voice, I'll be on the radio. So the notion of unbiased, and I'm not getting political here, unbiased coverage really doesn't exist. You want to tell it like it is, and if you say what you mean and mean what you say, at least you'll be consistent. Because I'm older, I'm always going to be a Jordan guy. And my issue with LeBron has been statements like that. I don't have a problem with him getting deep into whatever's going on in the crevices of his mind. But why can't you just say, I haven't made up my mind yet? And effectively he did, right, with the tail end of that answer. But why does it always have to be so cryptic and weird, like the social media interaction? And I'm here in Southern California, so maybe I'm too attuned to every twist and turn of the Lakers soap opera, a team that's going absolutely nowhere, as we'll talk about in detail coming up in less than 12 minutes when we're joined by Kurt Heelan of NBCSports.com. But it's the weird stuff on Instagram, letting us all know he's working out at 4:30 in the morning, so he's got the receipts, he's got the time stamp. He chooses to do it at the Clippers' old practice facility. Why? Because he loves the buzz, because he loves the attention, and it feels like basketball is now becoming more and more marginalized, which is completely understandable. Guy's been out there forever, and especially when you go directly from high school to the league. And here's another thing LeBron does not get enough credit for. How many competitors in any sport, you can connect it to the Olympics if you want, how many phenoms that we've known about on their way up actually lived up to the hype, actually delivered on massive expectations? You got Tiger, and then his world imploded and his body fell apart. You got LeBron. It's a very short list. So I respect him on a lot of levels. I just have a tough balancing act when he makes a decision, because you can't tell me that was spontaneous. He's very calculated, one might say shrewd in what he does. I just don't like that answer. I think it's clever by half too much. But that's the LeBron saga we've been dealing with since he, quote-unquote, took his talents to South Beach. I have no problem with him being a team hopper because he has maximized his situation every time, and he's made all those teams better. Even won a title. I know it was in the bubble, but it still counts with the Lakers when AD was actually able to get on the floor. So I have a incredibly hard time believing that somebody who would take that much time and effort to craft that kind of weird, nuanced answer is just going to walk away. Because he loves the fact, even a fill-in host, and I'm Brian Weber, in for Rich. It's the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio. Even a fill-in hack like me is devoting prime real estate on one of the biggest platforms in our business, talking about LeBron's future. Of course he's going to want a farewell tour. And he deserves it. So it's obvious what's coming. He's not just going to fax, going to go old school like Jordan. I'm back. He'll invert it. I'm done. 30. Peace out. Drop the microphone. Of course, there's another year coming up. And I think next year will be the end because the man has been amazing with his longevity and ability to avoid significant injuries. This year, the sciatica flared up in addition to other things. And, of course, Barkley had the best line, as he always does. Sciatica is just a code word for getting old. So where is he playing next year when he has the farewell tour? Knee-jerk says Cleveland, and you got Donovan Mitchell having to field questions about that throughout All-Star Weekend. Of course the Cavs would take him back. Why not? It would be a fitting conclusion. You always hear about the Knicks from a basketball standpoint. Why would they be interested in an aging player who's ball dominant when they have a team, an actual team, especially in the beat-up East, that can make a run to the NBA Finals, other than the delusional grandeur of their dysfunctional owner, James Dolan? It makes absolutely no sense for LeBron to come together with the Knicks, but the Knicks do a lot of strange things because they're the Knicks. And Dolan does not know what he's doing. Another guy born on third base who thinks he hit a financial triple. I'll give you a wild card. Maybe it's my geographic balancing act of understanding it's a national show, but I'm here in Southern California. What about LeBron to the Clippers? Doesn't that make all the sense in the world? Because he's a mogul, because he likes taking his meetings at the studio and having his power lunches at Spago and Craig's and the other spots here in Los Angeles and Beverly Hills. Plus, it's only a matter of time before the NBA drops the hammer on Steve Ballmer and the Clippers, and Pablo Torre continues to do remarkable work there. It feels like, and just talking to people I respect around the league as a former Warriors sideline reporter a million years ago when Chris Gatling was the face of that lousy franchise before Steph showed up, feels like it's going to be a sanction comparable to what the Timberwolves went through with the Joe Smith situation decades ago. Ballmer could be out for a year. Same thing for the head of basketball operations, Lawrence Frank. We're talking about draft picks. The fine is not at all relevant because Ballmer's the richest owner in all of sports. But if you're going to go through that kind of PR nightmare, the way you sports wash it is you bring in LeBron for the Farewell Tour. And remember, before they blew up the team, at the start of the year, the Clippers had the oldest starting five in NBA history when they decided, and I know they got him at a huge discount. Let's get Bradley Beal. That makes a lot of basketball sense. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. Open the phone calls coming up in roughly 30 minutes, so pick up the phone, 844-204-RICH. Hit me up on X, BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's, straight ahead. You've heard my perspective. Now we'll find out the view from an expert. How much of an improvement was the new format in yesterday's NBA All-Star Game? We'll find out when we say hello to Kurt Hedlund of NBCSports.com. Brian Weber in for Rich on The Rich Eisen Show.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Going fishing? Don't. Not until you've been to the 51st Annual Fishing Show, happening February 18th through February 22nd at the George R. Brown Convention Center. See all the new rods, reels, and lures. Meet factory reps, guides from Alaska to South America, plus see dozens of fully rigged boats and hundreds of kayaks. There'll be clinics by expert fishermen covering salt and freshwater, and a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways. If you love to fish or just want to learn, don't miss the 51st Annual Fishing Show. For more, visit HoustonFishingShow.com.
John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are doing data centers now. There's all kinds of businesses that could use powder coating.
Yes, we are doing industrial, which means oil and gas. We are doing plenty of residential, and now we're doing tech. We're going in with Meta. We're going in with Tesla. We're working on their data centers. We've even done Samsung in Austin. So the sky is the limit when it comes to our coatings.
I mean, if I'm a city and my water tower is looking terrible, I'm going to call you.
Call us because we want to make sure you take pride where you live.
And all these businesses, they have fencing, and if you are a business, you will go to them.
Yes, there's not many bricks and mortar anymore, but the ones that are still here, they want to look great, and we are here to help you with your railings, with your fencing, with your door frames. We can do it for you.
And residential, free pickup and delivery. You guys are so nice.
Yes, we try to be.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go. Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth more.
You know what? You're right. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more. And your car's worth more. And we want to pay more at GiveMeTheVin because good cars are worth more. And so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with 2 locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom t-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products, so why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at tntshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
Hey guys, listen, if you've got old electrical parts and equipment, don't scrap it. Sell it to M&J Electrical Supply. For over 30 years, M&J has been buying new surplus and used electrical equipment. You get more money from M&J. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. You've got it, they'll buy it. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Guys, looking for a true MVP haircut? This is Casey with Team Hopper of Sport Clips Houston, providing MVP service in a sports-themed environment. Visit one of our 13 Houston locations and mention ESPN for a free haircut for new clients and $5 off the MVP treatment for returning clients. And because of our growth, we turn to HRMP for all things HR and payroll. HRMP's truly the Sport Clips MVP.
Learn more today at hrp.net.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Brian Weber back with you. Hop aboard at 844-204-RICH. That's 844-204-7424, the number to call. Coming up an hour from now, Beyond the NFL, that we're going to tackle in just over 25 minutes. Reacting to the predictable news from Miami, Tyreek Hill has been released by the Dolphins in a salary cap-driven transaction. We'll get you set for the draft with Eric Edholm of NFL Media. We are efforting, my favorite media word, efforting. Try this at work when your boss says, hey, did you figure out how to fill out those TPS reports? And you can say, I'm efforting. Plus, there's a lot of T's in there, so I just fall in love with that phrase. We are attempting a conversation with my friend Kurt Heelan, lead NBA writer for NBCSports.com. I will take you behind the curtain. I come to you from our Regal Studios in Southern California. We're in the midst of a monsoon, which typically then leads to funky cell phone service throughout the Southland. So if we're having an issue connecting with Kurtz, it is all good. I only work one day a month now anyway on the radio, so I'm going to return to our NBA thoughts. To put a footnote on the LeBron conversation, I was not focusing solely on the King for being responsible for the decline of the All-Star game. It's been coming for a long time across all of sports. And with that, we can get the respected opinion of somebody who's covered several All-Star games, was in the house yesterday at a Tua Dome in Inglewood here in Southern California. It is my friend Kurt Halen, lead NBA writer for NBCSports.com. Kurt, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on, Brian.
And if you need an umbrella, because the national audience needs to know it's raining here, I'm always available for the assist.
Yes, and rain for us is like, 3 feet of snow in an hour on the East Coast or something, right? It stops everything. So
it's like Armageddon. Like the reaction to the NBA All-Star game in recent years. The sky was falling. This was a debacle. This was unwatchable. Just as somebody who loves hoops, and I'm biased, I wanted it to be better, but I'm trying to be dispassionate about my opinion. I thought it was a good event from start to finish yesterday. You were there. What did you take away from the new format?
It absolutely, I think, worked. I think it worked, and I think the question is, how do you replicate it to make it work again? The thing about basketball is, and it's different than football, where the Pro Bowl really struggles with this. You can play a competitive basketball game without it being overly physical, right? Like, this was not as physical as a Detroit Pistons regular season game. Frankly, nor should it be. These guys aren't trying to get hurt. But you can play a less physical brand of basketball and still play some defense, and that they did that this year. The USA versus the World format gets a lot of credit for that, but I think it was less, personally, I think it was less playing for your country than it was 3 12 or 4 12-minute games.
Mm-hmm.
Because when the old format, just the East versus West standard format, and if it got close in the fourth quarter, like 2020, then it was like the guys competed. All right, 8 minutes to go, this thing is close. Suddenly they were playing like this, right? Well, you basically created 4 fourth quarters, and the championship game didn't, old legs got tired, young team came out hot. It was different, but the other games were all competitive. You can make that young versus old. You can break those teams into whatever format you want. It kind of worked, and if you can do that, I think that's part of it. And then they got buy-in, and it started with Wemby, who came out in that first game and played hard, and even the MVP, Anthony Edwards, credited Wemby for setting the tone. Once that tone was set, everybody kind of bought in, except for a couple of guys.
Who didn't buy in? Name names, Kurt. Who did not buy in?
Jokic.
Uh-huh.
Well, Luka was playing off the injury,
right?
But Jokic didn't play in the second game. Luka only played 5 minutes in the first one, and they were both kind of walking through the whole thing. It's interesting. If people are really going to compete, that's the kind of guy. They could certainly do it. But if you're not going to compete and everybody else is, then don't show up, man, or ask out. But I think all in all, guys, kind of after that, look, LeBron was sprinting down court and making plays in his 22nd All-Star game. There was hustle from everybody, and that made it pretty entertaining.
We are giving you reaction to what went down here in Southern California. I thought it was an entertaining All-Star game. We'll skip the demise of All-Star Saturday night with Kurt Helen, lead NBA writer for NBCSports.com. Although, Kurt, I do think context is important, and I push this out on the X platform. Look, it's too easy just to use the slam dunk contest as a piñata. We know it's never going to be what it was. I did see a lot of people saying, check out all the empty seats. A reminder, it wasn't Saturday night here in L.A. That thing was played at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's a tough ask for anybody to show up. It's hard to explain nationally, but that is the sweet spot when nobody wants to go anywhere because the freeways are clogged.
Yeah, it's also All-Star, Friday night in particular, but frankly, wherever the venue is, they tend to paper the house those first couple games. Like, there's a lot of they are selling a lot of tickets for that. And so I will say, though, there were empty seats, especially, look, shockingly, LA crowd showed up late. Couldn't have predicted that one.
Wait a minute. Was there Botox in the stands as well? Are you saying that the Southern California cliches are true, Kurt? Come on.
I was in Media Row, which is not exactly Botox heaven, so I don't know. But I'm sure it was in the building somewhere. The building was really flat. on Saturday in particular. It was really dead in there, and it wasn't just this. I think it was the LA crowd. It was late arriving. It was whatever. But by the time Ludacris came on and played, 10 minutes of hits, that was the deadest crowd he's ever played to, is my guess. Like, it was like nothing was getting these people out of their seats. I think the one thing, by the way, I think you nailed it. Look, man, the dunk contest is forever going to be a roller coaster, right? It's going to be up. It's going to be down. There's going to be good years. Occasionally, there's going to be bad years. The one thing that delivers star power and drama every time is the three-point contest. And it's time to make that the star of All-Star Saturday. Put that last. Let's lean into All-Star Saturday, ending with that. They led with it because I think they wanted Shohei in the leadoff spot, right? Like, let's get this going fast. The building was half empty, and then once you got through, what was look, Damian Lillard winning was fantastic. It was heartwarming. It was dramatic. It came down to the final shots with Booker, and it was all downhill from there. Like, there was just, like, you already hit the peak of the day, and it was just hard to keep it.
You said it well, and just watching from my couch, great to see Dame coming back from the torn Achilles, winning for the third time, putting him in that elite company with Bird and Hodges. Yeah, that should have been the climax of the evening, not the opening act. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. We're talking hoops with Kurt Heelan, lead NBA writer for NBCSports.com, with the NBA back on NBC. Kurt, we started this hour hearing from LeBron James, who gave us, I keep going back to this word, the cryptic answer yesterday when asked about his future. Quote, "I want to live." How did you interpret that remark?
First off, Brian, I think that shows just LeBron is like us. Right? He
likes to breathe.
Yeah, exactly. I every morning, hey, I woke up. Good. Look, that was a weird. The question had to be asked, but you knew he wasn't going to answer that. I genuinely do believe him when he says he doesn't know what he's going to do next. I think he has leans, is my guess, and they've been well speculated about. My guess is he plays another year, and it's not in Los Angeles. But nothing is set in stone yet. Nothing is for sure, and where he goes is not set in stone. Everybody likes to talk about Cleveland, but the postseason will determine. In a wide open East, will have a say in this. At the end of the day, the question had to be asked, but he was never going to answer it in this venue, and so that was a kind of a weird, cryptic answer. But we were going to get a cryptic answer anyway. He was not going to answer the question in that setting. When he makes that announcement, it won't be Shams either. Shams Charania at ESPN will not break that probably. It's probably going to be LeBron on social media in a very coordinated effort with wherever he's going.
Or perhaps a podcast, because we know content is king.
Podcast. Yeah.
He'll be driving more traffic, more eyeballs. We are focusing on the NBA at the All-Star break with my friend Kurt Heelan. Check out his great work as the lead NBA writer for NBC Sports. It's all available for you at NBCSports.com. Let's move to what's coming up once play resumes. I talked to you early in the season, right around Christmas, when OKC was being discussed as having a chance to be the greatest regular season team we've ever seen, surpassing what the Warriors did. Then they hit a bit of a wall, primarily because they just could not beat the Spurs, and that trend continues. I realize the last time these teams matched up, it was a major injury concern for OKC with no SGA, who was unable to play yesterday. Do you think San Antonio, who's taken 4 of 5 from the reigning champs this year, is ready to make a championship run this season?
My gut says no, just because history says you kind of have to learn how to win that next step, right? Like, they can make a run, but taking that final step, OKC has done it and San Antonio hasn't. I'm not convinced that they, or frankly, if there's a few other teams, Detroit is in this mix, a couple others where I'm like, I'm not sure they're ready for the step that they're playing well enough, but I'm not sure they're ready for that step because basketball in playoffs is just so matchup based and so different. And that said, part of the reason they give Oklahoma City so much trouble is they're a matchup problem. They have the size, they have the athleticism, they have Wemby. They are one of the teams that can match up well with Oklahoma City, especially if Oklahoma City's looked human. And part of that is they haven't been healthy. But it's a long grind of a season, and who knows if they're going to be complete. They weren't totally healthy. They fought through it last year, but J-Dub played through injuries in the playoffs, and other guys were missing time. If guys are missing time, the gap isn't as wide as it looked last time we talked in December, man. It's pretty narrow. They're still the bar to clear Oklahoma City, but you can make a case for them not. You can now say, man, if Denver's fully healthy, I really think they got a legitimate chance, which I still genuinely believe. They've actually got to get healthy. But San Antonio's got an outside chance just because they really do match up well with Oklahoma City.
And speaking of needing to get healthy, it's clear you are playing hurt, less than 100%. So we'll wrap it up with, and you made the connection for me, the comparison between the young Spurs and the young Pistons led by Cade Cunningham. You go back to last year, they gave the Knicks all they could handle in their playoff series. Yeah. If you're looking at winning percentage, it's Detroit, not Oklahoma City, with the best winning percentage in the NBA. Is this team built to be more than just a regular season story?
I think so. I think that they're close. I'm in the camp that they really do need a second playmaker. I can load up on Cade. Who else is going to take that responsibility in the postseason? Who else can create shots for me? But we're going to find out. They wisely did not. They could have gone and gotten somebody, but they would have had to overpay, and there was no need to do that. You can make that move in the offseason. This is what Oklahoma City did 2 years ago, right, Brian? All right, we know we probably need a big man and another defender, but we're going to go into the playoffs and see what this group can do. Oh, we need a big man and another defender, and they go get Hartenstein and Caruso, and then they go win the title. I think you're seeing both the Spurs and the Pistons go into the playoffs going, I just want to see what this group does, and then we'll make our call. Let's put them in the fire and see what happens, and then if we need to adjust, we know how to adjust. And I think that's the smart long-term play because both of those teams aren't going anywhere for a while.
Kurt, I was going to ask you about tanking. We'll save that for another day because it's not going to end right now. I don't care what Adam Silver's doing with the fines, and maybe, I don't think it'll happen, but maybe he takes it next level by stripping draft picks. My man, were you cheering on the press row? What happened to your voice over the weekend? You just had too much all-star enthusiasm.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was a combination of factors between the trade deadline and added responsibilities with NBC having the All-Star game and a whole bunch of things that just kind of wore me down and got me a little bit sick towards the end of this. And you had to, you know how it is with, I think everybody listening's been there. Like sometimes you just got to fight through the worn down cold for 24 hours and then talk to Brian Weber and then curl up in the fetal position for a couple days.
Well, thank you for making me feel like a heel. Thanks for carrying me as always. Next time. I'm kidding. We've been doing this for a long time. Next time your boss says, hey, go carry John Tesch's bag, you say, no, I'm Kurt Heelan. I got to talk to Brian Weber. Tomorrow I'm going to be fully rested.
Can I just say for the record, when they first announced Tesch was going to do Ron Bell Rock Live, I was like, oh, man, they're leaning into nostalgia. I work for NBC. I'm not going to say anything, but I don't know about this. He killed it.
It was awesome.
It was actually really
it was
good.
great.
It was genuinely awesome.
Kurt, I'll tell you, the internet hates everything. Even the kids on TikTok loved it. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, I didn't. I thought I was going to hate it, and I ended up just absolutely loving it.
Get some rest. Robitussin works wonders. Thank you, Kurt.
Take care, man.
Kurt Heelan, playing hurt. That's how much he respects this brand. It is the Rich Eisen Show. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. We never get too far away from the NFL. Coming up in less than 15 minutes, we'll continue to react to the predictable news that became official earlier today. Tyreek Hill no longer with Miami Dolphins. He was due $11 million guaranteed with the start of the new league year. Coming back from a torn ACL. We'll give you thoughts on that, and we'll hear from Stephen A. Smith, who weighed in on First Take today on ESPN. To follow up on some of what Kurt laid out there, and I didn't want to get into the tanking situation one more time because, candidly, I just think it's a tedious topic, and I hate to be this reductionist. I hate to just come up with one simple way of summarizing things. So long as you have a draft, teams are going to tank. And this is really arcane history. Sports didn't always have drafts. There have been different ways to have talent dispersal. If you love the NBA, this is old school. You know how Wilt Chamberlain wound up with the Philadelphia Warriors after he played for the Harlem Globetrotters, after he played at Kansas, because he went to Overbrook High School in Philadelphia, and they had a territorial draft, thinking that people would know high school and college players as the NBA was in its infancy in the early and mid-1950s. Now I'm going to talk about J.J. Redick's thought about Bob Cousy was posting up plumbers and firemen. But my point is this. There's no perfect solution. We see it in the NFL. How did tank for Tua work out? Not well. So unless these leagues are willing to blow up the draft, here's your most minimalist solution. Just rotate the pick. 1 through 32. And you get the number 1 overall pick every 32 years in the NFL or 30 years in the NBA. And yes, there will be a coincidence when a great team gets the number 1 overall pick, but that's sports. But I know that we get emotional, especially because the tanking has been so over the top, so egregious on a Big Word Monday edition of the program. And it's really just an affront to anybody who pays to go to games. Yeah, we all pay to a degree, watching on cable or streaming. But if you are an actual fan who specifically picks a game, now you got to run the gauntlet between, am I going to get burned by load management or, and why would you ever want to see the Utah Jazz? But let's just say you did. Okay, it's a competitive game. Hey, Dad, why are all the starters on the bench for the fourth quarter? Well, son, let me explain to you how the ping pong balls metaphorically work in the NBA, because everybody's loading up in the sweepstakes to see who will get Darren Peterson out of Kansas or Cameron Boozer from Duke or Dabatsa from BYU. It is a loaded draft class, and the more talent you have, the more incentive there is for the race to the bottom. I'm Brian Weber, in for Rich. 844-204-7424 is the phone number. You can continue to have at it on social media. BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's. Straight ahead, back to the NFL. What is the market for Tyreek Hill going to look like now that he's available after being released by the Dolphins? Plus, how long are the Steelers going to allow Aaron Rodgers to hold them hostage this offseason? That's coming up as we continue on this Monday installment of the program. Appreciate you spending time with us on this President's Day. Brian in for Rich on The Rich Eisen Show.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-553-7217 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-553-7217. That's 800-553-7217. What do you have to lose? Call 800-553-7217. Again, 800-553-7217.
John Granado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned business and are the roof experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. If your roof is starting to look bad, Brinkman's proprietary solution can make it look new again until you're ready to replace. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints and now recognized by the Michelin Guide. J-Bar M Barbecue is serving up world-class Texas flavor. Sink your teeth into legendary brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue classics. Kick back with $15 buckets of beer and $4 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Unwind with friends at Houston's Michelin-recognized smokehouse, J-Bar M Barbecue at 2201 Leland in the heart of Edo. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Brian Weber back with you. Always a delight to fill in for Rich and the fellas, but do not be concerned. Mr. Eisen and the team back with you tomorrow with the glorious simulcast as well. 844-204-RICH is the phone number. Still have time to get interactive on the X platform. BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's. If you enjoy my approach, should be clear. I don't have a lot of hobbies, a lot of things filling up my agenda. So if you want to throw some thoughts my way after the program, BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's. We're less than 15 minutes away from the final hour of the program. More NBA coming up. We'll also talk NFL here, and then we'll go in-depth coming up at 2:20 Eastern Time when we're joined by Eric Edholm of NFL Media. He's a colleague of Rich and NFL Network, spends a lot of time focusing on the draft. And an hour from now, in our business, we are taught early on what you say can have ramifications, and a college basketball coach apparently has learned that the hard way. We'll hear what led to the developments at Kansas State and why Jerome Tang is looking for a job and he's looking for a payday from his now former employer. That's coming up. Among the many reasons why I respect Rich and this program so much, in addition to having the great pleasure of working with him when I got the morning show on the air back in the day on NFL Network, is this show truly is the intersection of sports and entertainment. So I do my best to embrace Rich's philosophy and think, all right, what would Rich do? Just saw the news and might be passing along to you for the first time that sad development here in Hollywood. Robert Duvall, the incredibly accomplished actor, has passed away at the age of 95. Just off the top of my head, I would do The Godfather first two saga. Remember, he was not in Godfather 3, was smart enough not to be part of that. If you want to go very old school with his relationship with Francis Ford Coppola, the iconic role in Apocalypse Now, The Conversation with Gene Hackman, a movie that does not get enough credit for being transcendent. And because this is a sports show, immediately you start thinking about The Natural and how intriguing he was as the sports writer, trying to find out the backstory of Roy Hobbs. Robert Duvall, when you would hear from actors, and I love the program Inside the Actor Studio with the late James Lipton, Robert Duvall would always be pointed to by people like Robert De Niro and Al Pacino as the consummate actor, going back to learning the method in New York City in the mid-1950s. So sad news, as Robert Duvall has passed away at the age of 95, but he certainly lived a rich life. No easy transition here to talk a little bit more football. Start the program with it. We're going to sprinkle in more thoughts in our remaining time together. And it's not stunning news, so I didn't rip my attention away from the NBA. That Tyreek Hill is no longer with the Dolphins. It became official today that he has been cut by the team at the age of 31. Remember, only played 4 games last season, went down with the torn ACL. You know about his off-the-field issues. You know about his legal trouble in the past. Still, when healthy, his speed makes him one of the most dangerous playmakers in all of football. Let us get some insights from Stephen A. Smith, who weighed in on what could be some future destinations for the Cheetah earlier today on First Take.
If there is a way for him to get back to playing with a quarterback the likes of Patrick Mahomes, he should do it. It should be 1 or 2 targets, you know what I'm saying, or 1 or 3. It should be Kansas City, Buffalo, or Baltimore. 1 of the 3. And I say back to Kansas City because obviously he's incredibly familiar with the coaching. He's incredibly familiar with the quarterback. He's incredibly familiar with the fan base. That's where he should want to go back to.
That is Stephen A. on First Take on ESPN today, echoing some thoughts that I passed along. So it's always good to be in alignment with the face of the place. I mentioned Kansas City. It makes a lot of logical sense, especially with the return of Eric Bieniemy as the offensive coordinator. We know that Andy Reid is the play caller. Mentioned the Bills. They've had a huge hole at the wideout position since parting ways with Stephon Diggs. Ravens, well, you have the coaching change, and Jesse Minter is going to tap into the defensive identity of that team. Don't really see the obvious need for Tyreek, given what they have with Zay Flowers and other wide receivers, but I think Stephen A. was pointing things out from the point of view of Tyreek. Where would you want to go? Of course, you want to have the ability to play with a 2-time MVP in Lamar Jackson, as his contract situation is going to get more interesting in the immediate future. Much like LeBron, mysterious, cryptic, enigmatic. What does Aaron Rodgers want to do? Now, he's 42 years old, and as a veteran of fill-in shifts, especially during the summertime, I've been on Team Aaron because I'm on team content, and he gave us all a lot to talk about, especially as things would slow down after the NBA Finals with the will he or won't he examination of his options. Remember, waited until June last year to make it official with the Steelers, although the way that developed, it seemed like there was at least an understanding between the franchise and Aaron. He was leaning in that direction. So it was not exactly a stunning development. He wound up in the Steel City. And I will give some attribution because there's too much stealing going on, and we'll keep it within the Disney family. That I saw this social media post on Friday from ESPN's NFL reporter Brooke Pryor. She tweeted that Aaron is, quote unquote, more likely than not to come back to the Steelers. So is that going to be a net benefit for Pittsburgh? And you know the obvious linkage between Aaron and Mike McCarthy, who I think got that job primarily because he's from Pittsburgh and his father owned a bar. I know you can trot out his resume. He won the Super Bowl 1,000,000 years ago with Aaron. Yes, he had successful double-digit win tallies in Dallas, but you know what a debacle they were in the postseason. Mike McCarthy must be just a phenomenal person in interview settings. Or the Steelers truly believe they can win now, as they took that division, primarily because Baltimore imploded. So are they good with running it back with another year of Aaron Rodgers? Either way, he's got to be the bridge quarterback. But at some point, don't they have to blow things up? And they didn't do it with the coaching change. This was the opportunity to find, quote-unquote, the next Mike Tomlin, the next young, innovative coach, especially jumping over from Tomlin's background on defense, too. And it doesn't have to be somebody from the McVay tree, but that kind of Ben Johnson-esque approach. And they didn't, because the Steelers are so conservative, as evidenced by the fact that now they've had 4 head coaches since Richard Nixon was in the White House. If it's not Rodgers, here's what they got on the roster. Will Howard didn't do anything in his rookie year, didn't see much playing time, a 6th-round pick for a reason. Mason Rudolph seems like the perpetual backup. They do have the 21st pick, and we'll talk about this coming up with Eric Edholm of NFL Network in the next hour of the show. Would the Steelers use that first-round pick on, say, Ty Simpson? Either way, even if they rent Aaron Rodgers for another year, they're just kicking a monumental problem down the road, and they got to solve the quarterback issue at some point. I'm Brian in for Rich. Final hour with more NBA coming up right here on The Rich Eisen Show.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
You wouldn't send a team onto the field without a strong bench. As an IT managed service provider, EAG delivers IT outsourcing solutions for Houston-based organizations needing consistent software and infrastructure performance. We manage day-to-day help desk support, cybersecurity, cloud, and on-prem infrastructure so your business stays focused on execution and growth. When issues arise, our engineers focus on fast first-call resolution. EAG is built for pressure, not excuses. Learn more at eaginc.com/ESPN.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. If you're in the market for a new or used gun or accessory, don't wait for the gun show to roll through town. With over 10,000 guns in stock, we have what you're looking for. We're open Monday through Saturday every week of the year. Tactical, hunting, pistols, revolvers, rifles, and much, much more. All in stock, ready to go. Whether you're a beginner or expert, our staff will take care of you at Collector's Firearms on Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. Yourheritagefilm.com, no rush. People are immortal.
It's your guy Sean with Greenlight Offer, Houston's #1 house buyers. Let me tell you about David from Baytown. He lost his job, fell behind on his mortgage, and his house needed repairs that he couldn't afford to make. He tried listing it, tried getting caught up, but the bills kept piling up, and the stress was crushing him. That's when he called Greenlight Offer. We stepped in, gave him a fair cash offer within 24 hours, and guess what? He didn't even have to lift a finger. No clean-out repairs, no realtor fees, and no closing costs. Within a few weeks, David had cash in his pockets. Every single week, every single month, we help homeowners like David who need to sell fast, skip the repairs, and start fresh. If your mortgage is behind, your house needs work, vacant, inherited, probate, divorce, tenant just won't pay me the rent houses, or do you just need a way out? Greenlight Offer is your solution. 832-779-5000. That's 832-779-5000. Greenlightoffer.com. Let's get your Greenlight number today. That's 832-779-5000. Woo!
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collectors Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Oh my God, you guys are my favorites. This is the Rich Eisen Show. The one and only Rich Eisen.
I know what I'm talking about. That's the headline.
The Rich Eisen Show with guest host Brian Weber.
I mean, honestly, he's brilliant.
Brian Weber.
I've got a long resume. Google me. It saves time.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. And now, sitting in for Rich, it's Brian Weber.
Easing our way into the final hour of the program. Still plenty of time for you to get involved. The phone number, 844-204-RICH, 844-204-7424. If you prefer to wait for the return of Mr. Eisen, you don't have to wait too long. Last hour with me, Rich back in the chair with the crew tomorrow. And looking ahead, I don't have his day planner in front of me. And yes, I do have a day planner. Note to anybody under the age of 35, because yes, I am now Clint Eastwood and Gran Torino, get off my lawn. If you write it down, you memorize it, and then you got a hard copy. What if there's no Wi-Fi? What if the internet gets replaced by some monster AI? So I don't have his day planner. I don't have his Franklin Templeton guide in front of me, but I do know Rich and what he does this time of the year based on our time working together at NFL Network. He is ramping up to be at the Combine. So you're going to have entertaining and informative shows from Indy. Lucas Oil Stadium, the site. It gets underway next Monday, and it goes for roughly 8 days, and it gets more interesting as the days progress. And coming up in our immediate future, in 20 minutes, we're talking NFL with Eric Edholm, who works with Rich at NFL Network. You can read his stellar work at NFL.com. He spends a lot of time on the draft. We'll get into those particulars and get his thoughts on today's major, quote-unquote, news in the NFL. I'm not diminishing its significance because of the name involved. We all know, when healthy, what a difference maker Tyreek Hill is. Cut by the Dolphins, a salary cap casualty, was scheduled to make $11 million guaranteed once we got to the start of the new league year a few weeks from now, early March. Plus, you know, and I'll be kind, we always use this kind of phrase in broadcasting, the quote-unquote air quotes, always good in audio, off-the-field issues. He's 31, and he's trying to come back from a torn ACL. So I'll pose this question to Eric. What will the market look like for the Cheetah? Someone's going to sign him, and they'll probably get him at a major discount because of his age, because he's coming back from injury. They're going to want to see how much the speed, that is a huge element to his approach. Nobody can stretch the field the way Tyreek does when healthy. What's the impact of the injury going to be in that key area of his game? That is coming up in 45 minutes. And I don't want to be too insular. I don't want to make this about being in the media. But those of us who speak into a microphone, even when we over-enunciate and say it was All-Star Saturday night on a Saturday afternoon here in Southern California, learn very early. Either we're told or we learn the hard way. What you say has consequences. And if you say the wrong thing, it can cost you your job. I can't think of the comp in college basketball for what has occurred to Jerome Tang. He no longer is the head coach of Kansas State. We'll play you the sound from last week as the team has been in free fall that apparently led to his departure yesterday. To me, this is an embarrassing response from Kansas State. They're trying to find cover for firing a head coach who's underachieved in recent years. Remember, they had that magical run to the Elite Eight just a couple years ago. I understand they've been terrible this year, but for the school to use that as the foundation to fire him for cause and not have to pay him roughly $19 million is just embarrassing and inconsistent with guys like, I'll stay local, Mick Cronin of UCLA, who buries his team publicly on a daily basis. That is coming up. Let's return to the NBA for the final time. And I know the audience is always changing, especially on a holiday. How much of NBA All-Star Weekend did you catch? Hopefully nothing on Saturday, other than what was a good, feel-good development to see Damian Lillard continue to come back from the torn Achilles. Now, you could question, what does it say about the three-point shooting contest that a guy coming back from that severe an injury can win it? To me, it's a testament to his perseverance, talking about Dame, and he's an all-time great lethal shooter. So he wins it for the third time. That was a good watch, putting him in select company with Craig Hodges and Larry Bird. Then we move to the slam dunk contest. Our time is valuable together. I'm not going to waste any more breath on that. The thing is unwatchable. Just pull the plug. End of discussion. And that has been the chatter surrounding the All-Star game itself for the last handful of years. And conventional wisdom said, how can the league figure out a way to get their stars to care about this thing, knowing it's always been an exhibition, understanding that is a huge problem in all of sports. Look, you watch Olympic hockey and you see the differential between, and this is a reach, but I'm just at least self-reporting that I'm stretching here, playing for your nation with a gold medal on the line compared to what we see, the slop on the ice in the NHL All-Star game where it's 13-11 every year. So I'm not picking on the NBA. I've already crushed, probably never going to work again because the NFL has a long memory, but I've already said the obvious, that the Pro Bowl is unwatchable. Baseball's All-Star game, a decent watch, but it's been thoroughly diminished because of interleague play. So we have to accept the facts as they are. These are merely exhibitions, and the goal at least is to be entertained. And that's the problem the NBA had been facing, because it went from a celebration of the sport to something that felt like it was compulsory. It was a drag. I don't want to show up for this thing. And it was clear the players felt that way because they just went through the motions. So the league has thrown every potential solution against the wall, looking for something to stick. Remember the other crappy formats that didn't work, like a player draft or the TNT draft with Shaq picking players and Kenny picking players? And, of course, now they're part of the ESPN ABC family. Great to have inside the NBA leading up to significant games and the postseason, especially the postgame show, because the fellas still have the opportunity to stretch out. The Elam ending with a target score, none of it worked. And as we discussed in the last hour of the show with Kurt Heelan, lead NBA writer for NBCSports.com, I will borrow his analysis that it really felt like a nice combination of factors that led to a much more watchable product yesterday. First, sometimes quantity isn't quality. Getting deep on a holiday. I'm Brian Weber. Sounding like LeBron here, throwing riddles your way. I'm in for Rich Eisen. Hit me up on the X platform, BW Weber. Weber with 2 B's. If you don't love basketball, hang tight. We're getting back to the NFL in less than 15 minutes when we're joined by Eric Edholm of NFL Media. The quantity-quality pivot point is this. The league was only asking these dudes to play hard for 12 minutes. Mission accomplished. And I don't know if it was just serendipity or the fact that these were abbreviated games. The first 3 were all dynamic. All tight finishes, coming down to shots like De'Aaron Fox hitting a buzzer beater to give Team USA stripes a 2-point win. Now, the final game, the championship game, was anticlimactic, but this thing has been so gruesome for so long, I'll take what we can get. And I'm speaking for all of us as sports fans out there. The majority of the day was entertaining. We saw competitive basketball. We saw players engage. We even saw some defense. Now, they're never going to lock each other up. It's not a game that matters. I found it farcical that towards the end of the game that was deciding who would move on to the championship round, Team World, down by 3, Reggie Miller poses the question on broadcast, do you foul here? And then he says, because this now feels like a regular season game, nobody's fouling in an all-star game because it's an exhibition. But at least it had the feel of a real game with legitimate effort. So I think the shift in the timing aspect of the game, going with the condensed chunks, made it much more of a possibility these guys would ball out. And then the format shift. And I think they got lucky with Team USA and, of course, more Americans than European/international players, so you need a couple different American rosters. But there was something to the idea of having some national pride and playing for your nation. And it's always going to be more interesting to have those kind of stakes just to add another element of intrigue. So I don't want to overhype this. And maybe we're also beat up as NBA consumers that something that over-delivers with our minimal expectations feels like a revelation. It was a good watch. That's all we're looking for moving forward. And hopefully the league has figured out that this formula is sustainable. In terms of what's coming up, and I know I'm speaking to a good chunk of the audience. I'm Brian Weber, in for Rich. It is a President's Day edition of the Rich Eisen Show here on ESPN Radio. Many of you, quote-unquote, casuals, as I try to be hip, pay no attention to the NBA until Christmas. And now, if that was the case in years past, you don't watch any NBA because the NFL has hijacked that holiday. Some of you ease in for All-Star Weekend, so if this is your entry point, you picked a good time, although, and in no sport can you control injuries, but the fact that we didn't have Giannis, we didn't have SGA, we didn't have Steph, makes what we saw all the more impressive on the floor. So some of you are jumping in now, and then there's a large portion of casual fans who pay no attention to the NBA until we get to the postseason. In terms of where we're headed, as we discussed with Kurt Heelan of NBC Sports, and a reminder, if you missed that conversation, you can catch it on the podcast. You can listen to any portion of any program anytime. That'll drop shortly after the conclusion of the show, coming up at the top of the hour. Is it truly just a 3-team race in the West? The Thunder have been inconsistent, in part because of injuries, but let's just presume SGA and J-Dub are back come playoff time. You know, the Spurs match up incredibly well with them. It is not an aberration. They've won 4 or 5 meetings head-to-head against OKC because Wemby is unguardable. He can neutralize the height of Chet Holmgren, and you have that young core with Castle and Harper, who's playing very well as the second overall pick, that replicates the depth and youth of Oklahoma City. You throw Denver in there. They've been hammered by injuries, but the good news is Joker, when he went down, there was fears it could have been a multi-month injury. Obviously, he came back and was selective with his effort yesterday. I'm not going to feed into the narrative that Kevin Durant threw out there, blame the European players. Didn't look like he wanted to be on the floor. That's okay. Not everything has to be perfect in the world. Would you include another team in the West as having a legitimate chance of coming out of that conference? I'll throw it out to you on the X platform. B.W. Weber, Weber with 2 B's. Your candidates include the Rockets, who you recall were the 2 seed last year, lost in the first round to the Warriors because they were young and had no playoff experience. They've been banged up as well. But as I glance at the standings, they're currently in 4th place in the West. I'll throw them in there just because of the learning curve that Şengün and Amen Thompson took something away from that playoff experience last year. You throw KD into the mix, but we're looking at 4, I think, and 4 teams only, unless you want to ride with Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves. Remember, they've made back-to-back trips to the Western Conference Finals, but who's their second-best player? If you're asking me, I just don't see Ant having enough help. As we talked about for years in the NBA, you need a complementary talent. Still, it feels like more than ever, even with so much talent dispersed across the league, if you're looking for a winning combination, look towards the usual suspects, with the Spurs now joining that conversation. Coming up, we'll shift back to the NFL. After being cut by the Dolphins, what's coming up for Tyreek Hill? And with the Combine looming next week, is Fernando Mendoza a lock to be an NFL star? We'll find out when we're joined by Eric Edom of NFL Media. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. Appreciate you joining us on this Monday installment of The Rich Eisen Show.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Brinkman Quality Roofing, a local family-owned business, has 50 years experience in roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. Brinkman's workmanship is backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 30 years. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Hey guys, this is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers with a hot tip on how to keep your lady happy. Visit the Zadok Bridal Shop, a modern bride's dream. We work with our global network to source GIA-certified ethical diamonds for you at a fair price. Not only do we carry a selection of the finest diamond settings, we also have a full custom design team ready to turn any ring dream into a ring reality. Zadok Jewelers, where Houston gets engaged.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you thought it was night walkers, no, they're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Del Olalea here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena at 225 and Beltway 8 and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 442 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success. You can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
I'm Brian Weber, always having a great time whenever I'm fortunate enough to sit in for Rich and the fellas. It's a President's Day edition of the Rich Eisen Show. Last call for phone calls, 844-204-RICH, 844-204-7424, or you can give Mr. Eisen a call tomorrow. Coming up in 30 minutes, a college basketball head coach learns in a most challenging way that what you say has importance. We'll get there coming up. Let's get you set for the NFL Scouting Combine. It is just a week away in Indy. And say hello to a good friend of the program, a colleague of Rich's at NFL Network, one of the best in the industry. It is Eric Edholm. Check out his great work at NFL.com. Eric, it's the most wonderful time of the year for you. Are you ramping up mentally for the Combine next week?
I am. I'm doing some research on the top 40-yard dash potential winners this year, and reading up on watching some tape and getting familiar with some of the players I didn't get to during the season. So it's a good time. I mean, no rest for the weary, but that's all right. We love football, and there's some version of it left.
And we're not digging ditches, as my late father used to say. So since you mentioned speed, that's a nice segue to a player who's now available, as expected. Dolphins cutting Tyreek Hill today. We know he's 31. We only played 4 games last season because of the torn ACL. What do you think the market for the Cheetah is going to look like?
Yeah, there's, he offers something that most teams don't have, which is that game-breaking speed. He's also got, a running back-like build, and you can do a lot of creative things with him. But, it also comes with some baggage, right? There's been some injury history there. There's some off-field stuff that's going to be concerning. So I'll be fascinated. I think you probably have to feel like you have a secure locker room and a quarterback who's, confident in his standing on the team, and but also an offense that needs that extra little bit of juice. So kind of curious to see what happens. I mean, there's obviously some candidates out there. I'd be fascinated to see, like, if there's, if there isn't a massive market for him, a team like Tennessee could certainly use him and give Cam Ward another weapon. The Kansas City Chiefs, I don't think would jump to bring him back, but I think they would have to look, right? They're still looking for that big playability, even with the receivers they've added the last few years. I would probably throw in a team like the Raiders, if they, if the market isn't as clean as Hill would hope. You've got a young quarterback likely falling at number 1 in Mendoza if it goes that way. They have obviously weapons at running back and Bowers at tight end, but really need that game breaker of some sort. So, there'll be some teams that are very much interested. I think it comes down to cost and comfort level for him.
Fit, finances, and situations. Eric, let me throw another team your way. How about Buffalo? You think the Bills and Hill make sense?
Well, if you consider they really haven't been the same unit, at least in terms of makeup, since Stephon Diggs left. Diggs had his share of issues too, obviously, but was one of those guys that when it was good with Josh, it was great. So, yeah, I'm sure Hill would love to stay in the division too, and play his old teammates twice a year, even if some of them are gone and a lot of new faces expected in Miami this year. But, yeah, I think that would have to be another option for them. And I guess the question is, how much can they afford to pay him, and how much would Hill accept to play for Josh Allen? Because their cap situation's a little bit clunky right now. They've got to probably redo Josh's deal and let some veterans go and maybe redo 1 or 2 other contracts. So it's a possibility, but the money will be a factor.
I'm Brian Weber in for Rich Eisen. We're talking football here on the Rich Eisen Show with Eric Edom of NFL Media. Eric, all eyes will be on Fernando Mendoza, not in terms of having to throw at the combine, and we know he's on his way to Vegas. But I think what's interesting is how he's viewed in NFL circles. Do you get the feeling, and it's all subjective, do you look at Mendoza and say he's a lock to be an NFL star? He's someone who's going to be a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, there aren't too many quarterbacks the last decade where I've said he is guaranteed he's going to be a star, but there are some you feel like the bar is certainly higher. I thought Caleb Williams would eventually find his footing, and he did last season. Jaden Daniels maybe progressed a little quicker than some people expect, but then obviously had a little bit of a backstep year 2. Drake May the other direction, obviously, too. But I would rate those guys as having maybe a higher ceiling than Mendoza. But the floor is very high for Fernando, and he does give you a little bit of athleticism. That's not really his game, but as you saw, obviously, in the national title game, he had a touchdown run that changed the outcome, and it was pretty impressive, too. So he's a big kid with some athletic traits. But in terms of style, he's probably closer to, I would say, a Jared Goff. Mm-hmm. You're more of a drop back passer, I think, is the system that he's going to employ there. Or, if you think about Clint Kubiak coming from Seattle, you could probably do a lot of the stuff that Sam Darnold ran last year and translate it to Mendoza. So, Sam's obviously somebody who, when the time is called for, he can pick it up and run and grab you a first down, and he's an athletic guy. But that's not the main part of his game. That's not something we see on a series-to-series basis with him. So, I don't know that he's going to be an instant coffee kind of star to where he steps into the league and is just dicing people up, because so much of it comes down to timing and precision. And, again, with a limited utility for scrambling and design runs, there isn't that that fallback option that's as easy. So I think he'll be good. I think he'll be very capable. I think he'll have some humbling moments, too. A lot of work to be done out in Vegas, assuming he ends up there. But, the general view around the league is not of a generational Andrew Luck-type prospect, but of somebody who obviously comes with some pretty darn good credentials in leading Indiana to their first national title.
Really interesting you alluded to Darnold, because earlier in the show we heard from Field Yates, ESPN NFL draft analyst, and he came up with that exact same linkage. So bright minds think alike. We are getting you set for the Combine, and it's on to the draft. Eric Edom does a marvelous job of covering all of that for NFL media. A year ago, we had 2 quarterbacks taken in the first round, and we saw Jackson Dart deliver for the Giants towards the end of round 1. What's your outlook for Ty Simpson of Alabama? Do you have a first-round grade for him?
I don't know that I have a personal first-round grade on him, but what I saw early in the year was very, very encouraging. Before the injuries started mounting and before he started taking a ton of hits, and give him credit, obviously, for toughness playing through it. But with a small sample size, you look at those games and realize there just isn't a lot to analyze, right? And that's the risk of a one-year starter. But obviously has a little more experience than that, has been in the program a few years, has some real athletic upside and traits. Again, not a true scrambler, but somebody who I think can run a little bit, move around the pocket, and throw on the move too. Maybe traits are just even a little higher in some cases than Mendoza, but the floor would be lower because we just don't know. We don't have that breadth of information. And, you go back and look at, for instance, the Watson, Trubisky draft, obviously Mahomes, both those other guys besides Trubisky had a full diet of, 29, 35 starts, whatever it was for those guys versus 13 for Mitch. And that's the debate I think a lot of teams are going to have is what do we know? What do we feel? And what do we think he is right now versus what he can be? But yeah, I would say his range is anywhere from number 2 to the Jets all the way down to where Tyler Shuck went last year, early second, because, that's what this process is about, is sorting out, quarterbacks are treated a little bit differently, right? If you need one, you're willing to overspend like the Giants did for Daniel Jones, who obviously had a great year last year before getting hurt. But at the time, I don't think there was another team that was going to take him at number 6. So I use that as an example to say that all it takes is that one team to decide that we don't need him right now, but we think he can be special down the road, or maybe we do need him right now and we think he'll work through his issues as he becomes a star. So it's a wide range right now. I would guess back end of round 1 would be the most likely landing spot, but I am not ruling out something higher than that in case he has a good pre-draft process and or the feedback from around the league is strong.
Derek, since you gave us that range, those parameters, how about Simpson and the Steelers at number 21?
It's got to be a spot that makes a lot of sense. Obviously, Mike McCarthy was hired for his quarterback coaching prowess. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers connection is a nice story, and maybe it works out for a year. Who knows? But they need a quarterback in some form. Even if you really like Will Howard, I don't know that you can go into the season with, even if Rodgers does come back, do you feel entirely comfortable with that room, or is there one more guy you need to bring in? There is certainly a possibility. I would throw the Rams in there, too, with the 2 first-rounders and Stafford coming back for another year. Simpson has actually mentioned Stafford as a guy that he looks up to, so possible pairing there. I'm sure there are other ones, too. I think a lot of it depends on that game of musical chairs this offseason. Once the dust is settled on Kyler Murray and Tua Tagovailoa and Daniel Jones and all the quarterbacks who could be moved this offseason, who's left needing one? There will be 3 or 4 teams that I think you could put on that list, and I suspect the Steelers and maybe the Rams are 2 of those teams.
Eric Edom of NFL Media is our guest on the Rich Eisen Show. I want to hit on Miami, Arizona, and the Jets in our remaining minutes, but first, one more draft-related thought. Let's presume Trinidad Chambliss has continued legal success, stays at Ole Miss because the NCAA loses in every courtroom these days. Who's your third best prospect? How big of a gap is there between Mendoza at the top, Simpson maybe late first round? Who's next?
Yeah, I think Drew Aller has a chance to kind of refurbish his image a little bit. And, I know things didn't really go according to plan the last year and a half or so. really, you know, he felt like a player who was going to come out a year ago until those last few games, and then everything kind of changed. So obviously somebody who I think at one point was given that, hey, he could be a top overall pick at some point kind of label. He's not there now, but I still believe there's a starting quarterback starter kit in there that if you work with the right team, and maybe that's Pittsburgh or one of the teams we mentioned, or maybe somebody else who's got a starter in place, but Drew Aller's got an opportunity. Garrett Nussmeier's had a little head start here. He got back from the injury, played well down at the Senior Bowl. I don't think he was great, but I think he was fine. You know, he at least answered the questions about his health, and that's a great place to start. Atypical dimensions, small hands, you know, maybe some limited upside in some regards, but I think he's on the right track to be a possible day 2 pick. And then, you know, Carson Beck, obviously with the national title run, you know, not everybody's favorite quarterback. I think there are some teams that are down on him, but there might be a few that have seen him kind of take some lumps the past few years and still have some success on the field and say there's enough there, you know, to put him in range. So I think those are the 3 guys that I would immediately kind of summon to mind that could be in the quarterback 3 discussion.
You know, the Combine's coming up if we're talking about small hands, and we're breaking it down with Eric Edom of NFL Media. All right, Eric, quick hits. I'll give you a team. You give me likely names that could be a Week 1 starter. How about the Jets?
Oh, man, that's a tough one. I mean, obviously
you got 5 minutes if you need it, my friend.
Yeah, I'm going to run out the clock if I can here and filibuster for a minute. But, yeah, you know, I still think because, like, you know, the Dante Moore situation and Simpson, I would say, would still be considered a reach at that point. They also have a second first-rounder. I think it's number 16 off the top of my head. So, you know, again, maybe that's a more realistic range possibility for them. But as a Week 1 starter, you know, Derek Carr has been mentioned as a possibility. I think that there's some meat to that one if he comes out of retirement. Saints still retain his rights. You know, I don't think it would require a massive trade to get that done, but that's a real possibility there. I don't think they want to go in with a Justin Fields or a Brady Cook or Adrian Martinez or any of the options they've had the last year. So I think there is going to be a little bit of a clearing of the decks. You saw what happened to the coaching staff, and I think Aaron Glenn is feeling the pressure. So the idea of a rookie or a young player, kind of an unproven quarterback starting there Week 1, even with a limited supply, I tend to veer toward the veteran there.
Okay, how about Arizona? Do you think it's a done deal? They're moving on from Kyler Murray.
I don't think it's a done deal, but it seems like it's sort of trending in that direction. Yeah, I mean, I think they've probably decided that if they can make this happen, they're going to do it. But you got to have somebody who's interested too, and certainly the Jets would be a possibility. I don't know that that's their first thought, but it's got to be somebody that they consider. You know, and there are other teams obviously as well who kind of fit into that same category a little bit. But yeah, I mean, if they have the opportunity to move on from him, kind of the soft benching that we saw last year, where Jacoby Brissett was playing a little bit better, and you know, nobody was really too sure how bad the injury was for Murray, and it felt like kind of the anticlimactic end to his career out there. But again, you got to have. I think they're going to try to trade him, and I don't think they want to release him. But you know, again, sometimes what we want and what we can do are 2 different things.
And finally, because it sounds like you've entered a wind tunnel, quick thoughts on Tua and the Dolphins.
I'm sorry, trying to find the least.
No, not your fault. Hey, I was watching the golf on the Monterey Peninsula yesterday. Feels like you're at Pebble Beach.
I'd love to be back at Pebble. I got to play it years ago. It was a lot of fun, but not quite like the 7th hole out here right now. But and it's say again who we're talking about here, Tua.
Tua and the Dolphins.
I think they're moving on from him. I just sort of feel like Malik Willis is going to be a possibility there. They can make that work. It gives him an opportunity to start on a deal that probably is somewhat similar to what Fields got last year, although maybe a little bit more, and especially with the Green Bay connection. Jeff Hafley, John Eric Sullivan now running the show down there. So, you know, who do they just release him, or is there a trade opportunity? When does it happen? Because the earlier it happens, if it's pre-June 1, you know, the cap hit is more significant. Then again, we've seen in 2 years how the Broncos have been able to completely remake their roster after making the same tough decision, swallowing hard on that contract with Russell Wilson. And it's going to be more cap space, but percentage-wise won't be too much different. And the Broncos were, a couple plays away from a Super Bowl. So I think that's the justification for moving on, not knowing to his health and future, and obviously a new coaching staff kind of portends those things.
Eric, terrific information as always. Thanks for being so generous with your time. Enjoy the rest of your day and keep it on the fairway.
All right, will do. Thanks, Brian.
Eric Edom does a marvelous job anytime we reach out, and that's not his primary goal in life, not to be a compelling guest with a fill-in host, although he's on with Rich as well. He spends a lot of time, as you heard in that conversation, breaking things down in an understandable manner. He's not going to overwhelm you with all of the analytics and the data-driven observations. So check out his work. He's ramping up the content on NFL.com. That was an interesting thought regarding the Broncos' decision, and that was completely driven by Sean Payton. Payton just did not want Russell Wilson around for understandable reasons. Felt like it got personal there, but in no way can you quibble with the outcome. It also took literal buy-in from ownership. And remember, the Broncos' new owners have Walmart money. It's the Walton Penner family. No need for a GoFundMe or a bake sale for that behemoth, so ownership was willing to eat the dough. Now, it is challenging from a salary cap perspective, and I always find that really boring and tedious, especially on a national platform. But you got to make some short-term trade-offs to navigate your cap limitations. But mostly it's about an owner saying, okay, I'm writing this check. It's a loss. As we learned on Seinfeld, Jerry, they just write it off. Do you even know what a write-off is? No, they just write it off. So the question is, does Stephen Ross, who's now 82 years old, as the owner of the Dolphins, you would think he would have an urgent approach to win. Dolphins have not won a playoff game since, 2000? 2001? It's been a minute. Is he willing to swallow the $50 million as they blow things up with the new GM and the new head coach, Jeff Hafley, to have a fresh start at quarterback? Most things are pointing in that direction. And then the question becomes, where is Tua going? And we'll save that for another day. Tomorrow is another day with the host in the chair. Rich back from the much-deserved 3-day weekend tomorrow. You can give him a call at 844-204-RICH. You can continue to throw me your thoughts on the X platform. It is B.W. Weber. Weber with 2B straight ahead. We wrap it up with gusto. I keep going back to the media point of view because nothing gets more traction and resonance than talking about what we do for a living. But if you speak into a microphone, you learn words have importance. Kansas State basketball coach Jerome Tang just found that out in a very profound way. Details coming up. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich here on The Rich Eisen Show.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-553-7217 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-553-7217. That's 800-553-7217. What do you have to lose? Call 800-553-7217. Again, 800-553-7217.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. Have a watch that needs a battery change or just plain doesn't work anymore? Maintaining a luxury timepiece requires exacting attention, and we service over 30 of the world's favorite brands, in addition to being the largest authorized dealer in the region. If something's just not right, allow our 7 on-site watchmakers to handle your watch with the care and attention it deserves. Bring your watch in for an estimate today. Zadok Jewelers, Make the moment.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has been your go-to family-owned and operated hardware store, serving 3 generations strong. Whether it's plumbing supplies, paint, power tools, or everyday hardware, we've got what you need at competitive prices. Shop local, support small business, and get old-school personal service. Our knowledgeable staff is always ready to help. Hablamos Español. Find us online and follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, family trusted since 1954.
We'll admit, we've already thrown in the towel on the New Year's resolution.
Yeah, and we made it through dry January. But one healthy new habit we're sticking with is Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to help protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Yup, more energy and the peace of mind knowing we can enjoy the good things in life while giving our liver the love it needs.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too, whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
In sports, wasted time kills momentum. In business, it kills margins. If your team is still hunting through shared drives, email chains, and mystery folders, your documents are calling the wrong place. EAG helps organizations move from document sprawl to trusted information so teams can find what they need when they need it. Less searching, fewer mistakes, faster execution. Because no winning team guesses the next play. Learn more at eaginc.com/ESPN.
It's time to dine out and do good during Eat Drink HTX. From now through February 28th, enjoy amazing meals at participating Houston area restaurants, and you'll help raise money for the Houston Food Bank. Learn more at eatdrinkhtx.com. That's eatdrinkhtx.com.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars that Give Me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm Brian Weber. It's been an absolute blast to keep you company for the last 2 hours and 45 minutes, potentially saving the best for last. And as always, if we are winding down, that means Rich is warming up. Mr. Eisen's name is on the marquee, and he's back in the chair tomorrow with the guys, offering his perspective on NBA All-Star Weekend, as we've done in detail, plus all the NFL news. I'm sure he'll have thoughts as to where Tyreek Hill could be heading with today's development. He has been predictably cut by the Dolphins. It is intriguing to see, in a world with so many options, what gets noticed. I don't love the term viral, but I think you know what I'm talking about. What's able to cut through the clutter? And in sports, especially because we love lists. So with the NFL draft coming up, you can flip around and catch shows like the top 10 draft bust of all time or top 10 coaching / managing meltdowns we've ever seen in sports. A week ago, we got a gem from then, and that's the key word, then, Kansas State head coach Jerome Tang. Now, you'll remember, Jerome was part of a miraculous run as head coach of the Wildcats, guiding them to the Elite Eight in 2023. So just a couple of years ago, they had the brilliant play in Madison Square Garden. They got New York City energized. They're having a miserable year. Just one win in Big 12 play. Last week, they got shellacked by Cincinnati, and Jerome went to the podium and went thermonuclear on his players.
This was embarrassing. These dudes do not deserve to wear this uniform. There will be very few of them in it next year. I'm embarrassed for the university. I'm embarrassed for our fans, our student section. You know, it is just ridiculous. We got practice at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we will get this thing right. I have no answer and no words. So y'all got two questions. So whoever want to ask two questions, I'll answer them to the best of my ability right now. But right now, I'm pissed.
And what was most interesting about that was he was so measured and so even-keeled. You think about your parents, when they didn't scream at you, when they were really seething, you knew you were in trouble. But the context was they got obliterated. They got destroyed by Cincinnati by 29 at home. Some folks in the student section showed up in the garb with bags over their heads, so you know things are spiraling in Manhattan, Kansas. They lost again over the weekend, making 6 consecutive defeats, dropping 11 of their last 12. And the news came out yesterday, broken by ESPN college sports insider Pete Thamel, that Tang had gotten fired with nearly $19 million left on his contract, but for now, at least, he won't be seeing a dime of that money because he was fired for cause. Why did that occur? What was the justification? Well, let's hear from Kansas State Athletic Director Gene Taylor explaining why Tang was fired for cause.
I don't want to get into it. There's language in his contract that addresses, certain things that could potentially bring embarrassment. Basically his comments about the student athletes and the negative reaction to those comments from a lot of sources, both nationally and locally, is where I thought we needed to make the decision.
I speak Gene Taylor. I speak athletic director nonsense because I spent a lot of time in the college sports space, calling games back to my early 20s at my alma mater. That is nonsense. What Gene Taylor is saying is we fired him because people were laughing at Kansas State nationally because that clip went viral. It was on all the talking head shows, and you heard it here on ESPN Radio. I was watching Part of the Interruption that day. I have it on my TiVo, old school. I still record it every day. Tony and Mike both absolutely crushed the school, and primarily Tang, because what you did not hear in that tirade was, this is on me. He took no responsibility. He pointed the finger at his players, but the disconnect was, who was in charge for recruiting and signing those players? Last time I checked, it's the head coach. So he had no accountability, no responsibility. He lost me when he made it so personal. At the same time, to say that is justification for firing someone for cause is absurd. I'm not a lawyer, but I'll play one on the radio. Right now, we're at a stalemate where when you get whacked for cause, you get nothing. You get shown the door. It's the end of Willy Wonka or Caddyshack. You'll get nothing and like it. You lose, sir. Good day. I mentioned the buyout, remaining money on the contract, roughly $19 million. So where is this going? Somewhere in between, or somewhere that Tang feels like, okay, pick a number, $5-7 million, and nobody wants to waste money on lawyers. And remember, Kansas State has their own legal department that the taxpayers in Kansas pay for, so they have more wiggle room there. But in terms of the larger point here, and we don't have enough time, and I'm not that much of a hack, we could play 45 different, especially college basketball coaches, just burying their players. this has been going on for decades because the old school types, a la Bobby Knight, would tell you, well, it's a way of motivating my guys. Public shame and humiliation. And I've always had a problem with that for college players because we're talking about young people who in the past weren't getting paid. Well, now they are getting NIL money, so that's going to evolve. But it is a farce to say that Tang somehow was an outlier, bringing embarrassment and ridicule to the school because, and this is not just an L.A. lean as I come to you from our outstanding studios in Southern California. Mick Cronin did it at Cincinnati. Now he's doing it on the regular at UCLA. He destroys his players on a daily basis when he's not busy burying the conference because clearly he doesn't like the fact that the Big Ten makes him, not the team, him, get on a chartered jet and fly to Bloomington, Indiana. So I can't defend Tang in terms of the details. He was wrong for pointing the finger at his players, but this is foolish and embarrassing for Kansas State. You want to fire the guy for underachieving on the floor? Fine. Pay the man. That's why contracts exist, to try to wiggle out of a payment because he said something that crossed the line is an absolute joke. But welcome to college sports in 2026. I'll leave you with this thought. Sacramento State is joining the Mid-America Conference with Northern Illinois joining the Mountain West. Make it make sense. Always an honor to be in this chair for Rich. Want to thank our guest, Eric Edom of NFL Media, Kurt Heelan, NBCSports.com. Thanks to Rich, Jerry Silbowitz, and his team. Thanks to our great production crew, led by our producer, James Steele, Nick Hardy, and the rest of the gang in Bristol, Connecticut. My name is Brian Weber. Rich is back tomorrow, so keep it where it is on The Rich Eisen Show.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian's around as well. Joe, looks like you're reporting for spring training.
Yeah,
Like
it's baseball. It's baseball season. I'm here.
Yeah.
Isak Paredes is there. We're ready. People
I feel
that
like
are
you're going to
for
go out and
sure-
take some fungos.
Yeah, why not? People are that for sure going to be part of the Astros opening lineup are reporting for spring training. That's both me and Isak Paredes.
Is that a joke?
Maybe a bad one.
Yeah. You think the chances of Isak being traded have gone up or gone down? That's been the stock report, is what's going on with Isak Paredes.
I don't know. It feels like down.
Yeah.
Because he's there is the only reason to move it of recent.
Yeah,
note.
I feel like it's down too.
But it's not by much. It's just kind of like floating right around the same range. But it's down.
Percentage
Stock is down.
chance he gets traded.
I was at 50 the other day. I'm going to like 45.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. 45%.
Great
45% chance he gets traded. I mean, they're all kind of like saying words of like, it's good for the team and depth, and even Espada's talked about it a little bit. Even Chandler Rome in his article has talked about like a path to them all being on this team, which is earth-shattering. We'll get to that a little bit later. Spring training, more stuff going on. All the players are there now for the Astros in West Palm Beach. We'll tip the cap, as we like to do on Mondays. Tip the cap to everybody who deserves it over the week. We'll get to that a little bit later. So if you want to tip the cap, you can let us know. Are you buying the KD files? We'll discuss that in a little bit, because that certainly popped off yesterday. Thanks to Kevin Durant, Michael Jordan did some questionable behavior at a NASCAR race. So maybe the Kevin Durant stuff got buried for a moment. But we'll begin, Joe. NBA All-Star Weekend was going on yesterday.
It was.
They played these games at like the crack of dawn. The All-Star game was early. The slam dunk contest was early. The three-point shootout was early. But we'll get to that in a moment. The lead story, of course, in this great city, Houston Cougar basketball. Number 2 team in the country. They're in Iowa today for Iowa State, the number 6 team in the country. A little Hilton magic maybe for the Cyclones. Houston's hoping not. But over the weekend, Joe, Houston beat Kansas State. And as we always do, every single time the Houston Cougars play a basketball game, we get yours and Brian's top 3 takeaways.
Yeah.
What was your first of your top 3 takeaways?
They did what they were supposed to do. They beat a team pretty easily. I mean, it was also mostly in the first half. They're obviously outscoring by 14 in the first half, tied in the second half. But they did what they were supposed to do. Kansas State's not good. They fired their coach, was it immediately after the game?
No, it was yesterday.
It was
last
yesterday?
night.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they took care of business. They did exactly what they were supposed to, Jeremy. It was
okay.
Do your job.
Well, I don't know if I want to give you that one.
Why not?
They did what they were supposed to do. Dynamite analysis, Cotton.
I don't think they
Dynamite
played
there.
like
Dynamite.
Incredible.
Okay.
I would say, a lot of turnovers in this game. 2 of them or 4 of them from Flemings, 4 of them from Sharp. Not the best day shooting from Flemings, but nice 7 rebounds on there. So appreciate the effort on the glass. That's very good for him. So not the best day with turnovers, but
15. That's the most they've had in a while. They average a little over 8 in a game, which is number 1 in the country. So was that your second takeaway?
Yep, that's number 2.
Your second takeaway was too many turnovers?
Too many turnovers.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair. 15's more than they're accustomed to. They average a little over 8 a game, number 1 in the country. What was your third takeaway?
Just another good day from Sharp. 28 points. He continues to score very, very well, efficiently, pretty much
How many
all
points
the time.
he scored? He didn't score 28.
Oh, that's 23. I had something on my computer. It looked like an 8.
Was it chocolate? Was it chocolate?
No, I don't know what it was.
A little Valentine's Day chocolate?
It was like
a little
dust.
Smudge of chocolate?
It was definitely a smudge because it looked like an 8, and then I swiped it, and it's like, oh, no, that's 23.
You had a smudge of
I don't
chocolate.
know why that got me.
Changing the point total.
I was trying to give him more.
Who was the general manager for the Bulls whenever they had Jordan Pippen? Was it Reinsdorf?
No, that's
or was
the
that the owner?
I
get him confused.
You're thinking of
Krause.
Jerry Krause.
Yes.
Jerry Krause.
Crumbs.
Jerry Krause. You know what they called Krause?
Crumbs.
Crumbs. You know why they called him Crumbs?
Because he always had crumbs.
Because he always was eating that.
He's a big old boy.
Shirt.
No,
how big a boy are you?
He also apparently it was very much a thing on the team bus when he would stand up.
Oh, he's constantly wiping crumbs off his shirt.
He always had crumbs on his shirt. Where did I see that at? Where did I hear that? Was that in the Jordan documentary?
Yeah, it's in The Last Dance. Yeah.
Okay, it's in The Last Dance. I was wondering where I learned that from because certainly you would know all this.
Yeah, and then remember the Bulls fans booed his wife. Yep, that happened.
Why did they break up that team whenever you're like in the middle of a dynasty? Like, why not ride it out until you lose a final?
Because they're cheap.
You think they would have all stayed together for like until they got broke up?
Yeah, I think if they would have given Pippen a contract, then Jordan would have come back.
Why did they break it up? And then went to the baby Bulls with, who was it, Tyson Chandler and Ed Curry?
Yep, and then Ben Gordon.
Why did they do that?
Kirk. It's a great question.
My rule on breaking up dynasties is you can't do it until they lose a title. Like, you can't do it after they've won a title. If you win a title, you have to run it back the best you can. You can't tear down a dynasty and the foundation of its dynasty as the defending champion. A year removed from the defending champion, okay. All right, you can do that then. But you can't do it as the defending champion. That's my rule.
I think that's a good rule.
And you broke the rule.
You just give Scottie Pippen whatever he wants to come back, even though,
yeah.
I mean, I guess they were right on that one a little bit.
I don't know, man. I mean, do they win the title if they all come back?
Who won the title the next year? Was that Spurs?
99, yeah, the strike year. I believe that was the Spurs over the Knicks.
See, I think they won the strike.
That was
year.
the 8-seed Knicks?
Yeah, I believe that's right. I know the Spurs' first title was over the 8-seed Knicks. I think that was in 99, the strike year.
That was Van Gundy's team.
I think they win that title. On
I do too.
Like a shortened season where like Jordan and Pippen don't have to play a full year.
Yeah, they shouldn't have done that.
I agree.
That was I really hate that happened.
I'm sure you do.
So was that all three of yours, Joe, or
all
did I miss the third?
You got three in there.
All right. No, solid three. B-Mac, 3-Mac, you got your threes?
Yeah, I got my three. First one was I like the first half from Sacco. Tugler got into foul trouble really quickly. 2 fouls in the first 2 minutes. Didn't play the rest of the first half. And Sacco obviously not much of an offensive player, but came in, got multiple blocks in transition. He was diving all over the court for loose balls, stealing possessions, and cleaning up on the offensive board. So I liked what he provided for the team when Tugler hit the bench.
Great observation, Brian. I thought he played maybe better than anybody in that first half. It was his birthday as well.
Yeah,
so
I heard
he really
that.
shined on his birthday. His grandfather died early in the week, so he was playing inspired. He started to come around, though, which is great because he gives Houston some post depth in case there is some foul trouble there, which at times there is a bit of foul trouble. So
before I get into the next one, what'd you think of the tech he picked up?
I thought both techs were weak in that game.
I did too. I guess it's possible Sacco could have said the magic word, which is what the announcers seem to intimate reading lips. But I thought both techs, both on him and the big for Kansas State, I guess he bumped Tugler down the court, but I thought both were pretty soft.
I would call it more of a grazing of shoulders.
Yeah, definitely not a bump worth an injection.
I thought both were incredibly soft. I'll be honest. I thought the one on Buka was softer.
That's fair.
Kansas State big.
That's
I
fair.
think if I had to grade the two, like on the softest and like one's being the softest, I would say the one on Buka was a 1 and Sacco was a 2. They were both incredibly soft, but Buka's especially. Like he's just running back up the floor and grazed his shoulder with Tugler. That was bizarre. I think they were trying to even it up, which sometimes you see officials do that where you get a tech on the other team and you're kind of searching to tee up the other team to level it out. You see that a lot actually, which is pretty annoying, but you see it. I think that was happening there. They were both soft for sure.
So I also like the how they answered the slow start. Obviously, it could have been the classic look-ahead game with the big games coming up on obviously tonight, and then Arizona and Kansas after that. Down 15-6 with about 8 minutes left. They went on a 27-4 run to close the half. I believe Kansas State went 1 of 15 to close the half. They stretched that run out to 33-4 with the opening few minutes of the second half. So really nice run there to completely claim control of the game again. I think it really started. It was so funny to me. They put Kansas State put out Marcus Johnson. Big old boy, kind of like that LSU baseball player we had fun with on Friday. He comes out there, is out there for 1 minute, gets forced into 2 turnovers, a 5-second violation, and travel when they trap him. He gets taken off the court and didn't play the rest of the game. He played 1 minute in the game.
Yeah, he couldn't handle the defense.
No, he couldn't handle it at all.
That big old boy, I was watching him and shoot around. That guy can shoot.
Yeah, that's what the announcers are saying. They said he's a great three-point shooter, and he got one up, but they couldn't. He was just a liability out there. Anytime the coach trapped him, he couldn't do anything.
Yeah, good call on that. It is funny he only played 1 minute. They were in foul trouble too. I mean, Buka fouled out because of the technical foul. Manning was a bit in foul trouble, and then McGriff, their big guy, was in. He eventually No, he finished with 4, but he had 4 like at the 12-minute mark. So even with all that foul trouble, he only played the 1 minute. It was kind of crazy. Was that your third or your second?
No, that was my second. And just expand upon that. I was looking at their box score afterwards. They only played 8 men, including Johnson's 1 minute, and that includes a guy getting, like you say, fouling out. So yeah, it was crazy that they didn't go back to him considering the circumstances of the game. But last one, Joe mentioned it with the turnovers, but just incredibly sloppy second half. I mean, that Sanak 3 put them up 24, about just past the 17-minute mark in the second half, and then they turned the ball over 11 times the rest of the game and let the Wildcats get back. I think they gave about 9 points in 2 minutes right after the Sanak 3, and let the lead get down to 10 with 7 minutes left. So sloppy second half, didn't end up mattering, but got to clean that up with the schedule coming up.
That was sound, boys. That was sound stuff. Well, let's do it again tomorrow.
Sounds great. Big game tonight. You excited?
Joe, every game's the same for me.
No, this next 3-game stretch is different.
Every game, I look at every game one game at a time.
This next stretch is incredible.
The biggest game is the one that's the most important game. I don't get too high. I don't get too low. I'm right here for all of them.
Okay.
They're all your favorite children?
All right here. They're all my favorite. The next one's my favorite one, Joe.
Okay.
Next one's my favorite one. It is a great venue to watch a basketball game, though. Hilton Coliseum, call it Hilton Magic. They draw tons of people. They'll be loud. I saw some students like camping out. They have some sort of rule where you can only do it like 24 hours before the game or something like that. I forget the exact rule, but they were like, as soon as the window is open, they like ran with like a pop-up tent. So they're camping out. Should be a lot of fun. Two very good teams. I mean, they're both top 6 teams. Houston second in today's AP. Iowa State 6. Iowa State with their 3-headed monster, Lipsy Momcilovic, who's one of the best three-point shooters in the country. And then Joshua Jefferson, maybe one of the more unique players in the entire country. Kind of a big-bodied, 6'9", can move. Really good scorer, really good passer, really good rebounder. So, no, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun tonight between Houston and Iowa State. A couple of the Twitchers who like Houston, they're saying some things on the Twitch. Ryan says looking forward to full contact basketball tonight between U of H and Iowa State. I imagine it'll be pretty physical. I imagine it will be. Another B. Hannon says hate that the game this weekend was on Peacock. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to go back and watch it. I usually watch the games in replay. I didn't watch this one on Peacock, though. Did you guys watch it, or you just box score analysis? Sounds like Brian watched it and Joe read a box score.
Yep.
Accurate.
It's accurate. How was the broadcast on Peacock?
Mediocre. I mean, the camera looked good. I'll give it that, but the announce crew was pretty mediocre.
Oh, it's my friend. James is my friend.
Yeah, he was, 2 seats down from you?
Yeah, he's 2 seats down. Not 3 doors down. 2 seats down.
All right,
Ryan, they even call him Even Kill Branham. They do. People do call me Even Kill Branham. All right, 713-780-ESPN. No, Branham, not Brenham. He does follow me on Twitter now, though, as can you, at Jeremy Branham. We're all on Twitter, though. ESPN 975. You can watch the show. TikTok at ESPN 975. You can call in 713-780-ESPN. We always have callers. I don't know how good they always are, but we always have callers, although we do have the most sophisticated listenership in all of sports radio. 713-780-3776. I think I said them all right. Twitter, TikTok, Twitch. Oh, how could I forget Twitch? Twitch.tv/ESPN 975.
In his underwear, living in his mother's basement.
Facts. Those are true. Spring training stuff, we'll get to that. I'm thinking about hedging some of my Jordan rules. Tip of the cap. I'll get to the KD files and All-Star Weekend. What do we make of that? 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. 713-780-ESPN. So, who won the NBA All-Star game yesterday, Joe?
One of the U.S. teams.
Okay.
But I don't know if it was the Stars or the Stripes.
Did you watch the All-Star game?
No, because I didn't realize it was on in the middle of the day.
Did you watch this three-point shootout?
I also didn't realize it was on during the middle of the day.
Did you watch the slam dunk contest?
I watched the highlights of it.
Okay, yeah, I saw the video that had like every dunk made in the NBA slam dunk contest, which might have actually taken away the biggest highlight of the show. But no, I didn't watch any of it. I saw some tweets saying that it was better, that the NBA All-Star game was better, like more competitive. But like it's some sort of round robin play, and then you go into some championship. Like Google says that the Stars beat the Stripes 47-21. Like, what are we doing here? Like, what? This is so weird.
Yeah, and
like you have the Stars, you got the Stripes,
Yeah.
you got the World. Can we just go like East-West? And if we're not going to do East-West, can we do like America versus the World? Like, this is awful stuff.
No, it's not good, and that's why like and people are trying to make it seem like the diehard NBA fans are like it was better. Okay, great. Like congratulations, it was a little bit better. It sounds like it was mostly because of Victor Wembanyama that he tried in the first game, and because he's so big and so dominant that it kind of forced everyone else to play as well. But it's, to me, like it's not, when you're doing this where it's like there's a quarter of basketball versus two teams, then a quarter versus another two teams, another quarter versus another matchup. It's all dumb. It's all dumb. It makes no sense, honestly, on like why they decide to make it this extreme. I get Adam Silver's trying to be creative, trying to say, hey, maybe these guys will play hard for 2 quarters if they're not going to play hard for 4 quarters. But then having all of it happen during the middle of the day is really strange. Because like I might, like when people were tweeting like, oh, this is actually good basketball happening during the All-Star game, I was like, well, I'm not home because I thought this was on during prime time. So I'm not going to watch.
Yeah, I like the All-Star Saturday night. Like I do like the slam dunk contest, and I like the 3-point shootout. I don't like how they went away from the old school 3-point shootout, like do all the gimmicky stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that the NBA slam dunk contest isn't nearly what it used to be, but I still enjoy watching it, and that's something that I would have watched if it was on TV after Arizona and Texas Tech. But it was over by like 4. Like, and maybe it was the Olympics. Like, was the Olympics the reason they did it so early? But it made no sense to me. Like, NBA All-Star Saturday is supposed to be on Saturday night, not during the early evening. That was absurd. I also think it's absurd that Damian Lillard, who has not played at all this year because he's hurt, won the NBA 3-point contest. Like, it has ruined the sanctity of the NBA 3-point contest, which you can have a player that's been hurt all year win the 3-point shootout. They've buried the 3-point shootout by allowing a player that hasn't played all year, A, to participate, and B, win it. Anybody can win this sucker. The sanctity of the 3-point shootout has been ruined forever.
I mean, and it was like the best thing about the weekend. I mean, for me, it's not ruined. Like, it is what it is. It's weird that he participated in it. I don't really get why he would, as he's recovering from an Achilles injury. But it's just the whole weekend is just kind of. It used to be like even the game when the game wasn't at its best. Like there still was fun around the dunk contest, but I don't really know any of these guys in the dunk contest, to be honest with you. Like
one's Richardson's son, Jason Richardson's son.
That's cool. But, like, I've seen the highlights, and I'm like, have these guys ever played in the NBA before? Like, do they play actual NBA minutes?
I think they play more than Mac McClung.
That's fair. That's fair.
Which Mac McClung ruined the sanctity of the NBA slam dunk contest by winning it back-to-back years and playing it 0 minutes in the NBA.
Yeah, and then putting out his dunk package that he would have used this weekend that was better than anything that was happening during the actual dunk contest.
Yeah, I don't know how I felt about the little, like, flip of the you see the one where he like jumped over somebody and then like touched the ball from the rim by going like I don't know how you would call it, the opposite of what would be normal. I didn't know how I felt about that one. That was more of a tip in than a dunk, I felt.
Yeah, it's one where I think they might ding him a couple points there, Jeremy, if you did that in the real dunk contest.
Yeah,
But, like,
no,
like,
but
it's just
they
not
had that
good
one
anymore.
guy who did the normal dunk, like he ran, like I was he trying to jump from the free throw line, but he ended up jumping from like the bottom part of the circle, like well into the lane, where it was
Yeah.
like the most basic dunk that you would see like in a normal game.
Yeah, it's Jackson Hayes. Like he is. I don't understand. Like we see. I mean, Amen Thompson does that every night, but better.
Yeah.
Like if like that he must have just miscalculated. But don't you just like abort at some point and be like,
Well.
hey, like can't like this is I'm too close.
Yeah, maybe a different word.
Bail.
Yeah, maybe bail on the dunk.
Okay,
would be a better way to go.
I think it'll
I
go
don't know.
fine.
But then the Jason Richardson's son tried to do something off the side of the backboard and landed on his dome.
I mean, he
almost
crushed-
broke his skull.
He smacked his head on the
I've
ground.
never seen somebody concussed from the slam dunk contest, and it nearly happened. Like he might be concussed, but just was so embarrassed that he continued on.
Yeah, that was gnarly. He hit the ground so hard. Like, did he continue after that?
I think he did. I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, what about player safety, Jeremy? What about player safety?
Yeah, we should be concerned about player safety.
Yeah, but he hit the ground so hard. It was awful.
We should be critical of player safety in the NBA slam dunk contest. Jasper, I definitely bring up the sophistication of your listenership. Who wouldn't? Oh, Jasper saying that he brings it up. No. Jasper, you don't do that. You bring up the ratio of listeners who sleep with the sheets tucked. Did you know that about Jasper?
Nope.
Jasper sleeps with the sheets tucked.
Why do you know
So,
that?
Jasper, you might be the only one.
He told
that
us.
does that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he told us. He let us know. Because I was on a tangent one day, like how I hate doing that. And I always untuck them, like the moment I walk into the room. Like that's the first thing I do when I enter a hotel room, is I untuck the sheets.
Yes.
I'm like Costanza. I'm like Costanza on Seinfeld. It's uncomfortable. I feel like I'm, being buried alive.
I feel like I'm trapped.
I don't
in
like to
there.
be restrained.
Yeah.
What's that?
I feel like I'm trapped in there. If it's tucked in.
Junkie says I liked the All-Star game. They actually tried. That's good. That's good that they tried. Keep it up, fellas. I'm just glad that they all had fun. Spencer 409, fellas, the Olympic is the showcase, and I love your takes, but since y'all didn't watch, how can you be so critical? It was competitive until last game where the old head sat too long and got cold. Because I hate the NBA All-Star Weekend. It's cool that they're being competitive, but they're on teams that I do not recognize for no reason. Who did they draft these teams? Certainly the world didn't get drafted because they just got put in the world. I want old school East versus. I don't even care if they play the game.
I mean,
I don't care about exhibition games, really.
Like how many years in a row would it have to be competitive, and people to be raving about it for you to have general intrigue in watching the game again? I think it has to at least be one more year of this format, if it works, where it's everyone's yes, it was competitive, it was fun, they tried, and then I'm going to continue. But you have Anthony Edwards laughing off if he's going to try before the game starts.
Yeah,
the players do themselves no service here.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I need it to be competitive either. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game tried to have the home field advantage for the World Series to be determined, so they would add stakes to the game. I don't want the exhibition game to be that. To me, it's just go out there, have fun, see if you can do whatever to bring in viewers, maybe do some cool dunks. I don't know. But I don't like the gimmicky oh, these are your teams now. No, just go old school East-West. I like that better. 713-780-ESPN, dunk contest or home run derby. I personally hate how they've tried to modernize both. I wish they would go back to the classic in both of them. With the dunk contest, you have your 5 racks. You got 4 balls and a money ball. And the home run derby, you get 10 outs. That's the way it should be.
The derby is better. The format is better, even though I agree with you. They're both. They shouldn't have changed it. So I like the derby more. The problem with the derby, though, is that because of the format, it's kind of hard to watch. You're not really seeing the ball fly out of the yard.
No, it's you gotta have your head on a swivel during the home run derby now. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Gary, you're with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Gary?
Hey, remember I called you guys a while back. I mean, the home run derby.
I don't remember.
Okay, I know you don't, but slam dunk contest. I'll refresh your memory. I figured you guys would say the home run derby. Neither. I like.
Hang up on Gary. We're not doing that today. That's enough. All right, I remember now, Gary. You're right. I don't need the take again. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. I didn't want to boot him. I was tired of hearing that. I didn't want to hear the take again.
Guess what?
I didn't want to hear the take.
I
again.
am.
Oh, you
See
booted
ya,
him?
Gary.
Oh, okay. My bad. My bad. I didn't know you booted him.
I just want to hear the song.
It's good hearing from you, Gary. All right, 713-780-3776. Coming up next, let's get to these KD files. Is this really his burner? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. I hope you guys had a great Valentine's Day. You probably did if you were one of the few that went out to Federal American Grill. Federal American Grill is always outstanding. Social hour, unbelievable at Federal American Grill. Did you know that their social hours from 3 until 7? Of course you did, because I tell you every day. But you got to get on out there. You're probably stuck in traffic on the highway right now. You might even be in sight of a Federal American Grill. A Federal American Grill might be on your route home. Well, stop on by. Have a social hour drink. Various drink specials, $10 apps. Maybe you're hungry after a long day of work, and we know that you guys work hard, so go treat yourself for those $10 appetizers. They got world-class whiskey and bourbon selections for you while you stop in. Join Club Fed, the rewards point systems, where members have early access to all things Federal American Grill, and tons of locations for you throughout the Houston area. That River Oaks location will be opening soon, but they got 2 in Katy, Hedwig Village, 1 on the Grand Parkway, Shepherd. They got 1 in downtown Houston, and of course the Federal American Grill up in my neck of the woods out at the Woodlands, Texas. Swing by to any of them. All are fantastic. Taking a look at some of their menus. Just sometimes I like to, whenever I do these reads, just pull up the menu and be like, what would I get today? I'm kind of leaning that signature jumbo lump crab cake. Who doesn't love a lump crab cake? I'd probably order the iceberg wedge salad just to troll Brian, although who doesn't love an iceberg wedge? I certainly do. And then look at some of these entrees they have. Some chicken fried steak, surf and turf, 16-ounce black Angus ribeye, maybe a blackened ahi tuna if you're trying to eat a little bit lighter. The Chilean sea bass, their menu is fantastic. There's nothing bad on it. You're going to enjoy yourself. Get out there to Federal American Grill now. We mentioned those locations, 2 in Katy, 1 downtown Houston, Shepherd, the Woodlands as well. Go out to Federal American Grill and treat yourself, where precision cooking meets quality ingredients in a tribute to American cuisine.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Junkie says he saw Lance McCullers at a
Junkie?
Federal American Grill. I cannot confirm nor deny that. But if he did go, he's got impeccable taste, immaculate taste even. Another junkie, first thing you do in a hotel room is check for bed bugs. I never check for bed bugs in a hotel room. I like to live life on the edge, live dangerously.
I'm a
So I
dog.
don't even know how you do that. Like, do you need like a light, like a certain black light for that?
I think so. I'm just kind of crossing my fingers and hoping for the best, to be honest.
Same. I just, if it happens, it happens. You know, it's one of those things. What's the first thing that you do whenever you go to a hotel room?
Usually, like if I go to a casino, put my stuff down, and then go to the casino.
That's not what I said.
I don't know. Just like put my stuff down.
Oh, I just Googled bed bugs. This is nasty.
Yeah, don't
check for bed. Yeah, it's gross.
I don't want to do that.
Check though. You need to thoroughly inspect the mattress seams, box springs, headboards, and nearby furniture using a flashlight, looking for live apple seed-sized bugs, tiny white eggs, shed skins, and black fecal spots.
I don't
might
do
have to start
that.
doing this. I might have to
You're
start.
gonna start?
'Cause this is nasty. I'm going to sleep on this. Yeah, I'm gonna at least give it a little look. Like, I don't think I'm gonna like bring
Just
up
like,
the
but
mattress
like give
or
it like a
anything.
peek.
Yeah, give it a quick look-see.
That's
You know what I
fair.
mean?
That's
like
fair.
check out the perimeter. You know, like I'm looking at the perimeter of my bed at the moment. It doesn't look like I had any bed bugs, so that's good. Like, how quickly do you notice if you had them if you don't check?
See, that's what I feel like. Like, is it easy to tell? Or like
it looks pretty easy, but this might be like, you know, kind of egregious looking.
My guess is what
Just
you're
Google
looking
it.
at is very egregious.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. Anyways, 713-780-ESPN. The KD files came out yesterday. There are people accusing Kevin Durant of having another burner, and people think that they have uncovered the burner. I had somebody slide into my DMs who I actually respect, and not to say I don't respect a lot of people, but just surprised that somebody DM me and said they're true. Somebody DM me and said that they think that it's 1,000% him. I'm more on the fence on this. I don't know, man. It seems I think it's more unlikely for him to have another burner because he's had a burner in the past. I don't think he would make the same mistake twice. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, most of these comments are in a group chat. You know, so did it just get leaked from a group chat? Okay, it's possible. We're all in group chats.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems because he's so active now, and I guess he was active before when it happened. He was still going at people, but not as much. But once he got caught, he really just started doing what he does now, which is constantly going at people, voicing his opinion. Now, a lot of this stuff is not about him necessarily; it's about other people. But I tend to give him the benefit of the doubt, but also at the same time, to be honest with KD and social media, nothing would surprise me at this point because he's got busted for having it before.
Yeah. See, I went from initially seeing this okay, this is stupid. I'm not even going to pay this attention. And then I was like, okay, well, I wasn't even going to bring it up on the show. It wasn't going to be, or at least with an idea that I brought up. You know, if y'all wanted to talk about it, then cool, let's talk about it. But I right when I initially saw it, I'm like, okay, this is a nothing burger. I'm not even going to pay it any mind. Then I was like, should I be paying attention to this? And then it went to, okay, let's at least talk about this. And then it was like, okay, try to talk me into it. And then I had somebody slide into my DMs being like, yeah, that was him. And okay, now I'm I don't really know what to think. I think as I currently talk to y'all now, I'm 60-40, not him.
Yeah, I mean, he would have to for someone to know with certainty. He would have to have made a mistake at some point, right? And message that same group chat as the actual Kevin Durant Twitter account.
See, I also think it's very easy to fake this.
Exactly.
If we wanted to set up Kevin Durant, when is the best time to let it leak? Probably right around the All-Star game, right? Especially outside of football season. Secondly, people were pointing to this little owl picture that he used on his normal Twitter, and then it's the header on this little burner. It's okay, well, that would be the first thing that I would do if I was trying to make it look like him, is I would go look at the pictures that he posts and then post them myself, right?
Yes.
Then the stuff that's leaked from the group chat is an alias. It's not his name, you know what I mean? And some of the people that are in the group chat, you could easily fake the name, you know? It's I think it's very easy to make it look like it's real when it's not. So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I would like to see him asked about this, quite frankly. Like, I would love to know his answer. I also won't eliminate it from the realm of possibility that it is his burner.
Oh, 100%. I also like to see someone ask about it. The other thing, too, is, like, I think people have pointed to the fact that, like, as soon as this got exposed, the account went private. That to me is another not a big deal, where, like, it kind of feels like that Twitter account can feed into this being Katie. I mean, if it was, it's not great. I'll say that. If it is KD, the stuff in the chat is not a good thing. It's not good for his reputation as an NBA player or anything like that, or as a member of the Rockets, honestly. But it's so weird because, like, I can't imagine. I think the reason why I struggle with this is, Jeremy, is like, I cannot imagine ever in my life feeling the need to have this, right? Like, I don't understand why people have to create burner accounts to attack other people or to speak their mind. I think it is one of the strangest behaviors a human being can possibly have. So, like, I just don't understand how someone like Kevin Durant would feel the need to be part of a random group chat with people
Well,
he
it's not
doesn't
random,
know.
though, right? Like, they're not his guys. These aren't his boys.
Is that who they would be? Is that what they're saying? That
Yeah,
these
I
are,
don't
like,
think
his
it's
guys?
random. I think that this is, like, his circle of friends. Because if it was my, like, I would have a group chat with my circle of friends. Like, I have a group chat with my friends.
Yeah.
Like, and if I were Kevin Durant, like, let's just assume that I'm, one of the greatest scorers in NBA history, which, like, I mean, it's believable, right? And, like, I would probably have the conversations, like, that he's having with, like, if this is his circle of friends, it doesn't surprise me the things that he's saying. Because I think that I would have very similar conversations with my circle of friends. Like, Joe, you should see what I say about you to my circle of friends.
sure
Like,
it's
it's not
tough.
that different than what Kevin Durant is saying allegedly here to his friends. You should see the things I say about Brian. Like, you think you bad? Like, look, maybe I'll pull it up someday. What I say about Brian in my group chat. So, like, I don't think that is an eliminator from this being his. I don't think it is him. But it wouldn't eliminate me that he is saying this kind of stuff.
Sure.
Because, like, it's your closest friends. Like, hey, I don't like my teammate. And, like, some of the stuff he says, too, like, again, don't think it's him. 60-40, don't think it's him. Like, I don't think he's wrong. Like, maybe he's not the softest with his words here, but I'm not sure that he's wrong about these things. The Rockets-related ones, the Rockets franchise player can't shoot or defend.
I mean, Alfie can't defend.
That's about. He can't shoot really either.
No.
Like, he can shoot around the paint a little bit, but he can't shoot outside. You know what I mean? Like, he's not a great shooter. So, okay, yeah, like, that one's not terribly wrong. Again, not saying it's him, but, like, that's a decent take. Jabari Smith is the R word. I've never felt that Jabari was dumb. Like, that one's a little bit weird to me because I don't think he plays basketball dumb. I think Jabari's pretty, like, I've never went one way or the other with Jabari Smith's basketball IQ. You know what I mean? Like, I think Amin Thompson has a basketball IQ that's elite. I think that Tari Eason's basketball IQ is below average. I think Jabari's right in the middle. You know what I mean? Like, I've never thought that about Jabari. So that one's kind of weird. Another one says that Steve Kerr has hated black people ever since Michael Jordan punched him in the mouth. Like, okay. Like, that's interesting. Devin Booker and Frank Vogel are dictators. Stalin and Hitler, Mussolini and Kim Jong-un. Like, that feels a little fake.
It does,
Like, maybe he doesn't like them, but to go to that extent,
Yes.
like, to where you're saying not only, like, I could see him saying Booker and Vogel are dictators and then ending it there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But to throw in, like, dictators of history, that feels fishy to me. The Suns are my team when we lose. Devin Booker's team when we win, which I actually think he's, like, slid into DMs from his normal account saying that.
Yeah, that one actually is like, yeah, I get that one. If it's him, like, that makes sense.
But maybe that was also one to try to make it look more credible. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Man, I miss Ben Simmons. At least he passed the ball. Kerr never drew up plays or suggested anything, but we won a bunch of titles. I miss Harden. He has a good heart, kind of delusional, but I get him. Chris Paul doesn't know S-word. If you don't run the cutoff and pass the ball to Steph Curry, the Warriors will cut you. Anybody know anything about Jokic's turnovers? Kyrie Irving doesn't compete with me, but that triple-double addict Russell Westbrook did. I think he called him the cocaine bear.
Yeah.
So, like, some of these just feel a little bit too far to where I think Durant would be saying this.
0967 said it on the text line too. The texter said it's got to be fake. nobody has ever missed having Ben Simmons as a teammate.
Right.
Like, that was one where I was like, I think Kevin Durant's a way smarter basketball mind than saying he misses Ben Simmons. Who misses Ben Simmons?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think that this is real. I really don't.
So you're 60-40 that it's not real.
60-40 not real. And I've kind of wavered. Like, I've been 60% sure that it wasn't him. When I got a DM, I was like 60% sure it was him. Now I'm back to 60-40 not him.
Okay, what do you think the percentages are that someone asks him about it? At
25%.
25%?
You think it's higher?
I mean, I would like to think it's higher. I mean, if you ask the question and it's your voice on it, you're going to go viral. Like if Sarge or Jackson, whoever is there, asks the question, like people are going to run with it big time. So,
yeah.
I hope it's higher than 25%, but you're probably right.
Yeah, I hope he gets asked. Junkie says, so one of his circle of friends confirmed this? Question mark. No, I don't think it's been confirmed. I think it's all internet rumor. And then people are like, oh, it's definitely him. Like one person, like one Suns fan was like, it's definitely him because he blocked me on both accounts, from both accounts. Which, like, that could be shopped. Like, it could be coincidence.
100%.
Like, maybe it's just a Kevin Durant fan. Like, I don't, like, maybe it's all staged. Maybe it's this dude who's saying that he's blocked on both accounts that wants to make Kevin Durant look bad, where he staged it all. And he blocked him from his burner, the fan's burner, not Kevin Durant's burner. But then when he makes it look like Kevin Durant's burner and it shows that he's blocked from both accounts, now it's like, oh, it's credible now. Well, it could have been staged the whole time. Like, it's fishy. It's fishy at best, quite frankly.
It is. And it's also one of those, too, where like it also could just be like someone who's like overly obsessed with Kevin Durant and just kind of has these thoughts.
Yeah.
Like, it wouldn't shock me if in a year we're having this exact same conversation of, is this an Alperen Şengün burner account?
Yeah.
When in reality, it's probably just some loony bin from Turkey who is defending Alpi and saying all the worst things under the planet.
See, that wouldn't shock me. Or
No.
it could be a Devin Booker stan. You know, like
exactly.
It could easily. That's kind of what I think it is. I think it's a Devin Booker stan. So what does he get out of bashing his own teammates? I don't think he was bashing his own teammates for it to become out public, but I could see him privately in the confines of his friend group, like talking poorly. Like, I mean, he said that Alpi can't defend and Alpi can't shoot. We say that every day on this radio show. Like, that's not some egregious stance to say in private with your friends. It's the fact that he got outed, right? Like, it's not Kevin Durant on his real Twitter tweeting out, oh, Alpi Şengün can't defend and he can't shoot. He's saying it to his friends. So I can see him saying like that to his friends. Some of the other stuff is a bit egregious. Another junkie, if it is Katie's account, can we blame him? It depends on which specific ones we're talking about. I think the one on Jabari is unfair. I never got that sense with Jabari. I think the one with Alpi's fair. I think some of the Steve Kerr stuff is probably unfair. Got to be fake. Nobody said he wants to play with Simmons. Is there a market to put money if it was a KD count or not? Probably. Yeah, there's probably one of these markets out there that you could do this.
So there's only one other thing that gets me closer to 50-50, if not lean towards it's his burner. Is I feel like with how active he is on social media and has been over the last 48 hours, he would deny it. That's my only thing. It's like, where's the denial?
Yeah, but what if he just doesn't pay it? Like, it's not worth him talking about.
He responds to people calling him the B word all the time. Like, it's like he responds to everything. 90% of the things Kevin Durant responds to on Twitter are not worth him responding to.
Yeah. I mean, he hasn't tweeted since
yesterday.
He hasn't had an original tweet since the 14th.
Yeah, he's had just replies and everything since yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think it's him, man.
I don't think it is either. I'm just like, I'm surprised, like, all the things he responds to, like, this isn't one where he's
well, maybe he's just saying it's not, like, worth his time.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Another crew they said was Katie's burner was the only one in the group chat getting emoji reactions. I don't understand how that would be a clue, though.
It'd be like everyone in the group chat knows it's KD, so when he says things, it's popping off. But that's also very easy we're not seeing full conversations. We're seeing bits and pieces of conversations, so you can manipulate that in a way.
Didn't believe the burner was real until they started filming him for the All-Star game, and after the story broke and he looks visibly uncomfortable, was on his phone constantly. I did see him on his phone constantly. Now, Kevin Durant's always on his phone.
Yeah.
And I also I never saw a mannerism or a facial expression from Durant yesterday. From what I was seeing on the internet, a lot of people were trying to frame it as such. Oh, look at Durant, he's guilty of sin. Oh, look at Durant, it's definitely true. I never saw a facial reaction or a mannerism from Kevin Durant that I haven't already seen before.
Yeah, I mean, did you see him in just even the videos and the photos the Rockets were posting of him and Alfie on the court together yesterday? They're buddy. So that to me means more than a still shot as a camera pans past every member of an all-star team and he looks kind of mopey in the moment.
I'm not buying it, man. You're gonna have to sell me on this a little bit better, people. I'm not there. Junkie says a friend of mine, Coach Katie's brother at St. John's Military Academy in Kansas, he pooped his pants dunking over a guy mid-game. I don't really understand what that means.
I don't either.
I guess maybe it's a literal thing that Katie's brother pooped his pants while he was dunking over a guy during the game. I think that's what it means.
I think that's what it means.
As I talk my way through this random weird text, I think it is the literal meaning of this.
I think it is too, which tough situation for the other guy.
We better have some credible investigative journalism in Houston to have the cojones to ask the question. I don't think it is, but even if it was, I mean, come on, it's KD. See, I think that KD's past makes it more likely that this wasn't him, though.
Yeah, because he got caught.
If you've been caught with a burner, I think it's unlikely that you would try to do the burner activity again.
Mm-hmm.
And because he's so active on his normal account anyways, what's the need for a burner? I don't get it. I really don't understand the motive here. Now, if it was a leak from a group chat specifically, if it was only group chat leaks, okay, that makes more sense to me. But not a burner on Twitter.
It's so funny though. Even some of the tweets are all a lot. It seems like a lot of the tweets that people screen capped are very anti-Steph Curry throughout a lot of these.
What do you think Durant's anti-Steph Curry?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't think he didn't want to go back last year. To be fair,
But the deadline, he did or didn't?
He did not. They had a trade in place.
Maybe he doesn't like him.
I thought maybe it was more Draymond, but
it could be Kerr. He said terrible things about Kerr.
Which I wouldn't blame him. He's overrated. So
Kerr?
Yeah,
that's a hard thing to say.
Yeah.
Do you say Phil Jackson's overrated?
Phil did it multiple times with different teams.
Yeah, he did with Shaq and Kobe and Jordan.
I mean, he probably is overrated, to be honest, but yes.
I mean, which coach between Kerr and Jackson had lesser talent?
That's a good question.
Kerr had one all-time great. I mean, unless you count Durant for a brief period of time. Phil Jackson had Jordan, Kobe, and Shaq.
Yeah. No, I was thinking as per team, per actual one team at a time. Probably the Warriors have more collective talent.
I disagree.
Really?
Yeah,
I mean, Draymond's better than the third or fourth guy on anyone on the Bulls.
I disagree. I take Dennis Rodman over Draymond in a heartbeat.
Okay, he's better than the fourth guy on the Bulls.
Okay.
Well, no, but I had Draymond. Well, no, but I was thinking KD, Clay, Steph, and then Draymond.
I got you. That was a great team. I wouldn't have. I mean, Clay would probably. I mean, Clay and Draymond 3-4 is pretty solid.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Clay and Draymond 3-4 is better than any. Well. I mean, I would take Rodman over Clay and Draymond.
Definitely.
Rodman was stud.
I just don't know who the next guy in that conversation.
In Chicago?
Yeah.
Probably Kukoc, maybe.
Yeah, for sure with Kukoc. The first chunk of teams. Is it Horace Grant? Is the third guy?
Bill Cartwright.
Yeah, Cartwright.
Cartwright had that weird jump shot.
Who was
the point guard on those teams that started? Because Kerr didn't start.
No.
Was it Paxton?
I think so. Yeah.
Did he start though?
Paxton.
Oh, the whenever they had Rodman, they had Ron Harper. Don't sleep on Ron Harper. He was pretty good.
Did you see what he did this weekend?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I loved every bit of it.
So he was at a press conference with his two kids, who were both at the All-Star weekend, and they asked him a question about his kids playing in the NBA, and he said, "No, I don't tell my kids what to do like LeBron does." Their faces are incredible in the moment because they know, LeBron's going to be staring them down the next time they play the Lakers. It's so funny because it's just such an honest dad comment, but the kids are going to be punished for it essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. First thing you always do in a hotel room is crank the AC as low as it will go. Turn on the TV just because and start running the faucet just because. Eric the Buyer. I don't do that with the faucet. TV, sure, and definitely the AC. Some hotels will have most hotels have a cap on how low you can go.
But I always drop it immediately.
I drop it as far down as it'll go.
Yeah, because it's always I feel like it's always muggy in a hotel room.
Yeah, for sure.
Like it's never hot, it's never cold. It's just in that weird in between, which I kind of get. But
the lowest that I've ever seen a hotel be willing to go before they cap you is 55. It was like a one and a. It was like a unicorn room.
Do you put it down to 55?
I put it down as low as it'll go.
Really?
Yeah, I like to sleep cold.
That cold?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I don't do that routinely. I don't do that at the house, but it's free AC. Take advantage. If it's free, give me 3.
That's true.
Yeah. So yeah, I do that. I watched Smashing Machine last night in the room.
What'd you think?
I had some work to do. I thought it was gonna be better than I thought it was. Like I saw that it was Oscar nominated, and like people would like have been raving over it, and I was like, I expect this to be like wonderful, like 8 or 9 out of 10.
Yeah,
I thought it was like a 7-1.
I think The Rock and Emily Blunt are both good in it.
Oh, great in it. Yeah.
Ryan Bader, like I was like surprised in how good he was in it.
Good. Agreed.
But everything else, like around them, it was kind of like it was kind of meh.
Yeah, I thought the story was kind of meh too. Like, I mean, I appreciate that it's based on a true story and it's based on the documentary, but I just thought it was kind of, I mean, it was fine. It's worth watching. Like, I'm not trying to stray you away from the movie. I just didn't think it was like Oscar good, but they were good actors in it. I agree. You certainly don't want to carry bed bugs back to you because what I understand is they're very expensive treatment. I got a guy. First thing Joe does at a hotel room is put on the Bluey sheets on the bed. Who doesn't like Bluey? Bluey's great. First thing I do at a hotel is turn the thermostat down to 65.
They're Spider-Man sheets. Come on.
Lots of weirdos on the internet these days. The screenshots read like someone trying really hard to impersonate KD. See, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. I agree.
That's where I'm at. Larry Brown, greatest coach. Bill Parcells of the NBA turns garbage into contenders. I think he's the only He's not college. He's the only coach, I believe, to win an NBA championship and a college championship. Larry Brown. Oh, B.J. Armstrong. How could you forget, Joe?
I know.
Yeah, how would
as soon as the text came in, I was like, yeah.
I love B.J. Armstrong. First thing I do is at the hotel is unpack my entire suitcase. I don't understand people who live out of their suitcases. The trip is longer than 3 nights. I mostly agree. But most of my trips are 1 night, 2 nights, and back. So usually I just hang what I have to hang and then leave the other stuff in the suitcase. If it's longer than 3 nights, I do unpack.
Google AI is so bad, Jeremy. I just typed in coaches to win NCAA championship and an NBA title. Mm-hmm. It lists 2 coaches, and one of them's wrong.
Who's the second?
Billy Donovan.
Oh,
that's wrong. That's not true.
Yeah,
unless
Google
he did
AI
as,
is
like, an
brutal, man.
assistant. It's so bad.
We need to like Google AI Bad Take Boulevard. Did he do it as an assistant? No, he was only he's never been an assistant in the NBA.
Yeah, he's only been the head coach of the Thunder and the Bulls. Yeah, he's never done that before.
Yeah, Google AI is brutal. It's by far the worst Google. It's by far the worst AI.
Agreed.
Branham, I have an override code for Marriott AC thermostats. Venmo me. You'll never get frozen, or you'll get frozen out. He didn't include his Venmo though. So like, if you're gonna like ask for money for Venmo, you're supposed to like advertise your Venmo. So if you did that, I would have sent you some Venmo. But the fact that you didn't, I never will again. Now, if you want to Venmo me, it's at Jeremy-Branham. The documentary was way better. I tried to find where you can watch the documentary. Apparently, it's only on YouTube now, which makes it difficult because I like to like download stuff onto my phone and watch. So, first thing in hotel room, check vents for hidden cameras. See, I don't care about that sort of stuff. If you want to record me, man. You're welcome for the show. You're welcome. I live my life in front of a camera.
You do.
713-780-ESPN. Let's get to a tip of the cap, Joe. Who are we tipping our cap to after this weekend in sports? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You're tipping your cap to after this weekend in sports, 713-780-3776. Your prerogative if you want to send one or not. Joe, who are you tipping your cap to?
Yeah, I'd like to tip my cap to Team USA men's hockey. 3-0. Getting ready for the quarterfinals coming up next. They played really good hockey so far, Jeremy.
All right. I want to throw the sexist flag.
Well, I didn't want to steal yours, so I went with the men. I can read the rundown.
Oh, I forgot that I had it in there.
So,
I recant my sexist flag. Yeah, that's just being a good teammate. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, what's your? You got another?
Yeah. What's the Astros slogan again this year? I keep forgetting.
Fight the fight.
We chase the fight.
Chase the fight. I'd like to tip my cap.
Who's ready for that?
To the Chicago Cubs for the worst season slogan I've ever heard.
Completely useless by September?
This. That's it.
That's it?
This.
Just the word
it's
this?
Hashtag this?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Is it supposed to be an acronym? Like
I don't know.
Does this like is it stand for something?
I haven't watched the video like with the sound on yet. It's just a bunch of highlights, and at the end it just says this. And that's
I'll see the TV voice of the Chicago Cubs here in a little bit.
Brag.
Is it a brag though?
I don't know.
It depends on what you think of Book.
I like
it may be a brag. It might not be a brag. Maybe it's a terrible time.
I like him when he's doing not Cubs games.
So I just put up their Twitter. There's a video for this. I already hate this. I hate everything about this, actually. This can be their slogan.
Yeah, it is. It seems like.
I just realized how often I say this. I'm never going to get over this. I don't know how I feel about
I do. It's terrible.
This.
It's awful.
I haven't seen them use the hashtag, though. It's just like they tweeted out this. There's a video, and then it's like it has the word this a lot in the video.
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't use it as a hashtag. If they don't use it as a hashtag and they don't overdo it, it won't be as bad. But obviously it's not good. This is so bad.
But why would you come up with it if you weren't going to use it as the hashtag, right? And create a video for it if you're not going to use it as a hashtag.
Well, I haven't seen them use it as a hashtag yet, to be fair. So, I don't know, man. This is not great. It's not wonderful.
That may be the jumping the shark moment for all the team slogans.
I think so. Just one word, and you choose this.
Let us know how often they use it.
I will, okay.
Because maybe it's just, they did pin it, though.
Maybe this is like a multi-year thing, and it's over the years it's going to spell out a whole phrase for them. Like, this just means more. Like, next year is just. 2 years from now, it's means. 4 years from now, it's more.
Yeah, we got what you meant, Brian.
Thank you. I just speak slowly for the Twitchers.
Who are you tipping your cap to, Brian?
I got a couple, both Olympic related. Just a tip of the cap in general to the entire short track speed skating. That it's just so much fun to watch. It's NASCAR and ice. Literal like actual crash outs like every other race. When I was watching the men's the 500 meter finals, they happened early this morning, in the women's 1,000 meter. Crash outs nearly every single time. It looks like they're going to cut their fingers off on every pass just because they're constantly putting their hand down while blades are going by. It's so much fun to watch. And the other tip of the cap, also Olympics. I found I think a new favorite sport at the Olympics. It wasn't the first year, but the combined men's and women's snowboard cross. I know Jeremy hasn't watched it, but have you watched that, Joe?
No, I haven't watched this yet.
I think it's been in the X Games for a while, but it's snowboard cross, and there's a men and women's combined time. But the British team, the tip of the cap is to the British riders who won gold medal, having the most British names possible. The male is Hugh, H-U-W, Nightingale, and the woman's competitor was Charlotte Banks with an E. Just like the most British-sounding names possible.
That's how you spell Hugh?
This guy did. I don't think you're. I think Hugh Grant is H-U-G-H, but this guy spelled it H-U-W.
I thought that was a typo when I saw that.
No, it's not. Like, it's just the most British-sounding name possible, and they won gold. So tip of the cap to them.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that they would be good in that sport.
Yeah, that was the other part of it. Like, I was really. You expect teams from Finland and Austria to do well and that sort of thing, but no, the Brits brought it home.
Are y'all over the Olympics?
Yep. No. I'm not. I'm still having fun watching it.
I'm getting closer. once the men's hockey's done, I think that and the curling is done. I think I'm Olympicked out.
I think I'm out on curling.
I mean, men's hockey's going to go to the final day, though.
I know. But all the other sports is kind of what I'm saying. Like, I've seen enough bobsled for 4 years. I've seen enough luge for 4 years. I've seen enough skiing for 4 years. You can never get enough curling once every 4 years. And, the hockey's always fun. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. Tipping my cap to CP3. Outstanding career. One of the best point guards that has ever done it. Tip my cap to him. The Jags. I tip my cap to the Jags making the decision that Travis Hunter is going to be a most of the time cornerback. They say he still might play a little bit wide receiver, but he's going to be mostly a cornerback. So that's good. That was the decision to make. Now, you can certainly talk about the trade up for a corner.
Mm-hmm.
That's debatable, but they're making the right decision now. U.S. hockey, rolling Sweden, gold medal game coming up. Tip my cap to them. And then a couple of golf ones I have. The weekend of droughts ending. Colin Morikawa winning at Pebble Beach. First tournament that he's won in 28 months, guys. I don't know if y'all guys can do math, but that's over 2 years. So impressive there for Morikawa. And then Anthony Kim on LIV. We know the Anthony Kim story.
I do not know this man.
Hurt. I think he had a drug problem. I hope he did, because if I just said that, that's not very nice of me. But pretty sure he did. His nose is messed up. But he won on LIV over the weekend. His first golf tournament win since 2010.
So because his nose is messed up, he has a drug problem?
Well, I mean, yeah, your nose just doesn't mess up on
First
accident.
off, I'd like to challenge that you would mind outing people because you've talked about how drunk your high school baseball coach is many times.
That's not an out, though. You always bring that up as like me outing him. That's not an out.
Yeah, but the general audience didn't know what was going on at Humble High School 15 years ago.
Depends. Depends if you keep up with the high school baseball circuit or not. Yeah, look at Anthony Kim before and after picture. Tell me he's not a recovering drug addict.
Yeah, the nose, he looks like he got punched in the face.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure he's a recovering drug addict. But he had a bunch of injuries, had to retire from golf. LIV gave him an opportunity to come out of retirement. He did, and he won. He won over the weekend against LIV competitors. So congratulations to Anthony Kim. I mean, that's a long time without a golf win. So I tip my cap to Anthony Kim. How could you not? Alex on the Twitch is saying that he is tipping his cap to his daughter's 12 under softball team for splitting their 2 games. He misspelled there, but we won't put him on blast. He's Mexican. Game 1 was no bueno. They couldn't hit the at all. Alex, you gotta work on your typing
Dude,
here.
it's tough, man.
I would have made them run laps later. Man, he's like Herb Brooks. Get on the line. Who do we play for? We play for the USA. 75 wants to tip his cap for Brian for reasons we will not say. Coog Blaze tipping my cap to Mother Nature for ruining Valentine's Day. That was quite the storm. That was a bit gnarly. I drove through that. Tip my cap to the 40-year-old woman who won gold in the mono bobsled race earlier. That's pretty cool.
You got a bunch of old people winning things in the Olympics this year. Wasn't there like a 50-year-old a men's competition?
There was a 40-year-old that talked about last week that won the parallel giant slalom skiing race.
That's right.
Ryan says tip of the cap to the dude who almost completely crashed out on the giant mogul ski event and ended up winning the race while skiing backward. Oh, yeah, that's right. That was pretty cool. Did you see that one where he crossed the finish line rear first?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
Pretty nice. 713-780-ESPN, who you tipping your cap to? I tip my cap to Khalifa Sacco, for a good game he played. There you go. Rocky says he's tipping his cap to all college men's basketball players that had career games after I took the under on points scored. Of course they did, Rocky. You don't know ball, man. Maybe you can prove it, though, on Underdog. Promo code KillerB, KILLERB. Someone said tip the cap to the Dolphins for letting Tyreek go. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Tip of the cap to my wife for beating my friend's wife at Madden 2-0. A total combined minus 72 rushing yards and 12 interceptions thrown. They quit midway through the second quarter. That's a lot. I'm throwing the BS flag on this. I don't think that you can combine, well, maybe the 72 yards rushing. Maybe that's possible. But I'm BS flag here because I don't think that it's possible in a single game of Madden to throw 12 interceptions halfway through the second quarter.
They just have to be going like back and forth on essentially every play.
But they also had minus 72 yards of rushing.
Yes, that's where I'm also skeptical.
Yeah, I'm throwing the BS flag there. I need to see a box score, bro.
I could kind of see it like if they don't know the passing mechanics, they don't know you have to bullet passes, and they're just lobbing everything up. That could turn into a bunch of picks.
This got super technical.
Yeah, I know. I regretted that like halfway through.
Junkie, Astros slogan should be "Who's on first?" Yeah, but then what's on second? Get a stinking clue.
Chase
Brian.
the fight.
Tipping my cap to Jake Paul's girlfriend. I think she won gold, didn't she, in the speed skating?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah. The golfer has a deviated system. No, he's had a drug problem, man.
Yeah, I looked at the before and after. It's pretty wild. And there was also a post for him admitting to having a problem. Yeah,
he's had a drug problem. I know his story somewhat well. Tip my cap to Branham for the math on 2 years. Over 2 years. That's funny there, 8170. Tipping my cap to Michael Jordan winning Daytona 500. Yeah, what's unfortunate about that, though, is that Jordan's going viral for all the reasons afterwards.
Yep.
That was interesting. Tip of the cap to Land McCullers for squeegeeing my windshield on the corner of Hillcroft and West Park today. He's in West Palm Beach, Florida. He was doing an interview today with the media. He almost cried. We'll get to that a little bit later. I feel bad for Lance. We'll talk about that later. All right, 713-780-3776. Joe, I'm toying with the idea, and we'll get to the Lance stuff next too, actually. I am toying with the idea of breaking a Jordan rule. Jordan rules, much like the Jordan rules, I'm tempted with the idea of breaking one. I'll tell you which one next. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. You're looking to escape for a few days, get out of the city, get out of all the stress and anxiety. Work is just overwhelming you right now. Everything's overwhelming you right now. Get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and leave your troubles behind. It's the best idea. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You can escape the city, enjoy the relaxing great outdoors the way that it was intended to be enjoyed. Book your stay, twocreekscrossingresort.com. They got it all out there, too. They got the open spaces for you to explore. In fact, 92 acres of property for you to get out there and explore. Doesn't get any better than that. Wildlife you don't see in the city, which is always cool to do. Beautiful, beautiful, majestic trees as well. It's always nice to get out there and really enjoy that. And if you like to fish, Two Creeks Crossing Resort is for you. They got the two creeks there. It's in the name. They also have a big catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is a great way to teach the kiddos how to fish. And also, it's only 90 minutes from Houston. Maybe my favorite part. You don't have to travel 7, 8, 9, 10 hours to get to some paradise. You don't have to jump on a plane and go through TSA, and they're losing your bags, and you're waiting at your gate, and flights are getting delayed. No, you're there in an hour and a half. Paradise is 90 minutes away. You're going to be hiking on their property in no time. They got kayaking for you, pickleball courts. They have cold ones at Swampers. That's never a problem. You're going to enjoy your time out there. And they have it all. They have glamping for you. They have the cabins. They have a tree house. You go up the stairs. You stay in a cabin that's in a tree. Or you can just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Still a few days to get in on the 40-20 discount. 40% off your stays, 20% off RV stays. And they're always taking care of you. They just had this Valentine's Day weekend, this past weekend. Coming up this weekend, the Mardi Gras and Gumbo Cook-Off. Oh, yeah. And then the final weekend of February, the Western Roundup weekend. You're going to love your time out there. They're always taking care of you. So book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy.
Is that accurate?
You want to do, shut up, Nick. You want to do Lance or Jordan first?
Oh, let's do Lance first.
All right. Some Lance McCullers met with the media today. I listened to the full interview. He said, he's been healthy this offseason and working on stuff better than, recovering from injury, can actually try to target like how to get guys out and certain stuff like that. But this was the part that was kind of the lead story here, and the one that was going viral a bit, where Lance McCullers got pretty honest about where he's at as a pitcher in 2026.
I've always just been in this kind of this battle to just try to get out there, and then when I get out there, try to compete and try to be the best version of whoever I was at the time. So, I think that has dawned on me more. I think my wife's helped me with that a little bit too. Just like, we're gonna, I'm gonna be good either way, and I think I just need to kind of let go. Stop trying to control everything. Stop trying to just micromanage everything, and I would love to be good, not because I want to necessarily continue to play, but just because I would love to be good, for this organization, this fan base in my last year here. And then if playing comes, beyond that, it does. I mean, we see guys who did pitch well last year don't have jobs, so it's not a magic bullet. There's a lot of other factors. We have probably a strike coming or a lockout coming looming. So, I just want to have a nice last year, with this uniform on. I've been in this organization since I was, barely 18 years old. So it would be great to just have a nice last year here, and whatever the future holds, the future holds.
That was heartbreaking.
Be honest, I hadn't listened to that yet, and I kind of assumed before Brian hit play that you were embellishing a little bit.
No.
But no, you were not.
I don't do that.
No.
I don't embellish.
But yeah, I mean that's like a very real reality check of an athlete that knows he's fighting against his body, like hearing that and knowing that he can't do just what he wants to, like to the level that he expects of himself. That was sad.
Yeah. I mean, I hope that I'm wrong on this, but it kind of comes across as he's not only understands where he's at in terms of where he is relative to pitchers around baseball, but almost that he's come to terms with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like it sounds like he's almost come to terms with this just might not be in the cards. And look, maybe we're just reading too much into it, and he comes out and he's lights out. He's throwing mid-90s, and the RPMs are over 3,000, and he's looking like a dude who struck out. Was it the A's where he struck out 12? I know he had two good outings last year. One was against the A's, and one was against the Dodgers. I think it was the strikeouts against the A's, though, because the Dodgers, he kind of struggled early, and they scored like 20 runs, and then he kind of just like was on cruise control because he kind of had no pressure. But I mean, I still feel strongly that he may be out of baseball by June 1st.
Yeah.
And maybe just doesn't make the team out of camp at all. It's fake injury, it's early retirement, whatever. The other side of that was he is talking about a new contract. Like if he pitches well, like maybe there is a new contract out there, although it might not be feasible or something that he can achieve. But it was really sad. Like we kind of touched on this a little bit last week too, that we make fun of Lance and people make fun of Lance, and that goes with the territory being a professional. Like, it's just going to happen. You make tons of money, you never play, you're going to catch the ire of some fans. At the same time, it's not his fault. Like, Lance didn't go out there and, like, get hurt in a motorcycle accident, right? Like, he didn't shoot himself in the foot. Like, he's had baseball injuries. He's had a bad arm. So it is sad because I do think that he's been a guy that tries to put his best foot forward. It just hasn't been in the makings, and it's unfortunate when players go through a bunch of injuries.
Yeah, it's just the reality of where it's at. I mean, and you mentioned this last week too. Like, we don't like Lance. Like I don't really get I get the vitriol because like he is below your expectation. Like the Astros paid him a bunch of money, but like as we discussed last week, that was a good contract and we signed it to him. Like his body has just betrayed him, unfortunately. And, I think his point there about the fact that there might be a strike next year, or he sounds pretty confident there's going to be a strike or a lockout next year. And then his observation about like these guys sitting out there in free agency who have had good years. Like I don't know like what a market for Lance McCullers, honestly, no matter how well he pitches is this year. Like look how hard it was for Zach Gallen to find a contract that he found worthy of him. Now McCullers is not a 1-year $20 million guy.
No.
Probably no matter what happens this season. But it is the reality that like these older veteran players are hitting free agency, specifically pitchers, and they're not finding a home. So like whatever starts Lance makes for the Astros this year, it's very reasonable. Like he's done at the end of this thing.
Yeah, I could see it going the Strasburg route pretty quick, actually, like quicker than we think. Now, in terms of him getting a contract for next year, I think he would have to start 25 games and have a sub 4.5 ERA to get a big league contract. People would invite him to camp, on a minor league invite. Now, would he be willing to do that? Probably not, because he's made a good amount of money in his career. So I think that's what it would take for him to get a big league contract. 25 starts, 125 innings. Can't have an ERA north of 4.5. Something like that. Junkie says, bury me in the H. Another Junkie. Lance is a robber. He's been robbing from the Astros for years. See, that's where the ire is, because you're right. Like, when he signed the contract, it was a team-friendly contract. The problem is that you've not been able to get a return on the investment. Even though it was a team-friendly deal at the time, the stock is catered. It has not been good. It's cratered. It's bad luck. It's unfortunate. We're going to make fun of it because it's what we do around here.
Well, and honestly,
certainly will.
If it was any other sport, like Lance would have been cut 2 years ago.
The guaranteed salary.
Exactly. If this was the NFL or the NBA, there's a bunch of non-guaranteed money on this contract. That just doesn't exist right now. Every penny is guaranteed to these players. So like if it was any other sport, like he already would have been gone at this point. Like it's part of the flaw within baseball, I think, at times, is that there are these. It's good for the players, honestly. Like it's good for Lance that everything's guaranteed, but it's also when you sign a player to a contract and they can't live up to it, whether that's through performance or for health, you're just kind of like SOL, and that's what the Astros have been with the McCullers situation.
Yeah, 75. I'll take bad luck for 172 million. Sure, but I mean, if Lance had his druthers, he would be pitching. It hasn't been able to happen. He hasn't been able to stay on the field, and at this point he's had so many injuries that the stuff just isn't there. I mean, it wasn't there unless he just surprises us all. Like maybe it looks different in West Palm Beach than it did last year. And he had some games last year where things were okay, but that fastball low 90s couldn't command at all. Like the spin was still there a little bit, but he just couldn't command it. He was getting behind in counts. He had 6.50 ERA. And that was with two good performances. And then you look at some of the the savant numbers, the analytical numbers, and you see what the pitches are doing velo, what they're doing with spin, and it's okay. This guy's pretty washed. Like his only pitch that was probably big league capable last year was his curveball, but he could never get into curveball counts.
Mm-hmm.
Again, he couldn't command it, so he couldn't even get it over for strikes. So I don't have much faith in Lance McCullers. Do I think there's a shot he's the sixth starter coming out of camp and they give him a few starts to see? Yeah, I think there's a shot of that. I also think there's a shot that he just isn't on the team. Like injury, early retirement, I think that is also in play.
Oh, absolutely. I think we have to be prepared for anything and everything. And the way he's talking, like I don't know how you read into it. I don't read into it as a guy that feels good about his stuff as we start spring training.
No.
Like it's, I hope to be good isn't someone that has a lot of confidence in what they're throwing at the moment, which leads me to believe like it's not going to go well this spring. It kind of feels like it's a soft launch of, hey guys, this might go really poorly for me, and I might not be here come March 26th.
He's like, I rather, and I want to do good, not for my next contract, just because I want to do good for the team. Maybe that's another hint there. If I was an owner, I would much rather pay someone like Lance McCullers than someone like Watson or Murray, who doesn't really care about their craft and do other activities. It's bad luck for LMJ. You don't hear him not being focused, in my opinion. Yeah, I wouldn't want to give a ton of money to players who are injury-prone. Now, the Astros kind of did it. Actually, I think the contract might have come off after the first Tommy John. I don't remember the timeline on that. I would be hesitant to pay pitchers big money. Like the Astros have had 2 team-friendly contracts, I think, for pitchers in recent memory. One was Lance McCullers, team-friendly at the time of signing. has not given you any decent ROI. And then the other one was Christian Javier. Like, that was a team-friendly contract at the time of signing, and that also has given you poor return on investment.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't believe in long-term contracts to pitchers. It's kind of where I'm at in this day and age. Junkie McCullers has been fun to watch. Yes, he had some bad games last year, but he did give us his blood, sweat, and tears as a player. He can't help getting hurt. Fans were brutal to him when he lost horribly. You got to give the man a standing ovation for trying after 2 elbow surgeries. I will miss watching him play, but we all try but never beat Father Time. I think most of that is well said. Now, I don't think that the Astros organization owes it to him to like go out there and make starts. Like, the Astros need to win. That's the priority. So it can't be a charity case. Like, if he makes the team because of his merit, okay, he makes the team because of what it looks like in spring.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's making the team like out of charity and because they're paying him $18 million, well, I will not approve of that.
No, that's you could have done that when the Astros were losing 100 games a season. If Lance was a beloved player at that time, you can give a charity contract out or charity starts too. Not now. You missed the playoffs by half a game last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like these games, they do matter. It's a long season, but last year proved that one game can change your entire season. So no, you don't have the luxury of giving someone that's terrible in spring training and doesn't have it free starts just because he's Lance McCullers. If that's the case, then put him on the injured list and let him hang out with the team.
Yeah.
Like, that's the charity you can provide. Is if you want, you can say, hey, he's having another shoulder surgery or whatever, or he's out for the entire year. We're not going to eat the money. We're just going to pay him. And he's just going to be on traveling with the team all year with never the intention of coming back. That can be charity. In the rotation, that can't happen.
No. Coming soon, Junction Lance, get his bum booty out of here. You know what I think he does, actually?
What's that?
I think he's going to be on the shin. I think he's going to do TV.
I could see that.
I think he's going to be in the organization in their broadcast department, whether it's doing stuff with the shin, whether it's doing some radio stuff whenever they need somebody else to fill in for Sparksy. Like, I can see him in that role because I don't see him playing baseball beyond this year. Like, maybe he gives it the old college try because he's under contract this season. I think he is retiring either during the year or after the year, and I think he's doing TV as early as next season.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, even like, he's well-spoken enough that like you could see like a big TV group go after him too. Honestly. He's probably not a big enough name.
Yeah, I don't think he's a big enough name.
But like AJ Przinsky a big enough name?
Well, AJ Przinsky was kind of like always that like live wire, would say whatever. Like he was, you could always, you never knew what he was going to say. Like he was all, you know what I mean? Like he was always a wild card.
Yeah, I mean Lance would be
always
more
a big mouth.
Lance would be more entertaining than some of the members that like NBC has hired for their TV crew this year. Like I don't think Clayton Kershaw is going to be riveting television. Breaking down Sunday Night Baseball games, but he's not Clayton Kershaw. So it kind of hurts you there a little bit.
No, exactly. Like I don't think he has the cachet. I also don't think he's that. Like I think he'll be good. I don't think he's like great. Like I don't think he's like Smoltz. You know what I mean?
No, but like no offense to. I mean, sorry if he ever comes on the show, but like he's not as good. I think he'd be better than Josh Reddick at it.
Yeah, I don't think Reddick's that good if I'm being honest.
Like he's fine, but like he'd be above Reddick, below Blum.
I don't think he's that good.
No, McCullers would be above Reddick.
Yeah, I don't think he's fine, though, is my point. Like,
okay.
I think he's kind of below average. Anyway, 713-780-3776. Let's get to the Jordan conversation. I think I'm abandoning one of my Jordan rules. Never thought I would, but I think I'm going to. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
John and Lance, you can listen to them in mornings. Radio Hall of Famers. You can listen to Jeremy and Joe on your drive time Wall of Shamers. 713-780-3776. So I think I'm ready to abandon one of my Yordan rules, Joe.
Okay.
I think I'm good with Yordan Alvarez playing a good chunk of games in left field. And this goes against everything that I've said in the past. I used to be a staunch prior to like the last week, maybe longer than that, because I can see the writing on the wall with this roster. But I'm a pretty staunch believer that Yordan should be a DH only. Don't want him playing in the field. Don't want him getting hurt. Yordan did have the quote over the weekend, "I've never gotten hurt playing left field. All my injuries have been from different ways and running, but I haven't had any serious injuries actually playing left field." I do think that running is part of playing left field, so I thought it was kind of funny that he says I've never gotten hurt playing left field, which is technically true, but he's gotten hurt different ways, including running, which is a part of playing left field, so you can understand why they would try to minimize your use in left field, because you might run a little bit in left field, and you have gotten hurt running before, so kind of a contradiction there. But the reason that I'm willing to, for the most part, maybe not even most part, maybe half part, go away from the Yordan rule of never play the field is that, well, this roster construction, it makes a lot of sense if he plays 81 games in left field because it opens up the DH spot for Isak, for Altuve. The other part is, like, and I'm not a huge believer in this, Joe, where the whole, like, player hits better when he plays the field than when he DHs. Like, I've never really been a huge believer in that. I'm not going to say, like, I'm not going to minimize it to zero. I'm not going to say it's completely gone because, like, people have personalities. People do have, like, different preferences. Like, playing in the field gets them active in the game. It doesn't allow them to check out, stuff like that. So I do think that there is, some value in that. I've always thought it was pretty minimal, but when you look at Yordan's numbers, Yordan does hit a lot better when he plays the field than when he DHs. So a combination of all of that, the roster makeup, the fact that you can play half your games at home with the Crawford boxes, so it kind of minimizes you running around, the fact that Yordan seems like he wants to play some left field, the fact that he does hit better when he plays left field versus DH, I think I'm good abandoning most of the time my Yordan rule where he can only DH.
I mean, I'm open to it. My pushback here to himself, talking about never being injured. I think we were doing the show. I think it was when I was still producing for you guys. Remember when he was in the outfield and it looked like all of a sudden he was on ice skates when he was on the dirt?
There was one play in particular where, well, there's two plays that jumped to my mind in the outfield where it's like dangerous.
Yeah.
He did get hurt in left field in Atlanta, though. He's forgetting that. He got hurt in left field because the fireworks were too close to the proximity of left field, and he had to be hospitalized for the smoke. So he must misremember that. But the one that you're referring to is the one where, like, he hit the lip of the grass in the warning track and, like, it looked like he was, like, on ice and he, like, flailed backwards.
Yeah,
I remember that one specifically.
It looked so uncomfortable out there. No, I agree. I think the best roster construction for this to, like...
Do you remember the other one real quick, Joe? Remember when he and Jeremy Pena had that massive collision on the shallow fly ball to left?
Yeah.
That was, like... I'm surprised Pena's still alive to talk about it.
I'm actually, I just typed in Yordan Alvarez left field. That's one of the first things that pops up.
That collision is one of the gnarliest infield-outfield collisions of all time. I think Pena missed a few days.
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah, I think Yordan, and they both came out of the game. Yordan might have missed a game, but I think Pena missed like 2 or 3.
Yeah, that's where it's, yes, he can, but like that's a clear communication issue of like, hey, that's Jeremy Pena's ball. So, I mean, look,
Well. I mean, outfielder has priority when he's calling off an infielder.
I know that's technically the rule. I don't think that rule should be applied when Jeremy Pena's your shortstop and Yordan Alvarez is your left fielder.
Good luck telling Yordan Alvarez he's not the adult in the room.
But he shouldn't be when he's in the outfield. Jeremy Pena should be the adult in the room. But regardless,
good luck with that.
It's with the roster construction. Like it does make the most sense to put him in left field when it seems like they're going to play Jose Altuve primarily at second base this season, where you might sprinkle in some left field stuff. I think his comments, Altuve's about being, consistent and wanting to know what he's getting into when he gets to the ballpark are important. But I just, like, I'm good with it. but I don't think it also means he's going to be perfectly healthy like the way he's kind of portraying it himself. Like his injuries are, a lot of them are weird. Like the hand injuries are not about being in left field. But as you're saying, like I think you're raising the level of risk of injury with him being out there. Like it'd be best for the Astros if he could just be the DH. It is the best thing for the Astros. Now the splits thing, I'm with you.
Hold on, you say it's the best for the Astros if he's your full-time DH?
Yeah.
Jordan?
I think so.
I don't think so with the roster construction.
No, not with your current roster construction. No, but like if your roster was put together better, like if you would have made it.
It's always tough to do that though. Like people are like, "Oh, the roster construction's bad." What fault, Dana has for that? Like it's pretty hard to have like this perfectly symmetrical roster construction year in year out.
No, for sure, and it's challenging having guys. The Red Sox went through this with Poppy. Like there are times where it challenges you when you only have a DH. One of the biggest issues that you have is if you have a guy who can only play DH is when you have a player who's got a soft tissue injury or something that prevents them from playing in the field and you'd like them to DH only for a couple of days. That's really challenging when you only have a guy that can do one or the other, but you primarily want him to be your DH. So I'm good with Jordan being in left field. I just don't think it guarantees that he's going to be healthy or anything because it hasn't happened
Well, there's no
before.
guarantees healthy. Yeah, I mean, he gets hurt even when he's a DH only. Like, I do think this increases the chances of him getting hurt. I think that his quote, like, I've never gotten hurt in left field, I think he's minimalizing that. I do think that there is a greater percent of Jordan being injured when he plays left field. Like, it's Jordan. Like, you're right. He gets hurt in these mysterious ways. Him being on his feet, running around more torque on his body, he will increase the chances of him getting hurt playing left field than being DH only. Just because it hadn't happened before doesn't mean that it's likely not to because he's suddenly playing the field. Now, does it keep him more engaged and all that? Like, is there anything to the splits? Like, I mean, he's a different kind of dude. Like, I think that it could be possible in his makeup that with him being more engaged by playing the field, he doesn't get bored on this, in the dugout and have these little haphazard at bats and stuff like that.
I mean, they're pretty extreme.
They are extreme.
Like even
it's like one over 1,000 OPS when he DHs only, or when he hits left when he plays outfield, and then it's under like 980 when he DHs.
Yeah, I've got it at 920. His slug is
under 950.
His slug is it's 75 points higher. His on-base percentage is 50 points. His batting average is 330 when he's in left, 281 when he's a DH. Even like his walk numbers his walk to strikeout numbers are higher. His strikeout percentage drops. It's 14.9% when he's in left field. It's 21.9 when it's the DH. Like, is that all coincidence or like is it just that like he's not engaged in baseball players? Like, so they're weird. So if he truly is,
especially Jordan, man, like Jordan gets bored.
And so if he's just bored, then I guess it makes sense. But with your current roster construction, Paredes as your DH, not as a trying out to be a second baseman for the first time in his career, is probably better off with Jordan in left, Paredes at DH, and Altuve at second.
Yeah, I think that, like, I do buy into the splits a little bit here. I usually don't. Like, I usually laugh them off. Come on, let's not be ridiculous here. I think with certain players, it could be a thing. And I think in, like, the numbers you mentioned with Jordan, like, I think he's more locked in when he plays left field. And that's why you see him more patient at the plate. Like, also think about it. Like, it's baseball's, let's just call it, what, a 3-hour game? Like, I know it's went down a bit with the new pitch clock and stuff like that, but let's just call it a 3-hour game for easy math.
Mm-hmm.
When Jordan's playing the entire game, like playing defense or any player, like you're out there, right? Like you're and it's not a fast-paced game, but you're out there. You're involved. You have to, lock in where you're positioned. You have to be ready when a fly ball comes your way, or even if it doesn't come your way, you still have to be ready. The positioning from batter to batter is going to be slightly different. So like you're doing things. Whereas if you're over in the dugout just hanging out like in La Playa on the dugout for 4 at-bats, you're not really like doing anything up until that at-bat.
You're chilling right now. See in La Playa.
I know some DHs have like their routine where they go into the cages and do stuff like that. So I think for certain players, like they have that mental makeup where if they're engaged and involved, that they're going to have better at bats because maybe it's like an aggression thing. It's a zealous thing. I don't know how to explain it, but like you said with the numbers for Jordan, it just like the numbers are the numbers. Like They do jump out, and they've been pretty consistent year in, year out. The only exception was 2024 when they were even. Like, most years, it's pretty significant gap between the offensive numbers when he's playing the field and when he's not. So, and look, I'm not calling for him to do it 150 games, right? I don't need him to play left field 150 games. But you have the short porch and left.
Mm-hmm.
You have the dike, where it's not that difficult to play outfield. Is there more strain playing left field at the dike than there is DHing? Yes, of course. But if you get a better version of Jordan, a more engaged version of Jordan, and it allows you to play your best 9 more often, I'm willing to ignore one of the Jordan rules.
I'm with it, and I think you're strategic elsewhere, right? Like, he doesn't play in the outfield when you play in Toronto because we know that the surface there is terrible. But he can play in, the Ranger Stadium that looks just like Daikin Park, essentially, without the Crawford boxes being there. So, like, there are certain areas where you can and cannot do. I'm going to vote no on Wrigley when they go there this year.
The Ivy.
Don't need him running
wall, really,
because it'll just be a brick wall at that point in the season. So, no thank you to Jordan Alvarez being in left field for that game. So, as long as you're selective with it, he can play, I don't know, maybe 100 games in the outfield. And then, if you're hoping to get 140 out of him this year, is that a good goal? 150?
Yeah, I feel like 80 in the outfield's probably a bit high. Like, that would that would mean that he's healthy all year. Like, I look at more like 81,
Yeah.
Like, you try to do it as many home games as you can, not every home game, but as many home games as you can, and then selective ballparks when possible. The most games he's played, he doesn't play many games. Like, last year he played 15. He was hurt all last year. 24 he played 53. 23 he played 40. 22 he played 56. That's his career high.
See, and then
so, like, 80's way too big of a leap.
Is that
even 80's a big leap?
Are those numbers then? Is that with the splits? Is that enough of a sample size to where?
I think so.
Okay.
When you look at it, cumulative of it. I mean, the at-bats are massive over the course of his entire career. Yeah.
Yeah,
I believe so.
I mean, so I'm with it. Like, it doesn't have to, you don't have to stick to the Jordan rules here. If
left field, Joe, left field, he's played 214 games, 896 plate appearances. That's almost 900. That's almost 2 years worth. As a DH, he's played 450 games, almost 2,000 plate appearances. As a DH in his career, he's got a 919 OPS. As his whole career as a left fielder, he's got a 1,046 OPS. So it's about a 130 difference in OPS. That's pretty big.
That is. It's a huge number. Because a lot of times I feel like when we talk about this stuff and then you actually pull them up, it's minimal. There's a significant gap here.
His average is almost 50 points better. His on base is almost 30. It is 35 or 30 points better. Like, this is almost 100 points better in the slug. I think it's an engaged thing. I think he gets bored being the DH and just has, like, okay, I'm going to go up, like, maybe bored's the wrong word for it. But it could be. Maybe it is boredom. I think it could also just be like he's zealous. Like, he wants to be involved. He wants to help the team. When he's playing the outfield, he feels like he can help the team defensively or with his arm. Whereas whenever he's DHing, hey, I'm going to have 4 plate appearances a game. Let me do some damage. And then all of a sudden he's too aggressive. He's too overzealous. And that's what leads to the higher strikeout numbers. That's what leads to a lower walk numbers. He's a better hitter when he's not doing those things, when he's not chasing, when he's swinging at good pitches. So I actually think there's something here. I usually don't have this thought. I usually don't. Usually I'm more blame the player, like be locked in all the time. I waver on how I normally feel about this because it's Jordan Alvarez. And he's the most important offensive player on your team on top of it.
How do you feel about him?
81 games. Let's give him 81 games and left. That might be high. Maybe it's 50, but still.
What is your belief in Jordan as a competent outfielder? Like is it a detriment to the Astros at all from a defensive metric point to do this?
I mean, I think he's better than Altuve in left field.
I agree. I think he's obviously got a way better arm than Altuve.
Well, yeah, I don't really care about an arm in left.
No, I know, but like it's one can rip it and one cannot.
I think that he's a slightly below average. I think he's a below average outfielder defensively.
But I don't think he's
he doesn't kill you, especially at the dike.
Yeah, he's not a huge liability in left field, it doesn't seem.
No. Joe Espada, people think that he said that he's going to use Jordan specifically as the DH. Espada was asked today, like, hey, Jordan said that he kind of wants to play a little bit of left field, and like, hey, you've said that you want him exclusively as a DH. Here was your Espada on Jordan playing defense and being a full-time DH.
I have never said that he's not going to play left field.
Oh, okay. To be fair to Espada, he has never said that. Like, I read all of these. I listen to all the time. I've seen how people splice the quotes. Espada has said that he's going to see the DH spot most of the time, and he wants to get him off his feet the most that he can. He's never said exclusively left field. People just kind of ran with that, and people think that, because people are fake news, they think that, oh, okay, he's going to be only a DH because people were saying he's going to be only a DH, even though Espada never said that. So Espada made it very clear today, Joe, that he never said that Jordan's going to be exclusively a DH.
Yeah, but wasn't it Dana Brown on MLB Network who said he would primarily be a DH?
I don't think he said that. Maybe he did. But Dana Brown's loose-lipped.
I know. Well, and they never said the same thing. So
they never do. They're never consistent with their message, which kind of like, are they running a circus over there?
It kind of feels like it.
Maybe they might be running a circus over there. Like, they say one thing, they kind of mean another. They never say things. They always say things. Like, it never feels like they're on the same page. They have one collective message as an organization, which, like, is it amateur hour over there? Like, sometimes I wonder. I don't want it to be. I think they're, like, capable GMs and managers, but at the same time, it's like they don't have a united front very often.
No, they do not.
And then they kind of have a plan, and then they kind of don't. And, like I was drinking the Kool-Aid when it came to Altuve playing left, because you can hide him on defense, and then it's like, okay, well, we're done with that now. When it makes sense to play him in left, like, it kind of feels at times that it's a bit amateur hour with Dana and Joe, doesn't it?
It does.
Like, it just feels sometimes that they don't – I don't want to say they don't know what they're doing, because I think they know what they're doing.
Well, it feels like they don't talk to each other, but we know they do. But it comes across as this they share different messaging about the exact same situations, always within the same time frame. Like these interviews, like that Joe Espada is disputing, saying that he would never play left field, and what we're trying to remember what Dana Brown said. Like both those happen at the winter meetings with different media publications, or if not the same exact one, on the same day or back-to-back days. So it's like it feels like they just kind of speak their mind, and it feels like they didn't like sit down before they go to winter meetings and be like have a huddle up and be like, all right, this is what we're gonna say when we're asked about Altuve at second. This is our team answer here. They just kind of shoot from the hip of what they think at the moment, and then when season gets here, we assume that they've communicated the same plan.
I mean, Dana contradicts himself
every day
from yesterday. You know what I mean? Like, he'll say one thing on a Sunday and then completely change it on a Monday. It comes across a little amateur-y. Like, I mean, people criticize like Belichick for, hey, he's not talking a whole lot, he's not giving us anything. But you know what didn't happen with Belichick? No one ever accused him of being amateur hour.
Yeah.
No one accused him of like, just saying things and then immediately doing something different. Like, was he quiet and coy and didn't want to give you strategy? Yes. But no one ever was like, okay, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Whereas Dana at times, in a spot, like the Cam Smith, like, let's bring his mama to the clubhouse. Like, it's kind of amateur hour a little bit, just a little bit. But interesting what Espada had to say in response to Jordan's comments over the weekend. 713-780-ESPN. Is Chandler Rome right about something, or is he fear-mongering some more? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. Something I can tell you is that fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties are back, baby. And Underdog's the best place to get in on all the action all season long. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. If you're jonesing for some football, they got some best balls going on over there. You can catch me in those best ball lobbies. Join me. Join me in a best ball lobby. In fact, sign up with promo code KillerB. You're going to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KillerB. I'll do a best ball draft with you. But playing on Underdog is so easy. Just pick whether your favorite players or go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I was looking at some picks for Thursday. Thursday when the Rockets are back in action. This one I found funny. Kevin Durant, half a burner. Higher or lower there? Do you like the higher or lower? He's also 24.5 points, higher or lower. Con Knipple, my favorite Knipple, 18.5 points, higher or lower there. Alpi Şengün at 18.5 points, and Min Thompson at 15.5 points. And Jabari Smith, Kevin Durant loves him, at 13.5. Higher or lower there? You know ball. Go prove it right now on Underdog. Download the Underdog app today. Use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy, the Huntington Bank bad boy. Eat, Drink, Jeffrey Brenham is back for its 5th year. From February 15th to the 28th, you can enjoy great food. And just like for Houston Restaurant Week, a portion of each meal is donated to the Houston Food Bank. Restaurants participating have brunch or lunch for just $15 and dinner for $25. That's my kind of party. Find all the participating restaurants and their menus at eatdrinkhtx.com. Eatdrinkhtx.com. Jeremy and Joe. It's the Jeremy and Joe era, by the way. So Chandler Rome, great reporter. Good reporter. Joe put something here, I see, that every infielder is talking about playing every day. Maybe Chandler is right. Go say more, Joe. Go on.
Okay, they're not being demonstrative when they're talking about this. Like, there's not, like, anger coming. But Correa talked about wanting to be in there every single day. Christian Walker talking about playing every single day. Like, it's Altuve talking about wanting to have consistency and know what's coming when he gets to the stadium every day, where he's going to be playing. It feels like what he's more going to, more versus batting order there. It kind of feels like the messaging is not as demonstrative as the way Chandler writes it, but in the same tone as Chandler of just wanting to be out there. Like, I do feel an uneasiness of I want to be out there every single day. And even like Carlos Correa was like, there's only 4 guys on the infield. I don't know. It just feels like Chandler might be onto something. And I know we've talked about how it feels like he kind of gives that player perspective. So I'm starting to wonder if just like maybe the players are influencing this untenable situation that he continues to discuss.
You're starting to fall for it. You're starting to fall for the fake news fearmongering, Joe.
It's not that. It's more just
you are. Because all those quotes that you said there did happen, but you left out a bunch of quotes that also happened that you didn't say for whatever reason.
No, I know I did. I did.
I mean, Jose Altuve, he said he wants to play 150 games. He also said he's willing to do whatever this team wants me to do, and Joe Espada is our leader and will tell us what to do. Jeremy Pena, who wants to play 162 games, says that Joe Espada is probably going to tell him that he needs to take a day off, and because it's Joe Espada and he's the boss, that he's going to do what Joe Espada says. Jordan Alvarez, whenever he's complaining, and not even a complaint, whenever he said that he's never got hurt playing left field, he says those decisions aren't up to me, that it's up to the manager. Isaac Paredes, same thing. Like, we're going to see where it happens, and wherever the lineup is. Christian Walker, same thing. I want to be the everyday first baseman. Also said that, hey, if the manager tells us we're going in a different direction, I'm going to be the best teammate I can be, and I want to win a World Series. So, like, yeah, those quotes were said, but so were the other things said. And then here's the other thing. Which player doesn't want to play all the time?
No, you're right.
These are highly competitive athletes that all want to play. I bet you Mauricio Dubon wants to play 162 games. Bryce Matthews wants to play 162 games. They will all want to collect stats and hit homers and rack up hits and do all of them want to play 162 games. That's the difficult job of being the manager for any team. For any team, is being able to control personalities, try to get them all run at the same time, try to win as many games as you can. That way you go to the playoffs because teams have playoff aspirations. Astros have playoff aspirations. And it's managing it. That's why they're called managers, because they're managing those dudes. They're managing the team. So I don't get – and yes, do I think some players would be unhappy? Yeah, I think some players would be unhappy. Do I think it's untenable? No, I don't. I don't.
That's why I tried to clarify. Like, I feel like there's a different level of the way they're saying it versus the way Chandler's reporting it. Like, I think he's taking it to the extreme. I think he is taking what they're saying.
He's clickbaiting a little bit. He's trying to get people to read his articles.
Don't disagree at all. But I think there's a –
and it is a storyline. I get that. Sure. Like, I totally understand it's a storyline.
There is, and I think untenable is the wrong word that he has continued to use because, as you've laid out, I think there's a very clear plan. As we just talked about with Jordan Alvarez, if he's going to play 80 games in left field, it solves a lot of your problems with all of us.
80 feels a little far-fetched, though, considering his career high is 53. Like, 80 feels pretty extreme. Maybe it's just 50, though. 50 helps you out a lot. So, yeah, I just don't think it's untenable. I don't want to disagree, though, that there's going to be some players that could – I shouldn't say players, probably player.
Sure.
If they stay healthy, that they're going to be a bit unhappy with the yo-yo effect of the lineup, in and out, stuff like that. I think worst-case scenario, you can play them all at least 130 games, maybe a couple 140 and a couple other 150.
Mm-hmm.
Like, worst-case scenario, Christian Walker plays 130 games.
Yeah, and it's one of those two where I think it's,
Christian.
I hope we just get the, I hope it's an actual conversation we have to have throughout the season because of how well they're all playing.
Yeah.
That because, whoever is, Zach Cole is playing extremely well, that you want him in left field and you want Jordan and Paredes and all these guys out there, that there is a tough conversation to be had with the Astros. But we all know the likelihood of that is slim. There's going to be large chunks of the season. Hell, if you read one of Chandler's recent pieces about Altuve, he talks about the streakiness of Altuve. Not that you ever take him out of the lineup, but the same applies to Christian Walker and Paredes and Alvarez and all those guys, that there's going to be times where they're just not very good. And those are the times where they just don't play necessarily as much, even though you want to get them out of the funk that they're going to be in. But it helps with the situation throughout all of it.
Junkie says they're going to say the right things to the media. It's obvious it's not going to work behind closed doors. Can you give me context there? Because what do you mean work? Like I'm struggling to understand what you mean. Like, what does work mean? Does work mean that like they're all happy? I don't think they're all going to be happy. Does work means where they have a solid offensive season as a team and make the playoffs at the expense of one's happiness? Like, I think I would qualify that as work, right? Mm-hmm. Like, my goal is to win games. My goal isn't to appease everybody in the clubhouse. There's going to be dudes in the clubhouse that are ticked off at me. I don't care if I'm winning games. Also, Joe Espada is fighting for his job. This is the final year for him under contract. The chances of him returning are far greater if they make the playoffs than miss the playoffs. So am I going to try to keep everybody in the clubhouse happy in order at the expense of me and my chances of keeping my job? Same thing for Dana Brown. Dana Brown's in the final year of his contract as the general manager. So should Dana Brown trade Isaac Paredes for a lesser return for young players that would reduce the chances of his team making the playoffs when he's in the final year of his contract? So define to me what you mean by work. Like, I don't think that everybody's going to be happy the entire season. I also think that there's unhappy teams that win all the time.
100%.
Like, these teams that win the World Series, do you think there's bench players on that team that feel like they should be getting everyday at-bats? Of course there is. That's the manager's job, to make it tenable. No one's going to be 100% happy even on the teams that are winning 110 games and winning the World Series all the time. The L.A. Dodgers, I'm sure, have bench dudes that think that they should be starting every single game. Mm-hmm. And then those dudes leave in free agency to get those opportunities. So I don't know what the word work means here. Like, I don't get that context.
No, I don't really either. It's the Dodgers is an interesting point because, like, Kike Hernandez thinks he should probably play every single day. But you're on the Dodgers. You're not going to play every single day. They'll figure it out. They'll be fine. And if it becomes a problem, then you move them. Like you do what the Phillies did with Nick Castellanos. They got rid of him.
They're all pros, too. Like, I don't think that any of these dudes are going to be like, will they be unhappy and complain about playing time? Be like, hey, Joe, play me more? Sure, that stuff will happen. It already does. It already happens. Do I think any of those guys are going to ruin the clubhouse? No, I don't.
No,
I think they're all professionals.
Now, is there any part of what we just talked about with Alvarez about the splits thing that factors into this where, if a guy like Walker or Paredes feel like because they're not out there at the same position consistently, that it can affect their psyche? I guess we'll have to see how the splits play out throughout the season. Yeah. But even then, it's one of those two where it's okay. Well, you learn who's better at what throughout the year. Like I would be disappointed if they made a trade right now. I really like this roster construction with the surplus. I think it's really beneficial to the Astros. I think it'd be a huge mistake to make a move at this point, unless you're getting a really good player in the outfield that's a lefty bat in return.
Yeah, Paredes for Duran would make a lot of sense for the Astros. Like, he's a better hitter. He's under club control for longer. Like, that would be fine. You've cleared some money with Sanchez. Like, that would be totally fine by me. You know what I'm rooting for now though, at this point? I'm just rooting that this is the roster, just because I want to see how it all plays out. And I want to see the reaction to it.
I kind of do, too.
Like, if just for the drama and the entertainment of it, I want to see it. Mostly because I think a lot of people will be eating their words. They'll be like, oh, okay, this wasn't nearly as big a deal as we all thought it would be. Joe Espada's handling it fine. Everybody's getting lots of playing time. Oh, this isn't nearly as big a deal as everybody thought it was going to be. Like, that's where I'm at. That's where my rooting interest is at.
It's also, to be honest, good for Branham Corp for what's wrong with Joe Espada's lineup.
Oh, it'd be great for that.
It's very good.
Yeah,
Very
people can
good
complain
for that
every day.
tweet.
No, Esoc, like Esoc goes 3 for 4, has been playing 20 games in a row, and it's like, why is he in the lineup?
Yeah.
Well, he's just getting a day off. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, your numbers are going to be up this season if this roster stays as is. Big time.
That's true. That is true. 713-780-3776. Junkie asks, honest question, do you think a toxic locker room could affect play? Let's hit that on the other side. Also, it's a clubhouse. Fear-mongering Rome, too. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what's tenable? A great car. And if you're going to get a great car, you know where to buy it, right? Monument Chevrolet. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. They're going to be transparent with you. They're not going to hassle you with pricing. You're going to get your car shopping done fast, and you are going to love it. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. That's 5 decades. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families just keep coming back and coming back and coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, including their salespeople, which is why the sales staff is great. It's great to deal with. They know how to handle your business. Great culture, too, still family-owned. Get a fair deal, a no-hassle deal without wasting your time and aggravating stressful negotiations. Maybe it's the durable and dependable Silverado. Maybe it's the compact, stylish Trax. I don't know what you're into. You do you. But you're going to get the car you want at the price you want it at Monument Chevrolet. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, do it now at Monument Chevrolet. Check out the full inventory, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go see them in person. 225 and Beltway 8. GM Jeff is waiting for you. Ask for GM Jeff. Great guy, and he's going to take care of you at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Key from L.A., y'all sound a little worried about the Astros next season. I hope you know that you guys is not the best team in your division no more. Okay, Key, your Angels are still going to be in last place in the AL West. Keep the baseball talk to the grown-ups and not the cellar dwellers like your Angels. All right, Key? Got it? Got it, Key? 713-780-3776. Is Tristan Costas worth pursuing, left-handed first baseman? I don't know where you'd play him. Like, you already have 2 first basemen, right? And Isak and Walker? Like, I don't think he's worth pursuing.
No.
What are you trading for him? Isak? No thanks.
Yeah, even like a post-Isak world, like that's going to be an outfielder on that spot. And DeZenzo could then, in theory, be on this roster and play first. If you did trade Paredes, I don't know who your next first baseman would be, like in an off day situation. But they'll figure it out. But no, I don't think he's worth it.
All right, honest question: do you think a toxic clubhouse could affect play? I just don't know how it becomes toxic. I don't think you have players on this team that would make it toxic. Like the suspects here that are going to be upset about playing time are really Christian Walker and Isak Paredes, right? Like, Peña's going to play his games. Correa's going to play his games. Probably going to get hurt. Altuve, Jordan, they're all going to play. So, like, to me, it comes down as Isak and Christian Walker getting toxic in the locker room. I don't think they have it in them.
I don't either. And if they end up being toxic, then one of them just ends up getting moved, right? You know, DFA, traded, whatever it is. But I don't see that happening. I mean, they're also, like, Walker's towards the end of his career, regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So if Walker was DFA'd, I don't know what how many calls he's getting to go join a team without injuries happening across baseball. Because
depends on the season he's having.
You're right, but if he got DFA'd, because if he's toxic and getting DFA'd but he's good, then that would be a flaw in the Astros decision-making process. So you'd have to be bad on top of that. And someone else texted like, winning fixes all of this. There's no toxicity if you're good.
Well, I still think you can. It helps, and it makes the player look selfish, but it still happens. Like there's players on plenty of winning teams that don't like their role, that get loud and noisy and toxic. It just looks really bad on the player, so it really doesn't become public because it's a terrible look and it's going to make the player look bad. But it happens on every winning team. It depends on the player's personality. Some guys are cool with it, and other guys are, look at A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown was on a winning Eagle team that was winning the Super Bowl and a playoff team this year, and he's their best receiver, but he's not getting the targets that he wants, and he gets loud and noisy. Like, it happens on winning teams, too. It's just a worse look on the player.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's a baseball thing as much. Like, we don't, or at least publicly. It's really more of a football wide receiver kind of an issue that is so publicly dealt with. But I mean, it happens. But I'm not, until we see it actually play out in the media, either after a game in the clubhouse with people speaking out about their playing time, or through Chandler or McTaggart or someone's reporting. I'm not concerned about toxicity until it actually happens. I just don't think it's going to be a thing this year.
Same. Now, if you're losing, like, does it become a little bit noisier and all that stuff? Sure. But then you also have other issues, like, maybe one of those players is struggling offensively, and then it makes your decision for you. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. That's kind of why I'm rooting for it, because I just want to see it play out.
Yeah, and even the Paredes contract, it helps a lot of it. Because going back to one of Chandler's points that he had early on about this was that Paredes was going to be an arbitration year, and if his at-bats were not going to be up to par with what he thought, it could hurt him in arbitration and hurt him financially. Well, the Astros solved that problem. They gave him $13 million for 2027. So going into arbitration is not even a concern for him at this point, and Walker's already paid. So, yeah, I'm kind of with you. Like, I just want to see it happen at this point.
Yeah. That's a good point on the Paredes arbitration. Well, he's going to be mad he's not getting at bats, so he's not going to get his arbitration number. Well, that's taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that was part of the reason that they signed him to that contract. They eliminated all that fear for him. Maybe he voiced that fear. He's like, hey, I'm cool being a versatile guy and playing all over, but I'm worried about what's gonna do for me from arbitration standpoint. Okay, well, why don't we just get a contract done for next year and we don't have to worry about the arbitration? That could have been what it was too.
Mm-hmm.
Which again went mostly unsaid. Key from LA says it's the Angels season, buddy. Okay, you keep thinking that, buddy. Toxic divas who hit sub 200 may make noise, but nobody's listening. Got to be great to get buy-in. That's true. All right, some fear-mongering Rome from today. Chandler Rome article with Isak says that he's inside a clubhouse. Isak, may soon depart. Okay. All right. Maybe he does, but also kind of just continuing to go to that well. Paredes is perhaps the most awkward piece of the Houston Astros roster puzzle. Okay, yeah, I could see that a little bit because he's bouncing around from position to position, right? I think Espada had a quote that said you're going to see him a little bit at first base, a little bit at second base, a little bit at third base, a little bit at DH. He was taking ground balls at second base behind Altuve today. For whatever it's worth. Or maybe just Isak's going to strive in it. We'll see. Another one for the past 2 months, Espada has projected a plan that will push Paredes out of regular playing time. See, this is the one that Rome keeps saying, that like Paredes isn't going to get regular playing time. In what world, if Isak is producing like he was last year, is he not getting regular playing time?
None.
I don't see a world where that exists, right?
Yeah, I also guess I just don't remember what he would be referencing to for Joe Espada to be pushing that.
Because he says he's going to play a bunch of different positions, and if he's playing a bunch of different, see, this is the other issue with this is people are looking at it for the one game instead of the 162. But if he doesn't have like the set position, that means that he's not getting regular playing time. Ben Zobrist never had a set position his glory days in Chicago, and he played 150 games a year.
Yeah,
and yes, he played more positions. That would be the pushback.
Yeah, he could play in the outfield, so it helped him a little bit. But Paredes can still play 3 of the infield spots.
And the DH spot.
DH, like
because
it's
you got
still,
a universal DH.
It's still 4 of your 9. Like it's still pretty good, or 4 of your 8, I guess.
If Isak Paredes last year, let's look at it. What did Isak do last year statistically? I know he was on pace for like 40 home runs at one point in time. So Isak last year had an 809 OPS, 123 OPS plus. If Isak just has that season again this year, if he's healthy, he's playing 150 games.
He has to play 150 games.
So what do you mean not regular playing time? I don't get that. That's where the fearmonger comes into play for me. If Isak is producing offensively and he's one of your 3-4 best hitters, he's playing 150 games minimum. That's regular to me, right?
Yes.
I don't get. That's what I don't get.
I mean, the most games
to me.
He's played 143, 153 are the max in his career, and that's still kind of a short career at this point for Paredes. But like he's had years where that's right on average for him. With injuries and everything.
Seems normal playing time. If Isak is hitting well, do you think he plays 150 games?
Yes, I do.
Do you think 150 games is regular playing time?
100%.
What's the issue?
There's none.
Okay. Now, he is starting to soften his stance a little bit on the surplus, I've noticed. Rome writing, it is not impossible to carry this infield surplus into the season. Okay, I think it's the first time he said that.
I agree.
It's not impossible to carry this infield surplus into the season. A fact multiple team sources continue to underscore when discussing Isak's availability in trades. Huh. Because all I've been hearing is that team sources have told you how untenable it was. Now you're telling us that team sources are telling you that it's not impossible to carry this infield surplus into the season, a fact that multiple team sources continue to underscore. Huh.
And that goes to your point about not trading Paredes for just like a bucket of balls.
That's a 180 to me, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's totally different than the messaging he'd been using before.
So the fact that I see that makes me think that it's less likely the Astros make a trade. And then you had one on Yordan. Slugger Yordan, anointed by Espada as the Astros' everyday designated hitter on multiple occasions this offseason, did not sound enthused with the idea upon reporting to spring training. See, I never heard Espada say that he was the everyday DH. I heard majority of his time there and wants to get him out of left field. Didn't hear ever, and maybe somebody can point it to me, 713-780-3776, that he was the everyday DH. I don't remember that. I don't recall that.
Well, and that's why he had that pushback answer that we played earlier.
Exactly.
Which now, do we know, did Chandler ask that question? Do you know?
No, it was Kawahara.
Oh, okay.
No, it was Kawahara.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's plans change. And even if Espada said it, at this point, we all know that they change their minds all the time about whose role is going to be what. And if Jordan's healthy, he can play left field.
Yeah. Peter K., I don't know what will be worse, the Angels' record or the Babacoa breakfast taco. He's trying to get ejected. I'm not doing it,
He's
Peter.
trying.
Nice try. Another junkie, Dubon wasn't a starter but played most of the season.
He could play a lot of positions.
And there was a lot of injuries.
Yes.
But guess what? There's always a lot of injuries.
Watch the Astros just have the healthiest season they've ever had.
That'd be great.
It'd be great. That's a good problem to have.
It'd be great. Be outstanding. All right, I'm going to leave early.
Bye.
I've had enough of you guys.
You are out of here.
I've injected him. He doesn't want to be on the show, so I'm just going to inject him now.
Fine, man.
even sure how to take this.
No, I'm trying to stare lasers into you for banging me with my own bang. Who's your crush for the Astros this season? Who are your crushes in the NFL draft? Who are your crushes next fantasy season? I'm sad I'm missing this segment. But who are your crushes the Astros season, NFL draft, next fantasy season? I am glad I'm missing the fantasy aspect of it, though. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe featuring Brian take you the rest of the way. ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe and Brian here with you, the final half hour of the show. Text line here. He did it again. Leaves and tells Joe what to talk about and didn't eject me. Well, you can't keep asking for the ejection. Jeremy's caught on to the bit. But he did leave and tell us what to talk about. Is this a routine thing with Jeremy leaving early? It does happen a lot.
It happened 3 times last week?
Yeah, 4.
4?
4 times? I think we went 4 until Friday. I think he did 1 full show last week.
Definitely only 1 show in studio.
But this week, maybe we'll get him for 4 days after this one. He's got a big game tonight. I'll give him a break on this one.
Tonight's a pass?
Tonight's a pass. Now, even though the game's not for, till 8 o'clock, which is in 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I feel like he could have stuck out one more segment, right?
Probably. But
Yeah.
you know what? He's got to be on team bus or whatever he's got to do. He can't get himself to an arena. He's got to leave his little corner chair that he was just sitting in, slouching the entire show. Thank goodness it wasn't
terrible
our social.
hotel chairs that no one's ever been comfortable. You know what? Tip of the cap to Jeremy for doing an entire 2.5 hours in that chair. That looked
He literally sat like this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sound like Mighty Gwynn away from the microphone.
Has anyone ever sat in one of those hotel chairs that is in the corner of the room and ever felt comfortable?
No,
those chairs are horrible.
The only time I sit in those chairs is if I drink too much and I don't get to the bed. Just to be totally honest with you.
I think you'd be more comfortable on the floor, honestly.
Probably. All right, Valentine's Day over the weekend. We're going to do our crushes for the Astros season, NFL draft, next fantasy season. Also, friendly reminder, Valentine's Day is on Super Bowl Sunday next year. So,
which means the following day, Monday, is actually a national holiday.
Finally.
Yeah. Let's see if we can make that an every year thing.
I mean, I think
although we'll work, but
yeah, we'll work anyway.
Other people will get to be off.
Yeah, that's true. I do feel like we're heading in that direction, just especially if we go to 18 games.
Oh, if we go to 18 games, I think it will be. Yeah, for sure.
But start, planning accordingly. Just letting your girlfriend, fiance, wife know that Valentine's Day is going to be celebrated on Saturday next year. Not on Valentine's Day, which is better anyways.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, because even though you have the next day off.
You don't want to go out for Valentine's on a Sunday night anyway.
Yeah. So, so Saturdays are going to be the busy night. So plan accordingly when you meet, make your reservations and you got your plans together. But we're going to do in honor of Valentine's Day our crushes for this Astro season, NFL draft, and next fantasy season. You can text them in, call in, Twitch, YouTube, whatever you want to interact as well. Brian, I'll let you start off with this one. Crush for the Astros season.
So I have two crushes for the Astros this season, and honestly, I feel a little cheated on this first one because I thought we were going to get this payoff last year, and then a ball during batting practice hit his thumb, and his season. He did come back towards the end of the season, but we never got the full sophomore season from Spencer Arrighetti. I'm still holding out hope that what we saw in that second half of his rookie year in 2024 is something close to what Arrighetti will be long term. Which, if you didn't remember, it's a small sample size, but it was 12 games, 11 starts. But over those 12 games, 11 starts in the second half of his rookie season, because first half was not good. ERA was over 5. But once he hit that second half, 11 starts, 3.18 ERA with a 10.8 strikeouts per 9. Both, I wouldn't say elite, but very good, very, very good. And really, you probably could say elite for a rookie if you qualify it with that. So I'm really excited to see, hopefully, a full healthy season from Spencer Arrighetti, and if he can live up to some of what we saw in the second half of 2024.
I think it's a good call. He was on when I was making my list. He was on there. He didn't make the final cut. I have one guy that really stands out for me.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what his role on this team is going to be. He might be in the rotation, which is where I think he should be. He might be in the bullpen because he's going to be able to do a little bit of both. It's Blue Ball.
Oh yeah,
AJ
nice.
Blue Ball. What his role is going to be. I love.
They feel like similar guys as far as their role on this team.
Yeah. Now I think Arrighetti's pretty locked into the rotation at this point. It would shock me if he had a pretty bad spring to not make the rotation. Other guys would have to really excel. But Blue Ball to me is going to be on the Astros. It's not like Ulola, who's going to be in Sugarland to start the season. But when I think about the young guys on this team that can make a real impact, either as a sixth man in the rotation or in the bullpen or bouncing back and forth, Blue Ball was the guy to me that stood out the most. Text line says Imai. I'm assuming is what that text meant because there's a couple other options on there, but I'm assuming it's Imai.
Yeah, it's a good call. I'm excited to see what he is.
I can't call him a crush because I don't know enough about him.
Yeah, I think for the purposes of this conversation, maybe it could be hard to call him a crush because of what you said, but I think he might, if we were doing X factors, you could argue he's the biggest X factor on the Astros, other than health, because you could say that for every team.
Yeah,
if he's a stud,
yes,
then that completely changes the conversation on the quality of the rotation.
Yeah, his numbers in Japan are really nasty, but it's just the question of how does it translate immediately is the ultimate question. I have ultimate faith in the Astros pitching staff, even with one of the coaches, departing for the Pirates this year. I can't remember if it was Murphy or Miller. One of them's gone. But Imai is a good option. Who's your other one that you got?
This one is definitely more solid in his role on the team because he's a former World Series MVP. It's Jeremy Pena. I'm really excited to see what Jeremy Pena does because last year was such a huge jump up in his production from anything we've seen from him. And now I say that knowing his rookie year, he did flirt with 300 for like the first half of the season. He was over 20 home runs. Overall, his offensive production was pretty good for a rookie. But we saw last year, his batting average, his previous high was 266. Last year it was 304. Massive jump. His OPS previous high, 715, jumped up to 840. Massive jump. Same thing you would expect. As you would expect with OPS Plus, jump from a previous best of 102 to 132. And he did all of that with, the protection of basically no Yordan Alvarez. He only played 40 games, not having Yordan Alvarez hitting behind him to get him better pitches to hit. Christian Walker having a down first half of the season. Obviously, Isaac Paredes missing a large chunk of time. I'm excited to see not only what Jeremy Capina could do to follow up last season, but what he does if he has the full complement of threats behind him in the batter's box. If people have to worry about the good half of the season from Christian Walker, a full season of Isaac Paredes, hopefully 140 games or more of Yordan Alvarez. If that's behind him and he gets even better pitches to hit, it'd be exciting to see what Jeremy Pena could do with it.
Let's go to the NFL draft here, because normally we would probably do this for an hour, but it's Valentine's Day. We got to squeeze it in before we get out of here. Anthony Hill Jr. from the text line here for the NFL draft. The kid from Texas. Sure. Hoping the Texans take him in the first round. I think that's a good call. I'm very biased.
I'm not seeing many people have him in their first round of mocks. So
I've seen him in a lot.
That might be an early second round pick they can get.
I've seen him a lot late in the first. He's one of those guys early on that I feel like the back end of the first round is one of those where it's always the most mixed. Like at the top of the draft, we all know Mansour Delaney feels like the only one. The kid from LSU, who I think is going to be really talented. And really good in the NFL, where he feels like he's ranging the most from like 6 to 13, I would say. But towards the back end is where we always get like the biggest, mismatch. For me, it's there's two guys, and I'm very biased on one of them. But Jadarian Price, I'm really fascinated with where he goes. Like I think he's gonna be a stud.
You think he's early second?
Yeah, I think he's a second round pick. I think he's a second or third running back off the board. I think the combine will be a big factor for him, but it feels like him, Jonah Coleman are the second running backs. And then honestly, I'm really just fascinated by this player as well, like how the game translates into the NFL. But like after a good Senior Bowl and everything he did at Texas Tech, I love Jacob Rodriguez.
Oh, that's
like when I think about like not first round picks, I know Jared, we the three of us have talked about this before. Like he feels like he's a perfect fit for the Texans. There was one mock draft that looked like, and it had the Texans taking Price and Rodriguez in the second round, and I was like, I'm team Nick Caserio if that happens.
Yeah, that's a good call. I'm fascinated to how Jacob Rodriguez will test out once he gets to his pro day and all that, because it feels like if you just put on the film and watch him and like how many plays he makes, all the turnovers he's causing, like he feels like a guy that should be second round, but a lot of people have him in the third. So a good pro day, a good combine, testing well could certainly change his range of outcomes. Mine's Kenyon Sadiq, which also you could make that work for fantasy too. But we've seen so many tight ends recently, which used to be such a dead position. There's like 3 good players and then nobody else. But with in the last couple of years with Bowers and Harold Fannin and Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland, like there's been a flux of really good young tight ends. The Kenyon Sadiq, not the volume that like a Tyler Warren had at Penn State, but 51 catches and 8 touchdowns for a collegiate tight end are really good numbers. So obviously depending on where he goes, because if he gets drafted in a spot where he's like the third or fourth option behind a couple of really good wide receivers, a good running game, then I'm going to be less interested. But if he goes to a spot where he could potentially be, top 2 in targets, not probably 1, that's unrealistic, but second in targets, then I think he's really interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I'm really like if Kenyon Sadiq just ends up with the Chiefs.
Like that would suck. Would you take him at the back of the first for the Texans at 28?
I think he'll be long gone.
At 28, probably.
I think he might go top 10.
Ooh. Like, I haven't seen him go that high. But
I've seen him like at least in the teens. And
okay.
Like combine, everything, tight end need. Like as you said, like the impact these guys have had coming into the draft. Like, yeah, if the Texans were there, well, I think they have a lot of flaws on their roster. A talent like that, where Dalton Schultz to me is clearly just getting older and older every season. Like, yeah, catching the ball, yes, looks like he's running in molasses half the time when he's out there. adding a versatile tight end like that for CJ or Davis Mills next year, I think would be a really interesting piece. Like, yeah, if he was there for the Texans, to me, it's a no doubter. For fantasy next year, this one's tough because I feel like there's a lot of question marks right now with guys like who could be draft crushes just because of how free agency can go. The one player that to me I think I'm most fascinated by with how they did in their rookie year and how year 2 goes and how much I love this player is Emeka Egbubu. I am very
Emeka Egbubu.
It's Emeka. I butchered it myself.
Way to go, Gronk.
But like where Ibuka lands this year, post no Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, if Mike Evans is gone, which I think it's like
he's gone.
Feels like he's going to want to get paid. A healthy Baker Mayfield, Chris Godwin slowing down. It feels like actually they need some help at wide receiver, honestly.
Yeah, I can see them drafting the wide receiver.
Ibuka, and then honestly, same with Tet, like Tet McMillan. He was really talented, obviously, like, rookie of the year, quality player, obviously. Like, I wonder what his ceiling is for fantasy this next year with Bryce Young. Like, that to me is what holds me back versus Ibuka.
Yeah,
because I know what
the Bryce Young thing.
I know what the quarterback situation is. But those are the two to me that, like, when I look through, I'm like, okay, those are the guys. I also just didn't want to name a Bears player, so you can do that. If you want.
I actually am going to name a Bears player. It's another rookie wide receiver. It's Luther Burden.
Yeah.
And I'm excited because about Luther Burden. It took a while. Like, early on, there was a game early in the season, like one of the first 5 weeks, where he was like 3 catches for 75 yards. But it was a lot of low volume. But you saw a switch in the offense happen. I think I have it written down. It was week 9. From week 9 on, he was getting 5+ targets every single game, and from that point on, weeks 9 through I guess week 18. So that's a fair chunk of the season, like half the year. He was on a 17-game pace for 75 catches and just over 1,000 yards. Like, he's an interesting player because I think DJ Moore, as you've said many times, is getting phased out of the offense. Mm-hmm. He's probably still obviously behind Rome. Probably behind Loveland too. So do you want a third target on a team? I'm not sure. But I think because of those concerns, he's going to go fairly deep in drafts to a point where he becomes a value. And I don't know where he's going to go in the draft. There's many other guys who could break out the way he did. So, or like he's capable of that is. So I'm pretty excited about Luther Burden.
Jalen Waddle popped up a couple times on the text line. I mean, like I'm in on him with Tyreek Hill being cut today
if it's
by
Quinn
the
Ewers,
Dolphins.
though?
That's the problem.
Yeah.
If it's like, even if it's Tua, man, like
I think if it's Tua, it's fine. Like we saw, like even though he wasn't getting deep downfield shots, like there was that rookie year for Waddle where he had 100 catches. Like he could PPR his way into some pretty good production.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really interesting options, and a lot of it's going to be based on the quarterback play, and we'll be discussing quarterbacks probably at length tomorrow because there's Vikings fans asking for Davis Mills. There's national media and former Texans quarterbacks pushing the idea of getting rid of number 7 in Houston. So we'll hit on a lot of that tomorrow. But when we get back, we'll get to our junkie of the day. One more text to read, though, Brian. I like this one that we got in here from 2180. Love tuning into my favorite radio show. Thank you. On the drive home, Jeremy Ghost the fans. I know. I'm sorry.
Jeffrey Brenham.
Sorry, Jeffrey left you guys a little bit early on today's
You know
show.
what I really like, though? Booty.
Fact. All right, when we come back, Junkie of the Day, we'll do that next year on ESPN 97.5. Since 1976, D&M Leasing has been in business, and they opened the doors with one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. 50 years later, that mission has not changed, but the reason people come to D&M have only grown. They're tired of negative equity. They're tired of wasting their weekends at dealerships, and they're tired of paying too much for too little. And don't worry, if you've never leased a vehicle before, you'll be working with someone who's been there on average 10, 20 years, depending if you're talking to a leasing agent or a manager, that's going to help you out through this entire process. They will walk you through everything from start to finish. And you can do all of it as well from the comfort of your own home. You don't have to go to a dealership anymore. They will bring that car right to you. They'll take your trade-in for you as well. So if your payments are too high or you're stuck in negative equity, or you just want that smarter way to upgrade, call D&M at 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoloosing.com today. There's no payments for the next 60 days. So call D&M at 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoloosing.com today and tell them ESPN 97.5 sent you by. All right, junkie of the day. I'll read Jeremy's form since he put it in here and left. So I'm going to steal it from tomorrow and tell me Jeffrey Brenham tomorrow. But I did see this. Those dirty, rotten Canadians.
They're cheating?
Cheating in curling.
How do you cheat at curling?
They're pushing it. So like they're like curling. Is that what the action's called?
Sure.
So like they're letting go of it, and then they're taking their index finger and they're like pushing it.
Oh, they're giving it like an additional little tap?
Little boost.
I like the demonstration you gave me with the little point of the finger.
Scumbags, those Canadians. Also, since Jeremy's not here, now this is really more of a funny thing. This is like a good junkie of the day. Kelvin Sampson was talking with Jeremy, or no, it was doing a press conference. It was talking about how the Cougs compared to everyone else are like kind of poor.
Yeah, I remember that.
So Mick Cronin, another basketball coach, Venmoed him $1, and he said, "Hey, yo, man, I heard your presser. I'd like to help, so here's $1."
So we have a screenshot of this or something?
No. Kelvin told Jeff Goodman in an interview on Field of 68 about this story.
Well, shout out to Mick Cronin.
And then they just officially announced that Floyd Mayweather Jr. versus Mike Tyson is having an exhibition match in the Democratic Republic of Congo on April 25th.
We owe each other to fight each other, to elevate our life.
That was the reason they decided to fight, Joe.
Why?
What problem do you have with it? They decided to fight each other to elevate their life.
Yeah.
No, I would not be watching a second of this.
To death.
Yeah. No, I'm dude, how many fake exhibition fights has Floyd Mayweather had since his last his last fighter record was still kind of a fake exhibition fight against Conor McGregor.
Yeah.
Which got him to 50-0. And then he's doing these like once a year fake exhibition fights. He fought Logan Paul at one point.
It's stupid.
It's ridiculous.
It's
Boxing
all bad.
That's not great.
What you got, B-Mac?
I've got a couple. Well, actually, I got a third because I found out during the break that Joe made a trade in our dynasty. Joe and I in a dynasty league together.
Football league, yeah.
And he made a trade during the show, as pointed out by one of our league members who's a listener.
Yes. While Jeremy was ranting and raving about Chandler Rome, I accepted.
You made a trade.
I accepted a fantasy trade.
And I like the trade for you.
When Jeremy finds out, he's gonna be he's gonna crush me.
Oh, he doesn't hear. He's not gonna hear this right now. He's only gonna find out if someone outs him.
Yeah.
I won't out you. Two more. Next one goes to Wendy's. I don't know if you saw this.
Closing.
Yeah, they're closing. That's not what the junkie of the day part is. Not all of them, so don't freak out if you're a big fan of Wendy's. But Wendy's is set to close hundreds of restaurants in 2026. But this is the junkie of the day part. What interim CEO Ken Cook calls, quote, a rebuilding year.
Okay.
So just like Wendy's has become the Jets. Hopefully they don't become the Jets, and it's a non-ending cycle of rebuilding years for their sake.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I'm guessing they just...
I like Wendy's.
I do too.
We went to Wendy's. I had Wendy's yesterday.
There you go.
Because it was like it's right by the Kroger we went to.
It's my kind of a like if I'm going to eat fast food and it's Sunday and Chick-fil-A's closed, like, well, all right, Wendy's.
The little man was like, I want a cheeseburger, and I was like, well, there's a Wendy's right here, so like, might as well. And I got some spicy chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm a toddler. Okay, I get it.
Their nuggets are good. Their junior bacon cheeseburger's good. I have no problem with Wendy's. So that's one of them. Also, a shout out to the Cougars inside. Not the Houston Cougars, but the Cougars that make up the ladies roster in WWE. First, it was one of the Bella twins dating Cooper DeJean, which was an age gap of like 20 years. And now we got news that apparently Puka Nacua was seen out at the race this weekend with Charlotte Flair, an age gap of 15 years. So the Cougars in WWE are really finding their mark with these young NFL players.
Not surprised. Puka has had an interesting offseason. There's a video we didn't talk about where like he was at looked like a concert. It was like belligerently drunk, just like screaming.
I mean, Puka and bad decisions seem like they go hand in hand.
Yeah,
recently.
he's having a tough stretch here. I don't know if he's lucky he's good at football.
Yeah. If he was bad, I think he would have been cut.
Yes, but he's very good.
Especially after that video that came out, 2 months ago?
Yeah, what a dummy. All right, that will do it for this show for Jeremy and Joe with Brian as always. Be back with you guys tomorrow for another edition of the show. Again, we'll hit on that CJ Stroud discourse that's happening from Ryan Fitzpatrick, Todd McShay, and others. Coming up, we'll have the Bucky McMillan show coming up at 7 o'clock right here on ESPN 97.5. So for Jeremy, who left, Me and Brian will talk to you tomorrow. Peace.